The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 14th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Marjorie Taylor Greene to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9th, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today, Madam Speaker, to address a matter of great concern to all Americans. Yesterday, House Republicans recklessly voted to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. They engaged in a sham exercise that not only degrades the value, the importance of this important democratic institution, but an exercise that was last week put in everyone's eyes the efforts to lay at the doorstep of one person, Secretary Mayorkas, the crisis of migration and immigration, which has been permanent in the United States of America for decades upon decades upon decades. House Republicans blame a single man for a perennial immigration crisis caused by Congress' long decades of failure to pass immigration law. During the Reagan administration, we saw how President Reagan addressed immigration, comprehensive immigration reform. In fact, he said, by alluding to the great lady at the harbor, the New York harbor, he said, "It is the lady who gives us our great and special place in the world." George Bush addressed the immigration crisis. George W. Bush addressed the immigration crisis. So this crisis has been before us decades upon decades upon decades, and yet yesterday, after a failed vote last week, by one vote, the Republicans recklessly voted to impeach Secretary Mayorkas in a sham process that, again, as I said earlier, degrades the value of this great democratic institution. Even conservative scholars will note that Secretary Mayorkas has done a strong job at advancing solutions within the confines of our existing immigration laws, which we all agreed are broken. Yet, instead of working with us to actually improve our laws, the Republican leadership pursued a bogus impeachment trial, fueled purely by their desire to win votes and by fanning the flames of xenophobia. We saw that played out in New York during the past weeks, and we saw the results last night. New Yorkers rejected that attitude. New Yorkers rejected that effort to divide us. Instead, Republicans must join members of their caucus in critical efforts to actually pass legislation on immigration. This can be achieved by passing the bipartisan, and let me say this again, Madam Speaker, the Bipartisan Dignity Act, which I stand in support of today. H.R. 3599, the Dignity Act, represents Congress' best chances in 37 years to finally fix our broken immigration system and is supported by Republicans and Democrats. This bipartisan bill contains immigration fixes in 4 key areas that both Democrats and Republicans should fall behind. One is, of course, border safety. We all agree something should be done about the border. The other one is immigration reform. Components of immigration reform that we know are critical and important, as Ronald Reagan said, for the future of our nation. A third bucket is jobs and the economy. We must inject more energy in jobs and our economy. And of course, the fourth bucket is the root causes of migration in our hemisphere. So for border security, we can do a lot by providing substantial funding to combat fentanyl smuggling and for border technologies that will modernize our ports of entry. Fentanyl is coming through our ports of entry by wheels. Trucks, vehicles are bringing it in. Let's modernize our ports of entry to ensure that we stop that crisis. Madam Speaker, again, we have a solution.
The gentleman's time's
Dignity
expired.
Act, and I yield back. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With a heavy heart, but also with pride, I rise today to pay tribute to Gregory Jackson Huey from Tipton County, Tennessee. Jackson Huey is a former Covington High School football player who recently lost a 7-year battle with cancer. Jackson had bravely fought neuroblastoma cancer since 2017. Now, that cancer should not define Jackson, but it's certainly part of his story. Jackson was a brave young man. In fact, Jason Huey, Jackson's father, said that Jackson defined his cancer and defined his life. Jackson never ever discussed his cancer diagnosis unless he was receiving treatment or getting a checkup at St. Jude Children's Hospital in Memphis. Jason and Deanne Huey are so appreciative of all the care and support that they receive from the healthcare providers at St. Jude Children's Hospital. Jackson found comfort through his faith. His family said that Jackson did not allow the cancer to control him or bother him because, in their words, he knew where he was going. Jackson is remembered for his passion for all sports, specifically football. It was through football that I first met Jackson a number of years ago. Jackson's love for life and for sports truly shine through, and I think this photo here clearly shows that. Along with his childhood friends, Jackson started H&H Podcast, a weekly show to discuss the latest news in sports and to preview upcoming games. Now, whether the topic was football, basketball, baseball, or any other sport, Jackson and his friend Tanner covered the bases over their 70 episodes. Jackson was a big fan of the University of Memphis Tigers. And one morning just before Christmas, a couple of months ago, Jackson and his father headed to St. Jude Children's Hospital for a transfusion of platelets. Now, when it was clear that they were not going to be ready for the treatment before they needed to leave for the Memphis Tigers basketball game versus Vanderbilt, Jackson told his St. Jude nurse that he had to wait to get his platelets until after the basketball game, and that's what he did. Jackson went to the game and then he returned to the hospital for his transfusion. Jackson simply was not going to allow his sickness to stop him from doing the things that he loved. In the years following his diagnosis, it was moving to see the entire Tipton County community rally in support of him. Even the rival fans started wearing Covington High School colors in honor of Jackson. Jackson taught all of us that life is precious, and he showed us what it's like to be brave and to fight hard. Jackson showed us how to fully embrace life and how to overcome fear. As a testament to his courage and to his life, Jackson was awarded the Commercial Appeals Courage Award in 2021. Jackson passed away on January 28th, just a couple of weeks ago. Yesterday would have been Jackson's 21st birthday. Jackson Huey is the pride of Covington and Tipton County. And today our prayers go out to Jason and Deanne, as well as Jackson's brother and sister, Jake and Jan Clear, as they mourn their beloved son and brother. Jackson's story and his strength are an inspiration to us all. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
Last month, I joined my colleague, Jared Moskowitz, on a tour of the Marjorie Stoneham Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. The school is frozen in time. It's just as it was 6 years ago today, when a gunman stole the lives of 17 people. There was a box of chocolates left in a classroom on a stack of textbooks, a stuffed animal with a Valentine's Day balloon sitting on a chair, writing assignments left unfinished, whiteboards covered in lesson plans. It was so ordinary, so hauntingly familiar. It's what you would see today if you walked into any high school on Valentine's Day. And then there was the horror, the broken glass, the bullet holes, the blood stains, the outlines left by children's murdered bodies, 2 of them right next to the teacher's desk where their classmates and teacher were hiding, inches away. 3 dads joined us that day. One by one, each of them led us to a spot where his child had been shot to death. One told us of how his daughter had run for safety into a stairwell, how she had missed safety by a split second, how a single bullet ended her life before it had even begun. Her blood and the blood of her classmates mark the floors of that hallway, and they mark the soul of a country that could have saved them, but chose not to. The collective failure to prevent this tragedy permeates every corner of that building and every corner of this building. The failure of the good guys with guns to respond quickly and without hesitation. The sheriff's failure to act on a warning of a school shooter in the making. The FBI's failure to investigate a tip about an angry, unstable teenager who wanted to kill people. And Congress's failure to keep an AR-15 rifle out of his hands. The men and women in this building could have prevented him from acquiring a weapon designed to kill and kill fast. But no, nothing. No red flag laws, no universal background checks, no crackdown on high-capacity magazines, no assault weapons ban, no safe storage requirements. All of it rejected by those, Madam Speaker, who perversely define freedom as unfettered access to weapons of war. Madam Speaker, there was no freedom for the students and staff gunned down that day. There is no freedom in violence, in terror, and death. There is no freedom in being forced to wonder if your child will come home from school. Will they live to see graduation? And there is no freedom from the grief of those parents whose worst fears have been realized. Along one of those hallways, there's a quote painted on the wall. Never live in the past, but always learn from it. Madam Speaker, that building is just as it was 6 years ago, and so is this country. Our gun laws are frozen in the past as if nothing has happened. In refusing to act, Republicans not only ignore the past, they condemn the children to future violent death. Madam Speaker, let us honor our past by changing our future. Let us honor the murdered by honoring the right of the living to be free from fear. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 13 Mountain Gateway officials that have been separated from their families and wrongfully imprisoned in Nicaragua. Our founding fathers in America established our First Amendment, which guarantees the freedom of religion. While we are blessed that the United States assures these rights, other countries and governments do not offer these same liberties. Mountain Gateway is an evangelic ministry based in Texas that desires to make Jesus Christ's name known to all nations. The organization has had relations with Nicaragua since 2013, establishing churches, humanitarian relief projects, and a fair trade coffee farm that provides income to rural residents. This past year, Mountain Gateway held a series of mass religious worship services in Nicaragua with the government's approval. Throughout 8 separate gatherings, more than 1 million people attended. The Nicaraguan government began arresting Mountain Gateway affiliated personnel shortly after their most recent service in Managua on false claims of money laundering. 13 Mountain Gateway officials are currently being held in prison with no access to legal counsel, no visits from their relatives, and no access to the allegations against them. Beside me are pictures of a family that has been separated because of this catastrophe. The children, who are also U.S. citizens, are currently separated from their family due to the wrongful imprisonment of their parents. The response in the Nicaraguan government is unacceptable. While the current U.S. open border has allowed over 300,000 Nicaraguans to access America since 2021, the Nicaraguan government has targeted numerous U.S. citizens to be arrested and extradited to Nicaragua and separated 2 U.S. children under the age of 3 from their parents. As an American and a strong supporter of religious freedom, it is hard to grasp the reality that other nations do not have the freedom to worship in peace. I condemn the actions by Nicaraguan authorities against both Nicaraguan and American citizens for worshiping the God who created them, and I will be praying for the peace and comfort for the individuals and their families until they are safely united. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize February 17th through 24th as National FFA Week. President George Washington once said, "Agriculture is the most healthful, most useful, and most noble employment of man." FFA members and alumni nationwide continue to look up to President Washington as a model of leadership and a champion for agriculture. And for the past 76 years, we have celebrated National FFA Week during the week of Washington's birthday, February 22nd. My roots in FFA run deep, and the organization played a role in shaping me into the man I am today. I was a member of the Fountain Lake FFA chapter in high school and went on to serve as the Arkansas FFA state president. I now have the opportunity to serve on the bipartisan Congressional FFA caucus, and many of my staff members are previous FFA members, state officers, and even a national officer. At a time where the average age of a U.S. farmer is nearly 60 years old, agriculturalists are looking to the next generation to fill their shoes. It's never been more important to give youth a seat at the table and enhance the agricultural talent pipeline, and that's where FFA excels. I'm proud to recognize National FFA Week to celebrate this incredible organization. May it be a reminder of the great strides FFA makes in contributing to the future of agriculture. Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Bob R. Brooks, Jr. Bob was loved by many, a true family man. He was proud to be known as Uncle Bob to the light of his life, Ryan, as well as to Arkansas Attorney General Tim Griffin's children. He was deeply involved in the lives of his friends and colleagues, and many considered him a member of their family. He graduated from the University of Arkansas and was a dedicated Razorback fan, rooting for the Hogs in every sport. Bob served as Chief of Staff for former Congressman Jay Dickey before returning to Arkansas to serve the natural state in several ways, both the public and private sectors. Bob was named Chief Deputy Attorney General by Attorney General Tim Griffin in 2023. He deeply enjoyed golfing, horse racing, and traveling. Bob was loyal to those around him and the state of Arkansas. I am thankful for his contributions to our state, but furthermore, I am thankful for his friendship. Bob's legacy will be felt by many for years to come. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a strong belief in the power of international trade agreements to make a profound difference. It's not just because 95% of the global economy is outside the United States. These agreements are necessary to raise standards, protect the environment, and to avoid the tragedy of the commons. I've seen the global economy raise living standards in China, Africa, and India, Singapore being the most powerful example. But there were decidedly mixed results with Mexico. The gap between theory and practice showed that the promise of NAFTA was overblown and that the critics were right. Poor Mexican farmers could not compete against massively subsidized American corn, and U.S. workers could not compete against $3 an hour Mexican factory workers. And too much of American business was focused on financial and tax engineering, not actually engineering better products. They were gaming the tax system and extending patent protection, not winning new patents. The worst example was GE's downward spiral under Jack Welch's ruthless capitalism. But I've been encouraged with the Biden administration's worker-centered trade policy. I'm proud of my work as the lead Democrat on the Ways and Means Committee dealing with international trade, working to level the playing field, fighting against areas to improve trade agreements. We made major advances, for example, reducing illegal logging by more than 40%, providing legislation that was a model for other countries to help stem this damaging practice. Our May 10th agreement that provided enforceable labor and environmental standards. I was pleased to help lead the effort to revise NAFTA to strengthen its environmental protections, worker protections, and the enforcement of agreements to protect these advances. I hope these NAFTA revisions will start a new era of trade policy, but it's time to push back against the Chinese. I'm tired of their two-tiered system where they claim to be a developing country when it works to their advantage while being an economic powerhouse, one of the largest and most powerful in the world. We must fight to protect and strengthen the WTO. There's no substitute for our being engaged in Geneva along with 163 other countries. It's hard work, but it's worth it. Finally, we must battle to have China honor their WTO commitments made 3 decades ago. I have a special concern about the de minimis loophole, a provision in our tax code that allows China to ship directly to American consumers $800 or less in terms of product value. It's going to allow 1 billion packages into the United States economy, untaxed, uninspected. We have 15 Republican attorney generals who've raised the alarm about this provision. We're seeing shoddy products made with slave labor. They're shipping fentanyl precursors directly to American drug dealers. It's time to stop that practice. I have legislation that would close the de minimis loophole. I strongly urge my colleagues to co-sponsor my Import Security and Fairness Act, which would stop these products flowing from a non-market economy on the watch list. Currently, that's just China. But they're the source of 60% of these 1 billion de minimis products. Doing so will protect American business, American consumers, public safety, and human rights. We can issue in a new era of worker-centered, sustainable trade. The world is depending on us.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, President Biden may have broken the law when he willfully retained and disclosed classified materials, according to Special Counsel Robert Hur's recent report. However, Special Counsel Hur chose not to prosecute President Biden because the president's memory has such, quote, significant limitations, close quote, that could hinder the ability to convince a jury that President Biden held a mental state of willfulness that a serious felony requires. Despite the special counsel's reaching this alarming conclusion, Senate Majority Leader Schumer has said, quote, his mental acuity is great, it's fine, it's as good as it's been over the years, close quote, which has been echoed by other allies of the president. Thankfully, the American people aren't buying it. Shortly after the findings of the special counsel were released, President Biden held an embarrassing press conference where he mistakenly referred to the Egyptian president as the president of Mexico. The president's mental acuity was on full display. This is just another reason out of the many why House Republicans are demanding answers and accountability. The Tennesseans I represent deserve to know whether or not the president is mentally fit to serve in the highest office of the land. They also deserve to know whether or not President Biden and his family may have sold their influence and position in our government to the highest bidder, even to our adversaries. That's why House Republicans have requested multiple documents and information from Special Counsel Hur's report to get to the bottom of these important questions. This information could potentially be a smoking gun in the impeachment inquiry investigation into President Biden, Hunter Biden, and the Biden family. It may also answer questions about President Biden's mental acuity. However, many of these questions have already been answered through the president's rare press conferences and media interviews. Since being sworn in, President Biden has done just 86 interviews versus 300 for President Trump and 422 for President Obama at this point in their respective presidencies, according to data collected by the White House Transition Project. Even worse, he's done just 33 press conferences compared to 54 by President Trump and 65 by President Obama. He even bucked national tradition by skipping out on a Super Bowl interview by CBS. Madam Speaker, I may not agree with the president or those on the other side of the aisle on a whole lot of issues, but I hope we can all agree on how concerning this situation could be. If the president can't be held responsible for potentially breaking the law by mishandling classified information, then he has no business occupying the Oval Office. Tennesseans can rest assured House Republicans will do everything in our power to conduct oversight of this administration, including the president's mental fitness for office, because the American people deserve to have a president who is up to the task. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
The time has come for the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, to make a decision. 2 years ago, the Russian army, at the direction of Vladimir Putin, invaded Ukraine, a peaceful nation, a democratic nation, an ally of the United States. Putin's missiles rain down on schools and hospitals. His bullets take the lives of children and the elderly. This is not the first time Vladimir Putin has invaded another country, slaughtering thousands of innocent people for no purpose other than his own selfish ambition. And if he is allowed to succeed in Ukraine, he will not stop there. We must continue to support Ukraine, not only because it is the right thing to do, but because if the United States abandons Ukraine, we endanger our own national security. After the attacks on this country on September 11th, more than 50 nations, including Ukraine and all of our NATO allies, came to America's defense in the war on terror. The strength of our military is multiplied by the strength of our alliances. And if we turn our backs on our ally, we weaken ourselves. This week, the Senate passed a bill that will give Ukraine the supplies and ammunition it needs to win the war. And now the decision and the fate of millions rests with just one man, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. We know what will happen if Speaker Mike Johnson calls a vote on Ukraine funding. The bill will pass the House by an overwhelming margin. This is undisputed. It will pass the House by an overwhelming margin. Then the President will sign it. And American factories and workers will produce the ammunition and supplies the Ukrainians desperately need. Once again, America's industrial might will arm the cause of freedom, as we have so many times before. And when the Ukrainians receive that ammunition and those supplies, they will continue to use them to great effect and fight bravely as they have for the last 2 years. We know all of this will happen if Speaker Johnson allows us to vote on the bill. And if we do not vote on the bill, if Ukraine falls and millions of people have their freedom violently ripped away from them, and the light of democracy in the world glows a little less bright, and Vladimir Putin turns his menacing gaze to the democracies of Europe, and dictators around the world rejoice that the United States has retreated from its position of global leadership, it will be because one man, just one man, Speaker Mike Johnson, had the power to call a vote and didn't. 77 years ago, a young veteran named John F. Kennedy entered this chamber for the first time as a newly elected member of the House of Representatives. In his book, Profiles in Courage, Kennedy predicted, in the days ahead, only the very courageous will be able to take the hard and unpopular decisions necessary for our survival in the struggle with a powerful enemy. Now is the time for courage. History is watching. The cause of freedom and the hopes of millions are on the line. What will Mike Johnson do? We have a moral duty to help survivors of violent crime by ensuring that they have access to the care and support they need. That is why I rise today in support of robust funding for the Victims of Crime Act, also known as VOCA. VOCA is one of the most important sources of funding for victims of crime, and particularly survivors of sexual assault. VOCA funds rape crisis centers, emergency shelters, mental health services, and forensic labs to process DNA casework and help law enforcement bring criminals to justice. During my time as Rhode Island's General Treasurer, I managed our state's Crime Victims Compensation Fund, which is funded in part by VOCA. During those years, we helped thousands of Rhode Islanders recovering from violent incidents with health care, counseling, reimbursement for lost wages, and other expenses. I am particularly proud that we helped 300 survivors, more than 300 survivors of domestic violence, relocate to new housing away from their abusers, no doubt saving lives in the process. All of this was made possible by VOCA funding. Without VOCA, a survivor of domestic abuse may be turned away from emergency care and shelter because there are enough beds. These are necessary services. As Congress prepares to consider the FY24 appropriations bills in just a few weeks, we must fully fund VOCA at the administration's recommended levels. I urge my colleagues to stand with survivors, stand with children, and support robust funding for VOCA. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Madison Jennings for being named a 2024 Rhodes Scholar. Madison is president of the Agnes Scott Pre-Law Society and an intern at the Carter Center, where she has worked on issues ranging from supporting women's education to activism in Liberia. She is the founder and project executive for Pop-Up Library for Peace, a literacy project she developed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic's impact on childhood literacy in her community. Jennings will also begin postgraduate studies at the University of Oxford in the United Kingdom next fall. At Oxford, Madison will pursue a Master of Public Policy and an MS in Public Policy Research. She is also classically trained in ballet and has 3 ballet productions. Through all her hard work, Madison has built a deep commitment and knowledge of policy and strategy, keeping her motivated to continue working toward her goals. Madison, we in the state of Georgia are very proud of you. Best of luck. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the achievements of Rudy Underwood, a Georgia native. Underwood, the former American Chemistry Council Vice President of State Affairs and Political Mobilization, has recently retired after 31 years with the ACC. Mr. Underwood joined the American Chemistry Council in 1992 as the Managing Director of ACC's Southern Regional Office in Atlanta. In 2015, Underwood was appointed Vice President of State Affairs and Political Mobilization. The ACC's mission is to advocate for the people, policy, and products of chemistry that make the United States the global leader in innovation and manufacturing. His work to champion smart policies has helped create and save chemical and plastics industry jobs, and it has raised awareness of the critical role chemistry plays in improving the lives of Americans across the country. Congratulations, Mr. Underwood, on your achievement and on your well-deserved retirement. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge Elaine Tootin for her 50 years of loyalty and dedicated service to the Defense Credit Union members and staff. CEO Elaine Tootin recently received the Hall of Honor Award from the Defense Credit Union Council at the group's 55th annual conference. The Defense Credit Union Council's Hall of Honor was set up to celebrate a few selected individuals whose continuous hard work have made a difference in the Defense Credit Union community and council. Tootin's contributions go beyond her own credit union, as she also works to strengthen the credit union movement in the country of Poland, while remaining as a helping hand to those in need. A co-worker of Tootin stated, Elaine's legacy is a testament to her unwavering dedication to our movement. She has shattered glass ceilings as a woman in our industry and has paved the way for countless others. Congratulations on 50 years of service, Elaine. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of George Barnhill, a Georgia resident who passed away peacefully at the age of 91. George grew up on the edge of the Okefenokee Swamp in Clinch County. He loved being in nature since he was a child. He loved farming, gardening, and most of all, traveling with his family. He was an avid quail hunter and well-known marksman. He graduated from Clinch County High School in 1949, then attended college in Douglas, Georgia, before joining the U.S. Air Force during the Korean War. He was discharged honorably at the end of the war and returned to Clinch County to marry his wife, Maldine, in August of 1954. Shortly after, George completed his degree in chemical engineering at the University of Florida and graduated with honors in May of 1957. He proceeded to pursue a career in pulp and paper, where he worked for International Paper in Panama City, Florida, Interstate Pulp and Paper Mill in Riceboro, Georgia, and Rayonier Paper Mill in Jessup, Georgia. George will be missed by all, and I send my condolences to his loved ones. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for 5 minutes. Without objection.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight significant developments in the ongoing commercial nuclear energy scandal in Ohio, the worst in U.S. history. It involves First Energy Corporation's conspiracy, wire fraud, and bribery of highest-level Ohio public officials in return for a legislative bailout of its flagging nuclear plants, bribed public officials, made sure that the company's debts were dumped on the public as they violated public safety time and again. This past Friday, a Summit County, Ohio grand jury returned the indictments against the former CEO of First Energy, the former First Energy Senior Vice President of External Affairs, the former chair of the Public Utilities Commission of Ohio, each for multiple felonies related to their alleged roles in the largest public corruption scandal in Ohio's history. The indictments by the Summit County prosecutor and Ohio's Attorney General aim to bring these corrupt, unethical, and dangerous, yes, dangerous individuals to justice. Driven by greed and self-interest, First Energy not only compromised Ohio's state legislature and its top leaders and other critical public institutions, they were responsible for severely mismanaging time and again the operations of inherently dangerous nuclear assets. I wish to place in the record an article by the Toledo Blade columnist Tom Henry dating back to 2003 following another dangerous incident at that plant, quoting Nuclear Navy retired Admiral Joe Williams. Admiral Williams strongly condemned the malfeasance and nuclear endangerment attendant to the top managers and corporate chieftains, and that kept on year after year after year. As I have cautioned before, corporate nuclear culture influences safety culture. We need only look at the troubled history of multiple major nuclear safety violations and criminal conduct at First Energy's Davis-Besse nuclear plant in our district for evidence of this relationship. It's a sad story for America. One must ask whether and how the fines and penalties that First Energy and its subsidiary, Energy Harbor, have had to pay to avoid criminal and civil trials. How will America deter future misconduct by the commercial nuclear power energy companies? Federal regulators didn't do their job. What is clear is that more justice must be achieved to make Ohio ratepayers and our communities safe and whole again. A class action suit settled by First Energy in August of last year netted payments to individual ratepayers, get ready, a mere $10 to $20. Moreover, Ohio consumers continue to subsidize First Energy's antiquated coal-fired power plants even outside Ohio, under the portion of H.R. 6 that passed the state legislature that is yet to be repealed. Another casualty is the local school district, Oak Harbor, Ohio, where the Davis-Besse plant is located. It continues to suffer millions and millions of huge dollars of tax losses due to the incremental devaluation of the plant's public utility property values over the years. I continue to urge the state legislature, state and federal prosecutors, and state and federal regulators to take bold action. Let's right these wrongs, and let's assure federal authorities achieve safe, clean, modern, and responsible nuclear energy production in Ohio and in this country. This slipshod, corrupt nuclear energy must never, ever, ever happen in America again. Thank you, and I yield back and ask that extraneous materials be added to the record as well, and I yield back.
Without objection. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the 17th annual Brent Berry Food Drive in Harrisonburg and Rockingham County. Named the Brent Berry Food Drive in honor of their son Brent, the family took the initiative to help those in need. This year, the food drive was the largest food drive in the event's history, breaking its record in 2022. Members of the community donated $100,000 worth of food, enough to fill 6 school buses and 2 trailers. With the help of the Harrisonburg-Rockingham Salvation Army, this food was distributed to thousands of individuals across the city. Bucky Berry, the lead organizer of this food drive, grew up not knowing where his next meal would come from. His family received help from the Salvation Army so they wouldn't go hungry, and that stuck with him into adulthood, and he felt motivated to provide that same goodness to his community. This self-sacrifice shown by the Berry family has impacted the lives of so many in the 6th District for 17 years, and I commend them for their dedication to community service. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize a local hot dog business in my district, the Cool Kids Diggity Dogs, for their Giving Back tailgate at the Roanoke Rescue Mission during the Super Bowl on Sunday. The goal of the event was to provide a great meal for the big game for the homeless population in Roanoke, and they did just that. The employees of the hot dog business served up free hot dogs, chips, and drinks to those in need. In addition to the plate of food, the employees went above and beyond and provided clothing and hygiene products. The display of community spirit by the Cool Kids Diggity Dogs stands as a testament to the civic spirit of the town and as an example of Jesus' instructions to us in his Sermon on the Mount, quote, "And as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them likewise." I want to thank Melvin Ward, the owner of the business, and the rest of the volunteers for their selfless service and wish them much success with their business in the future. Madam Speaker, I rise to recognize the Harrisonburg High School electric vehicle team for being invited to compete in the 2024 UAE Electric Vehicle Grand Prix. The Harrisonburg High School electric vehicle team has been competing in the Electric Vehicle Grand Prix as this competition empowers each constructor to use their knowledge and design and build a car that can race the most laps within the time span of an hour. The Harrisonburg car is unique as it is equipped with built-in data collection so the team can get feedback in real time to improve technique. After 2 years of hard work and dedication to build the most efficient car, these young engineers were selected to be one of 6 teams representing the United States in the International EV competition in Abu Dhabi. The engineers of this car include Jack Rocker, Joshua Nafzinger, Johanna Mayfield, Monica Espinoza Martinez, Colin Snyder, Peter Johnson, and Davis Burt. As these young engineers enjoy life in the fast lane, I join all Americans in expressing our support and hope that we see them standing at the top of the podium in Abu Dhabi as winners of the Grand Prix. Madam Speaker, this weekend, while Americans were preparing for the Super Bowl, Secretary Mayorkas appeared on NBC's Meet the Press and claimed that the Department of Homeland Security did not bear responsibility for the broken immigration system in this country. The Department of Homeland Security website states that the job of the Secretary is to counter terrorism and enhance security, secure and manage our borders, enforce and administer our immigration laws, and provide essential support for national security. The Homeland Security Committee outlined for the House how he has failed in every single category. And I commend my colleagues for taking action yesterday to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and hold him accountable for his failures. Let me give an example for each one. He's failed in his responsibility to stop the influx of terrorists into this country. Last year, there were 169 people whose names appear on the terrorist watch list who were stopped trying to cross the southern border, a record. He's failed to secure and manage our borders. There's been over 7 million illegal crossings of our southern border, 1.7 million known gotaways who evaded U.S. Border Patrol and have empowered and emboldened ruthless criminal cartels to control our southern border and poison our communities with enough fentanyl to kill every American. In 2023, CPB seized a record of over 27,000 pounds of fentanyl at the southwest border. He's failed to enforce and administer our immigration laws. On day one, Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas ended the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policies, the strongest border security laws implemented in generations. He also has the authority to use the current laws in place to secure our border, but has neglected any law in the book, and this has led to the crisis that has engulfed this country. He's failed to provide essential support for national security. Border Patrol agents have apprehended individuals from more than 160 countries since January of 2021, including from countries that sponsor terrorism or are major U.S. adversaries. Additionally, between October 2022 and August 2023, CPB recorded nearly 75,000 encounters of aliens who represented potential threats to national security. He has failed. It's time to remove him from office.
Expired.
I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today is Valentine's Day, but I don't celebrate Valentine's Day anymore. I haven't celebrated Valentine's Day in 6 years. Today is a difficult day for myself, many in the city of Parkland, and my constituents. You see, it's the 6th anniversary of the mass shooting at my high school, Marjory Stoneman Douglas, in my hometown of Parkland. I remember February 14th, 2018 like it was yesterday. I was in Tallahassee when my wife called and said something terrible has happened at the high school around the corner from our home. I was informed that there had been a mass shooting. I immediately traveled home to Parkland. I went to the school that I graduated from and saw what it looks like when your high school is turned into a war zone. I then went to the hotel where they were keeping the families of the kids who were missing. I knew they weren't missing. For 8 hours, they waited in that hotel while the Broward Sheriff's Office and the FBI told them what happened to their kid. They pulled families out, one by one, into a separate area of the ballroom, separated by a partition. The process went on from 12:30 in the morning till 3 in the morning. I didn't hear crying. I heard screaming. It haunts me every day. 17 innocent people didn't make it out of that building on that fateful day. I knew we had to do something. And so I brought my colleagues from the Florida legislature to see the building firsthand and see how it affected families in my community. What we saw was unfathomable to imagine. The site of the deadliest high school shooting in American history. Families now have empty rooms in their home. They have empty chairs at the dinner table. My own son, who was 4 years old at the time, went to preschool right around the corner, separated by a traffic light from Marjory Stoneman Douglas. And the teacher that was with my 4-year-old in a closet that day, daughter was killed. While she was protecting my son, her daughter Jamie was killed at Douglas. Like previous Valentine's Day, the parents, the wives, will spend their time visiting children at the cemetery or their husbands at the cemetery. I remember parents telling me one thing, and they said it over and over, and it has stuck with me ever since. And they said the only thing I did wrong was send my kid to school. That's not on them. That's an indictment on us. It's an indictment on the elected officials who have failed to do nothing to keep our kids safe in school. I mean, look at them. These were babies murdered in their classroom. Teachers. Aaron Feist, I went to high school with. He was on my football team when we were in high school. He became a football coach. He ran in to try to help and was gunned down. At least in Florida, we did something after the shooting at my high school. The Florida legislature passed the Marjory Stoneman Douglas School Safety Act. It raised the age to buy a firearm to 21. It instituted red flag laws, 3-day waiting periods. By the way, those red flag laws, which take weapons out of the hands of people who are mentally ill, have been used 12,000 times in 6 years. 12,000 times law enforcement in the state of Florida has deemed someone too dangerous to them, either danger to themselves or danger to others. We put hundreds of millions of dollars into mental health, school resource officers, school safety, and this was passed on a bipartisan basis. In fact, it was led by my Republican colleagues, A+ rated members of the NRA, signed into law by Governor Scott, who became a U.S. Senator. They got it right that day. They got it right. And we did that while still upholding people's constitutional freedoms and rights. Madam Speaker, as we sadly reflect today on the 6th anniversary of the mass shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, I'm going to use the rest of my time to sit in silence after I read the names of the victims. Alyssa Aladeff, Martin Duque Anguiano, Scott Beagle, Nicholas Dorette, Aaron Feist.
Gentlemen's time's expired.
Jamie Guttenberg, Chris Hickson, Luke Hoyer, Kara Lochran, Gina Montalto, Joaquin Oliver, Elena Petty, Meadow Pollock, Helena Ramsey, Alex Schachter, Carmen Shemtrup, and Peter Wang. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Burchett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 5 minutes to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor Long's Drug Store, a family-owned and operated pharmacy that has been serving the Knoxville community since its opening in 1956. After 67 years, Long's had its last day on January 16th. My very good friend Hank Peck and his family have kept the store running for over 60 years. His dad became a pharmacist at Long's in 1959 alongside Clarence Long and John Benson. Actually, Mr. Peck was my Sunday school teacher for a while, so if y'all need to blame anybody for anything, that would be him. When Long's was first opened, the idea was to open a drugstore that would also be Knoxville's first shopping center. It was a place you could stop and pick up your prescriptions, enjoy a milkshake, and pick up some comic books. All the folks at Long's Drugstore are wonderful people. I'm so grateful I got to know Sharon behind the pharmacy counter, Ruth, who's been working there for 47 years, whose picture is right there with Hank, and all the other lovely folks at Long's Drugstore. They've been good friends to me and my family for a long time, and I wish them very well in the next chapters of their life. Knoxville will not forget Long's Drugstore and its many years of service to our great community. That's good. Madam Speaker, today I rise to honor Judge Joe Duncan as he celebrates his 100th birthday. Joe was born February 11th, 1924 in Scott County, Tennessee. He was raised on a farm with his 9 siblings where his parents taught them all the values of hard work, responsibility, and a good education. During World War II, Joe enlisted in the United States Army Air Corps, and he was honorably discharged in 1945. He then got his law degree from the University of Tennessee and later on worked as a special agent for the FBI and was given a letter of commendation from none other than J. Edgar Hoover when he retired. He also served as the Knox County Criminal Court judge and spent 15 years on the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals. In 1946, Joe married the love of his life, Louetta, and they had a son, Philip, and 2 grandchildren, Meredith and Tyler. Joe and his family have been working in public service in East Tennessee for many years. Joe supported his brother's successful bid for Knoxville mayor in 1959 and 1963, as well as John's successful campaign for U.S. House of Representatives in 1964. Joe also supported the political careers of his nephew, my predecessor, John Duncan Jr., who was Tennessee's 2nd District Representative in Congress before me, as I stated, as well as his niece, State Senator Becky Massey, and his son, Falls Church City Councilor Philip Duncan. Judge Duncan has lived a beautiful and a full life in public service, and I'm honored to wish him a happy 100th birthday on the House floor today. Madam Speaker, I want to recognize my dear friend Charlie and Patsy Daniels, who are celebrating their 70th wedding anniversary this year. Charlie spent 60 years as a successful political cartoonist in East Tennessee and just retired a few years ago. Many of his cartoons are hanging on the walls of my Knoxville office. As you can see on one of them, the poster behind me, or beside me. During my first years of Congress, I spoke here on the House floor about his retirement. I said back then that it was true today. I've been made fun of by people all over the world, but my friend Charlie is my favorite. His cartoons were razor sharp and while still being very respectful. Charlie's lovely wife, Patsy, had been at Charlie's side since they were childhood sweethearts. They made their home in Powell, Tennessee, where Charlie cooks breakfast for Patsy every morning. Charlie and Patsy often attended reunions at the alumni of Fork Union Military Academy, where Charlie attended high school, as well as Tar Heel football games. When they travel for reunions or to visit family, Charlie is always the willing chauffeur. They have a great love for their children, Charles Jr. and Sarah, as well as their grandkids and great-grandkids. Happy anniversary, Charlie and Patsy. You're an example to all of us of a faithful, loving marriage that lasts a lifetime. And I'd be remiss to note that Charlie is also a member of the United States Marine Corps. Madam Speaker, for a long time there have been rumors, hang on, you can pull that one off. There have been rumors that the United Nations Relief and Works Agency had a relationship with Hamas. Last week, these rumors were confirmed when we discovered that 12 members of the agency were directly involved in the horrific attacks on Hamas on our friends in Israel on October 7th. Another 1,200 employees of the agency have direct connections to Hamas. That's 10% of all the agency's employees in Gaza. The State Department did the right thing by pausing its funding to the agency, but it's also something President Trump did years ago. The Biden administration restarted the funding in 2021. Clearly, the administration did not do proper research to ensure this funding was going to friends of terrorists. Also, pausing the funding did not have the huge impact that they want us to think it did, since the United States has given them at least $730 million in taxpayer dollars since 2021. That's about 99% of what's been allocated. We only paused about $300,000 in the remaining funding. Now, an Israeli firm is investigating the United Nations Relief and Works Agency digital wallets to see where the cryptocurrency is going. This firm has found at least one digital wallet that belongs to Hamas still active. We need to defund the United Nations, Madam Speaker.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As unanimous consent to revise the consent remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to help improve the lives of thousands of vulnerable youth across our country. Our Guaranteed Income for Foster Youth Act will create a new federal program to provide $1,000 a month to young adults exiting foster care and helping them pull themselves out of poverty, as well as build healthy economic communities across the country. Now, it's no secret that there are major gaps in the federal foster care system. More than a fifth of foster care youth experience homelessness within 1 year of emancipation. It's critical that we uplift our foster youth during such a transformative time and vulnerable time in their lives. Now, for my entire career, I've been a strong advocate for guaranteed income programs. When I was the mayor of Long Beach, we built and launched a transformational guaranteed income program that is now directly helping over 900 low-income individuals, including over 500 children. I've also had the pleasure of working with the Mayors for a Guaranteed Income to show how providing direct payments can end poverty in the United States. Now, across the country, guaranteed income programs have done incredible things for families across the country. They've pursued higher paying jobs, obtained undergraduate degrees, paid off debt, and afforded basic necessities like food and utilities. The evidence across the country is clear. Guaranteed income programs have been incredibly successful in lifting people out of poverty and helping to preserve economic freedom and independence. Now, working together, we can ensure that children leaving the foster care system can have the foundation they need to thrive in our community. Madam Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to talk about an issue that in my lifetime I always heard the saying, there's no problems in our family, there's just a lot of things we don't talk about. Now, what I'm talking about today is the fact that we have an incredible problem at our borders, not just the southwestern border, by the way, but also our northern border. Now, if these people coming into our country were wearing the uniform of a foreign country, we would swear we have been invaded and overrun. And the other hard part of that would be, well, that's okay, though, because we will do everything we can to accommodate them while they're here. It doesn't matter if they came here illegally or illegally. We're America, and that's the things that we do. Now, Madam Speaker, I bring up this thing because I listened after telecast, the current administration says, well, if the Congress would just do something to help us, we would jump on it. We would do everything we can. I'd like to remind the executive branch that we legislate, we make laws. We debate laws, we pass laws, and then it's the executive branch who's responsible for enforcing those laws. We have an administration that continues to say there is no problem at our borders. This is imaginary. We don't have a problem. But if it were up to me, I would do something about it. The CEO of America right now These are the 8 authorities that the president could put into effect. End, catch, and release. Reinstate, remain in Mexico. Enter into the asylum cooperation agreement. End parole abuses. Detain inadmissible aliens. Use expedited removal. Rein in taxpayer-funded benefits for all illegal aliens. And issue a proclamation to suspend or restrict entry. Madam Speaker, you and I know, because we face this every single day, the issues that face America today are America's issues. They do not simply rest in this body. We will do things according to what the laws are and what we structure. The executive branch must be held accountable for enforcing those laws. Now, when we wonder what in the world happened at our southern border, we said, well, my goodness, the numbers were in the millions of people who've come in. One of the things we don't pay attention to is our northern border. Now, I bought a picture of this, and I know it's very hard to see, but in the whole world, the longest continuous border is our northern border. It's 5,500 miles and virtually unprotected because we don't have enough people to do it. In one stretch, over 500 miles, there's 2 border control agents responsible. That would be like driving from Philadelphia to Columbus, Ohio, and back again and saying, I didn't see one state policeman, I didn't see one law enforcement officer. I wonder where they are. Well, the truth of the matter is, we have people pouring in from all over the world, some of them for the right reasons, others for the wrong reasons, and for reasons that in the future will harm our country and harm our fellow citizens. When you start to talk about what's taken place and how if we ignore it, it doesn't exist, then we are in very serious trouble. This is not a Republican issue or a Democrat issue or a Libertarian issue. This is an American issue. If those of us who run for office and get elected and take an oath of office cannot follow that oath of office, then why are we here? Why are we here? Millions of people have poured across our border. Northern border alone. There's 564 encounters with a terrorist screening data set, 484 with the northern border. In financial year 2022, 82% of these encounters were at our northern border. In the first 3 months of 2024, 94% of the terrorist screening data suspects encounters were at our northern border. While we think we are so safe because of our history and what we have done in history that we can protect ourselves, the underlying effect is
the gentleman's time
the enemy is not from without, it is from within. When we fail to follow the laws that are put into place and we don't enforce them, then we are at fault. And I would just suggest to our fellow Americans, please forget about being woke. Please wake the hell up. We are losing our country.
The gentleman's time's expired. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. Prayer will be offered by Chaplain Cuban.
With me. Merciful God, your word is rich with promises. You have spoken throughout eternity and reminded us that in you we have all that we require and we are in need of nothing. We know in the depths of our heart and soul that not one of your good promises has failed. Help us then to be patient, to wait on you, O Lord, and trust in your perfect timing. For you are not slow in keeping your promise, certainly not as we define slowness. Instead, you are patient with us, waiting on us to acknowledge you and trust in your gracious provisions. And so on this day, we repent of our doubt and receive your generous gift of space and time, allowing us to discover you and to claim the promise of your everlasting love. In your sovereign name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my grave concern for our country's judicial system. Recently, a special counsel investigating President Biden's mishandling of classified materials chose not to pursue felony charges because the president's memory had such, quote, significant limitations, close quote, that the counsel was not confident he could convince a jury that Mr. Biden held the required mental state of willfulness. I'm highly suspicious that this is yet another example of President Biden's administration's two-tiered justice system, which is a serious concern for me, the Tennesseans I represent, and freedom-loving Americans all across this country. President Biden should be held to the same standards as anyone else in this country. If he has the mental acuity to be president, he has the mental capacity to be charged with a serious crime, period. Anything else reeks of an abhorrent two-tiered justice system or a man who has no business being our president. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, up to 40% of the food produced in our country goes to waste. Food waste packs our landfills, increases harmful emissions that contribute to our climate crisis, and drives up costs for producers, manufacturers, and consumers alike. With 44 million of our fellow citizens struggling with food insecurity, it's clear we need to do a better nationwide strategy to divert food that is perfectly good to eat from landfills into the plates of hungry families. I'm grateful for the efforts of the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Environmental Protection Agency, and Food and Drug Administration for their work in leading an interagency task force to tackle this very issue. Their work coming out of the 2022 White House Conference on Hunger, Nutrition, and Health has resulted in a comprehensive draft national strategy for reducing food loss and waste and recycling organics. The strategy, which I ask all of my colleagues to read, details how each and every one of us can, from citizen to government agency, can do our part to reduce food waste as we work to end hunger now. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the bipartisan national security package that passed out of the Senate Tuesday, which will deliver critical security assistance to our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, and provide historic investments in the U.S. submarine industrial base to dramatically increase capacity in support of our own Navy and the historic trilateral AUKUS security agreement, which Australia and the UK that Congress last December enacted in the National Defense Authorization Act. Mr. Speaker, an overlooked item in this package is the $3.3 billion for the U.S. submarine industrial base for workforce development, to stabilize the nationwide supply chain, upgrade shipyard infrastructure, and advance mature technology opportunities like additive manufacturing. I would note, as part of AUKUS, Australia has agreed to match that sum and invest $3 billion into our economy and our industrial base for the same objectives. Make no mistake, failure to pass this legislation is a vote against AUKUS and limits the outstanding progress that our nations have already made. Mr. Speaker, I implore Speaker Johnson to bring the bill to the floor. There are over 300 votes. We know that today to get this package through and help our friends who are desperately looking to America for global and national security leadership. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ready? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 994 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 61, House Resolution 994, resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7160 to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to modify the limitation on the amount certain married individuals can deduct for state and local taxes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2. Upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House a resolution, House Resolution 987, denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, Representative McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
House Resolution 994 provides for consideration of 2 measures, H.R. 7160 and H.Res. 987. The rule provides for H.R. 7160 to be considered under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.Res. 987 under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate each equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority members of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. H.R. 7160, the Salt Marriage Penalty Elimination Act, would bring much-needed relief to hard-working Americans in high-tax states that make cost of living unbearable. This legislation is an important fix to our nation's tax code that will raise the cap for joint income filers, married couples, to $20,000. This legislation makes right a provision in our tax code that is clearly unfair and penalizes middle-class families in many states across our nation. Mr. Speaker, President Biden's reckless spending of hard-earned taxpayer dollars means that American families are already saddled with high inflation. Add to that the exorbitant taxes paid by those that live in states like I do that are run by Democrats who want to take and spend even more of their money. Many of my colleagues have argued that raising the cap for the state and local tax deductions is just bailing out blue states for their reckless spending and failed policies. However, New York, as is the case with many of our higher tax states, pays far more into the federal government than it receives in return. And that money that New York State pays into the federal government is invested in states across this great nation for things like infrastructure, law enforcement, and other essential services. I can assure my colleagues here today that millions of New Yorkers, including those living in my own district, are painfully aware and routinely against the fiscal insanity perpetuated by Governor Kathy Hochul of New York, just as millions of Californians are deeply opposed to the reckless tax and spend policies of Governor Gavin Newsom and Democrats in Sacramento. And that's why this legislation before us today is not a bailout for harmful state policies. It's a lifeline to Americans who are feeling the pain of this out-of-control taxation firsthand. Mr. Speaker, it's common to hear from those opposed to the SALT deduction that this deduction only benefits the very rich. I encourage them to talk to police officers and firefighters living on Long Island and Nassau or Suffolk County, or middle-class families living in Southern California, trying to pay their bills, put food on the table, and ensure their children have a good life. I think you'll find that these are the Americans who are in most need of and will benefit the most from this urgent and necessary relief. Additionally, the rule before us provides for consideration of HRES 987, a resolution denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration. On January 6, 2024, President Joe Biden chose to serve his political interests in the interest of the radical environmentalists over the interest and the needs of the American people. His decision to halt the export of American liquefied natural gas only further undermines our economy and further jeopardizes the security of our great nation. Liquefied natural gas, or LNG, has played a crucial role in fostering our nation's economic growth and energy independence. By putting a sudden stop to its exports, President Biden is jeopardizing the livelihoods of countless Americans who depend on the energy sector for their jobs. Now, let me be clear. This move by President Biden is nothing more than a stab in the back to the very people who fuel our nation and who have been world leaders in energy technology innovation and that make our country great. President Biden's action also emboldens our adversaries like Russia and leaves our allies in Europe, who import 68% of U.S. LNG exports, they leave them to hang out to dry. The bottom line is this: if we are to ensure our secure future of affordable and reliable energy, where the United States and our allies are not dependent on foreign adversaries for our energy needs, then we need to ensure that this nation remains a lead exporter of LNG. The president's asinine choice to prioritize the short-sighted goals of radical environmentalists and score political points from the woke mob is being made at the expense of long-term stability and compromising our nation's economic strength. It is our responsibility here as members of Congress in this House of Representatives to condemn this profoundly un-American action that is in clear contravention of American interests. I therefore strongly urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Without objection, the gentlewoman from New Mexico will control the time for the minority and is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, for the customary 30 minutes. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks and yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Republicans called us into an emergency meeting to consider today's rules several weeks ago. Several weeks ago is an emergency. Actually, America does have some emergencies that need to be addressed. Our national security is at risk. Putin, the dictator, may win his war against our ally if we don't surge aid to Ukraine. Putin wants World War III. And Putin, protecting Republicans, don't want to address that emergency. Remember, Putin's war caused our energy prices to rise. I call on responsible Republicans to address our national security emergency. I call on them to address the bipartisan, overwhelmingly bipartisan bill that passed the Senate. America has another emergency. In 5 legislative days, count them, it's a single hand. In 5 legislative days, our federal government won't have money to pay its workers, to pay its contracts, to do our jobs. So today should be a day to govern, a day to address America's emergencies. Instead, we are taking up one of the most precious resources we have in Congress, and that is floor time, for an election ploy to help certain New York Republicans win their next election. Last night, New Yorkers told America they were tired of Republicans' failure to govern, didn't they? Now, Republicans are using floor time to save the fragile re-election campaigns of some other New York Republicans. But don't let them fool you. H.R. 7160 is simply a Band-Aid for a problem that the twice impeached, 4 times indicted former President Trump and Republican congressional folks caused in the first place. They created this problem that they now want to put a Band-Aid on. They capped the SALT deduction in their tax bill to give tax breaks to the wealthiest corporations and CEOs. As we know, Republicans and Trump seem to care more about the richest Americans. There are real emergencies that all Americans want this Congress to address. The federal government could shut down in just 2 weeks, an absolute disaster that these bills don't even mention. That should be our priority. Yet we have another week of chaos and dysfunction of dealing with things that are not priorities for the American people. It's another week that Republicans allow small sections of their party to dictate what we see on the floor based on their re-election priorities. It's another week that extreme MAGA Republicans push partisan political stunts. The other bill in this rule is another one of those stunts. H.R. Resolution 987 is a non-binding, politically motivated resolution that does nothing, nada, nothing, to lower energy costs or provide effective energy solutions. Like so much of what Republicans do in the House, it's a distraction from the real bipartisan work Congress must do. And from the first paragraph, it's wrong. Just yesterday, we got a new Consumer Price Index report which shows energy prices fell last month. They have fallen 4.6% in the last year. The United States is producing more oil than ever before, more than any time during the Trump administration. More importantly, energy is not just oil and gas. The Inflation Reduction Act that Democrats passed and President Biden signed into law last Congress created more than 170,000 clean energy jobs in the U.S. so far. Wind, solar, geothermal, these are important elements of our American energy portfolio. The Inflation Reduction Act provided $369 billion in investments for clean energy and for reducing greenhouse gas pollution. This resolution that does nothing is just wrong. Do nothing. It's a do-nothing Congress. It's a yet another day in our do-nothing Congress. And let's not take our word for it. In the first session of the 117th Congress, 81 bills had been enacted into law. In the first session of the Republican-led 118th Congress, 34 bills. That's all, just 34 bills. One of the most unproductive Congresses in modern history. The American people deserve more. They want more. They want us to do our work. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to my good friend and colleague in the New York delegation, Representative Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a time when middle-class families are increasingly squeezed by the rising cost of living, providing real tax relief is imperative. That is why I introduced the SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act, which is designed to correct an inequity that has burdened married couples across New York and the United States since 2017. The current tax code unfairly caps state and local tax deductions, otherwise known as SALT, at $10,000 for married couples filing jointly, essentially penalizing them for their marital status and depriving them of the full $20,000 deduction they would rightly deserve. This arbitrary threshold does not reflect the economic realities faced by dual-income households, especially in high-cost areas like New York's 17th District. It's an issue that transcends tax policy. It's about fairness and supporting the backbone of our communities, our families. The implications of the SALT cap are significant. Since its implementation, we've witnessed a dramatic decline in taxpayers claiming the SALT deduction, a drop from nearly 50% in my district to 19%, or nationwide from 31% to 9%. This stark decrease has disproportionately impacted high-cost states like New York, where the cost of living far exceeds the national average. In my district alone, the percentage of filers itemizing taxes have halved since the cap's introduction, underscoring the urgent need for reform. The SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act, my first bill introduced in the House, seeks to address this issue head-on by eliminating the marriage penalty and reinstating a fair deduction limit. During the Rules Committee hearing, there was some insinuation that this legislation was hurried and rushed in the dead of night. Well, I'm here to tell you that this legislation has been available for people to review for over 13 months and is less than 2 pages long. This isn't some 1,000-page omnibus deal. It's something that we've worked on with Republican leadership and our Democratic colleagues to address for over a year. Passage of the SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act would represent a significant step toward alleviating the financial burden faced by countless families in my district and across the country, offering relief from the double taxation that has unjustly impacted them. Additionally, with housing costs reaching near record highs and inflation continuing to erode purchasing power, the need for this bill is all the more necessary. For instance, in Rockland and Westchester counties in my district, the monthly cost of a mortgage surged by $1,000 in the past year alone, thanks to rate increases brought about by the trillions in new spending from this administration and the prior Congress. These spikes in housing costs, coupled with rising grocery prices, are unsustainable for the average family, making tax relief essential. This House Republican majority was built by the contributions of New Yorkers, and this legislation would help those same New Yorkers see immediate tax relief. Some critics might balk at the cost of this measure. The fact is that relief provided to families across the country would spur additional economic growth that would outpace the minor costs. This bill is a compromise that fixes an unfair penalty and stands to revitalize communities, stimulate economic activity, and most importantly, support the hardworking families who are the lifeblood of our nation. It provides immediate tax relief. SALT is expected to expire in 2025, but these families can't wait that long. And so I urge all of my colleagues to support this pro-family measure that corrects this unfair penalty, and I encourage my Democratic colleagues to support it as well. They talk a good game, but when they had complete control in the prior Congress, they failed to provide a fix. They failed to enact legislation that would provide immediate tax relief. Governor Hochul, Senator Schumer, Senator Gillibrand, and Leader Jeffries have been silent. They should embrace this. They should be championing it. They should be supporting our efforts. This is about providing real, tangible support to those who need it. As we move forward, I'm hopeful that this can be a moment of unity amongst my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, reflecting the bipartisan understanding that when it comes to supporting our families, fairness is critical. Together, we can ensure that unfair tax policies that penalize families are a thing of the past, putting the well-being of American families above all. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's go back to who caused this problem in the first place. It was those Republicans, where the Republican tax cut, the Trump tax cut, is the one that caused this problem. And so let's not forget why we are facing this. Let's not forget, and hopefully New Yorkers won't forget, as to why they are facing this problem in the first place. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield 3 minutes to my esteemed colleague, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to implore House Republicans to bring the bipartisan National Security Supplemental to the floor for a vote. All we want is a vote. I just returned from Ukraine with a bipartisan group where we met with the Ukrainians, and we can tell you that these folks are fighting and dying not just for their own freedom and their own democracy, but for freedom and democracy around the globe, because Vladimir Putin and Russia will not stop at Ukraine. They will continue marching if they are not stopped here. But this National Security Supplemental Bill, this is not charity. We're not doing this simply out of the goodness of our hearts. This is in the best interests of Americans and American national security. Let's break this down. By providing this support, we will be able to stop Russia from its march any place else in Europe. We'll be able to protect the 100,000 servicemen and women, Americans and their families who live in Europe, and work with our allies who would be at great risk if Putin is not stopped here. We also protect our largest trading partner in Europe and our largest security partner. Our economy, our businesses rely on a stable and prosperous Europe. And we would also be protecting the world's food supply and food prices, keeping food prices lower and making sure that food supplies are not interrupted. That's all the things that this bill will do. But let's also talk about how this bill is structured and how it provides that support. It provides that support by spending over half of the money right here in the United States to U.S. businesses and U.S. workers from places like Texas and North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Colorado, all throughout this nation, who will be building the equipment and supplies that we'll be sending to our military, because that's another important part of this. Our military sends our old equipment to Ukraine, and Ukraine uses it with great effect on the battlefield. Then the new stuff is kept by our military. So let's break this down. We're supporting our economy. We're protecting our 100,000 troops. We're ensuring a stable and prosperous Europe. We're defeating the Russian military. We're ensuring food supplies. We're updating our own military stocks. We're infusing money in the U.S. defense industrial base into our own workers and businesses. And we're doing all of this for less than 5% of our annual defense budget. That is a great deal for the American taxpayer. It's a great deal for the American people. And we would be remiss if we didn't act now and take this up. There are moments in history that will judge people and determine the course of the world. We are at one of those moments now. I implore you, bring this for a vote so we can ensure a stable and prosperous world and make sure it's one that our children and grandchildren want to grow up in. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to my friend and colleague, the gentleman from New Jersey, Representative Tom Kean.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from New York for yielding me time. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the rule providing for H.R. 7160, the Salt Marriage Penalty Elimination Act. This crucial piece of legislation is aimed at providing much-needed tax relief to hard-working families across my home state of New Jersey and to many families across the United States. This bill begins to address the issue of double taxation than New Jerseyans and countless families far and wide who have been hindered by for nearly 7 years. 7 years too long, Mr. Speaker. This will make an adjustment to the state and local tax deduction, specifically raising the cap from $10,000 to $20,000 for joint returns with adjusted gross income below $500,000. With this bill, we are acknowledging the economic challenges faced by our neighbors, ensuring that the tax burden is alleviated for those who need it the most. New Jersey families need tax relief right now, and this specific approach to doubling the joint returns cap is a critical and necessary step to taking the tax burden off of the backs of our neighbors. The economic destruction of the SALT cap spares nobody. It deters young families from purchasing their first home. It denies seniors the ability to stay close to the roots and near family. And as a result, every industry across our great country suffers. And when that happens, no matter what your zip code or your income, every individual is hurt in some measure. Let me be clear. This legislation is the floor, not the ceiling, for the SALT relief that we can and we must fight to deliver for New Jersey families. To my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, we all represent different communities and districts. Let me remind each and every one of us that we all share the honor of representing hardworking Americans who play by the rules and simply want to be treated fairly.
Gentleman's time has expired.
And yield 15 seconds.
I yield 15 seconds to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Today, we must have the opportunity to come together with a united voice in this House for fairness. We can deliver immediate relief for those who need it. It would be a monumental win for millions of families across our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind everybody here that Democrats offered an amendment in the Rules Committee so that we could have fixed the SALT problem, not just for for tax year 2023, which is when you pay your taxes now in 2024, but fixed it for 2 years. Now, if they were really interested in solving this problem, they would have made sure that it got fixed for the 2 years. Do you know what the Republican vote was? Unanimous. Every single one of my Republican colleagues on the Rules Committee said no. We don't want a fix that would actually fix it for 2 years. We just want to get past this next election. We just want to make sure that when those people file their taxes now, as April 15th is coming up, that this is fixed. 1 year. They could have had it for 2. Every single one of them, even our New York colleague, voted no. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquarelli.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me remind everyone how we got here. State and local taxes were always deductible. State and local taxes. Since the Civil War, before we even had a tax code, until the House Republicans and Mr. Trump stole the deduction in the 2017 Republican tax scam. Do you remember that? It wasn't advertised as a tax increase. It was furthermore buried. Over $600 billion buried. And where'd that money go? You know where it went. Despite pervasive half-truths and outright lies, SALT has always been about the middle class. The 10,000 cap Republicans imposed has been a heavy burden for middle-class families across this nation, and our public services relied on SALT absolutely. All told, firefighters, police officers, first responders, teachers, mayors, county officials, and governors have begged us to fix this. Democrats passed a full repeal through this chamber. We passed SALT relief numerous times. Over and over, we've been blocked, and we have never given up, and we won't. Multiple times this term, Ways and Means Republicans voted down an amendment which I put forth to raise the deduction and fix the marriage penalty. This is double taxation. I thought this is what we were trying to get rid of. Instead, you had a tax cut in 2017 where you hid getting rid of the deduction. Now it's a $10,000 minimum. My amendment is the same as legislation put forth by Mr. La Lota of New York, Republican. When we tried a few weeks ago, every committee Republican voted no. This badly flawed measure is a far cry for the middle class tax relief, and it is really the bare minimum we could do. This certainly is no way to enact tax policy. This is no way to treat tens of millions of Americans and communities. What we have before us is a fig leaf to paper over that Republicans oppose middle-class tax relief. And I believe in the election of 2018, this was one of the issues. The fact should surprise no one.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yield another 15 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
The fact should surprise no one, since it was Republicans that stole away that middle-class tax help in the first place. It's a very critical issue, Mr. Speaker. I hope we address it sooner rather than later. Thank you very much.
Reserve.
Lady from New Mexico.
Reserve.
Lady reserves. Gentleman from New York recognized. Let me
Mr.
remind everyone to direct their comments to the chair, please.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my colleague, the gentlewoman from California, Representative Young Kim.
Thank you, my good friend, for yielding. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the rule and the underlying bill, H.R. 7160, the SALT Marriage Penalty Act, to allow families to keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. I thank my colleague, Representative Lawler, for his leadership to introduce this bill and push for its consideration. H.R. 7160 will eliminate the so-called marriage penalty on the state and local tax deduction for families who file their taxes jointly. Under the current tax code, married couples filing jointly are penalized and have the same SALT cap of $10,000 as single filers. H.R. 7160 doubles the SALT deduction cap for married couples to $20,000 and does right by them. Limited housing supply, high mortgages rates not seen in decades, and high housing costs are making it impossible for many first-time home buyers to purchase a home and reach the American dream. The SALT cap is not and should not be a blue versus red issue. We're simply advocating for our constituents who want us to consider pro-growth, pro-family values and policies. In my district, the median price of a home is over $1 million. However, we can pass this rule today to allow us to provide much-needed discriminating against families through the tax code. H.R. 7160 will not mark the end of our fight to provide full SALT tax relief for our constituents. This is only the first step to get us there. I will always fight to make life more affordable for my constituents. And I also encourage my colleagues to consider the underlying resolution to condemn the Biden administration's disastrous energy policies and promote affordable sources of energy. I urge my colleagues to support the rule and the underlying bill and resolution. I urge my colleagues to support all of these, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pasquarelli made a really important point, and that is that this problem arose and it impacted middle-class Americans. But that happened because Republicans and the Trump tax cuts didn't really much care about middle-class Americans. They didn't much care about working-class Americans. And in fact, as we know, the Trump tax cuts mostly benefited the wealthy. The Trump tax cuts highlight the priorities that we see on this chamber between Republicans and Democrats. Because they imposed the SALT deduction cap for a reason. They wanted to make sure that they could pass these tax cuts that, as you can see, benefited the richest Americans, so much more than they did middle-class Americans. It is just a magnitude that is astounding. So their goal of what they tried to do and what they did do back then worked. The top 0.1% had an average tax cut of $193,000. And what kind of cut did middle-income Americans receive? A paltry $930. If you earned $3 million or more a year, you got to keep an extra $193,000. People who earned $1 billion got to keep even more. Do those millionaires and billionaires really need that help? You know who really needed that help? The middle class, who got $930. That's barely $77 a month. These were their priorities. These remain their priorities, except for the fact that there are some election problems happening over there in New York, and they acknowledged it. New York, a few of the New York Republicans helped them get their majority, and so this is what they're getting back for 1 year. 1 year only, because they didn't want to vote for a 2-year fix. So, imagine what a middle-class family would have been able to do if they could have gotten thousands of dollars of tax cut. They would have been able to do some of the things we're talking about: buy a house, send their kids to college, go on a vacation, make sure that they didn't have to worry about the bills. 20 years of groceries they could have bought if we just allowed them to get what the rich got. But that didn't happen, because Democrat priorities, we're always standing with the working class and not the wealthiest corporations and CEOs. We want to lower costs and grow the middle class. So HR 7160, it's not solving the problem. It's not a permanent fix. It's not even a 2-year fix. So when you guys get up and complain about that this should not be a problem for us, we wanted to fix it for 2 years. You said no. They just don't want to let us vote on things that are important. They don't want to let us vote on a 2-year fix. They don't want to let us vote on Ukraine funding, on emergency security issues that are about protecting our troops. Let us vote on these issues. Let the House members have a say. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The chair reminds members that their comments need to be directed to the chair. The gentleman New York is now recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend and colleague, the gentleman from New York, Representative D'Esposito.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've been in this chamber for a few minutes now, and we've been reminded at least 3 times with fancy posters and words from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle about how we got here. Clearly, we know how we got here, and that's why we're trying to fix it. We've also heard that, we don't want to support this because it's only 1 year, and we've heard offers of 2 years. We just got past the Super Bowl, and I'm pretty confident that every play in football, you don't get to throw a Hail Mary and score a touchdown or run a 90-yard run back into the end zone. Sometimes you need to make your way down the field in order to score that touchdown, and that's exactly what we're trying to do here. We're trying to bring relief back home for the marriage penalty elimination. And my constituents in New York's 4th Congressional District sent me here to Congress to provide meaningful tax relief to local families. And the SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act will do exactly that. This important bill would double the state and local tax deduction for married couples from $10,000 to $20,000 for the 2023 tax year. This would allow middle-class families to receive tax relief when they file this year. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act wrongly penalized married taxpayers at the $10,000 cap. It was implemented for single taxpayers as well for married couples who filed jointly. Married couples were further penalized with the establishment of a $5,000 SALT cap if these taxpayers filed separately. The SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act fixes an anti-family policy and will help middle-class families across New York and the country. Since my first day here in the House of Representatives, I advocated for lifting the SALT cap, including as current vice chair of the House SALT Caucus. This bill is an important first step to deliver needed tax relief for constituents and ultimately removing the SALT cap. We've heard countless stories of Americans who are suffering from sky-high inflation due to the Biden administration, rising gas and grocery prices, and out-of-control spending. We must advance these policies. And just the other day, Leader Jeffries sent out a tweet that New York Republicans were sent here to provide SALT relief, and they have failed because it wasn't in the tax package. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be on the floor just today, and we look forward to Leader Jeffries and others supporting this for New Yorkers and this country. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserves.
Gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have seen the Republicans kill a lot of their rules, their own rules. A record number of rules, Republican rules, have been killed on the floor of the House. So I think it's a little too early to crow about getting this done when you don't know if you're going to get your Republican colleagues to vote for your own rule. But, you know, there's something else that's in this rule, and that's Resolution 987. And my colleagues, they like complaining a lot. They have a politics of grievance, but they don't actually solve the problem. They go on and on about various issues, energy, immigration, other things, but they do not solve the problem. They don't actually pass laws. They don't take up the bills that actually would solve the problem. And that's what we're seeing today in HR Resolution 987. It's just a bill of complaint. And it's also not very accurate. They are complaining about President Biden's energy policies, but let's look at those energy policies. The United States is producing a record 13.2 million barrels of crude oil a day, more than Russia or Saudi Arabia, more than any time during the Trump administration. We're also producing record amounts of natural gas. I mean, HR 987 itself even notes that the U.S. became a global leader in LNG exports for the first time in 2023, which was under President Biden. Moreover, oil and gas companies are reaping the benefits. In the last 2 years, we've seen record profits, $196 billion one year and $123 billion the next. What we see a lot in this other resolution is complaining, but not a good recitation of facts on the ground. The resolution also complains that there isn't enough domestic production of reliable and affordable energy. Let's talk about affordable energy. When Democrats were in control last Congress, we and President Biden took historic action to spur clean energy development right here at home. We know that clean energy helps stabilize prices because we're not subject to international price fluctuations. As we've talked about earlier, as Representative Crow mentioned, one of the reasons we saw the surge in gas prices was because of Putin's war. And yet we're not taking up the bipartisan security package that passed overwhelmingly in the Senate. If we want to look at ways of making sure that our international markets don't go crazy, let's address Putin's war. They don't want to do that. But what we are doing at home is looking at that renewable energy, because when we produce renewable energy here at home, we're not dependent on Saudi Arabia. We're not dependent on Russia. President Biden knows the importance of energy independence, and we're creating that independence by weaning ourselves off of those international markets. Let me tell you, we're doing that in New Mexico. Because when we build in New Mexico, we build down costs. And what are we doing in New Mexico? Last year, the Inflation Reduction Act created more than 170,000 clean energy jobs, $369 billion. Some of that went to New Mexico. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples from our own beautiful state. It spurred $1.4 billion in funding for clean energy projects to create at least 2,105 jobs. In New Mexico, these clean energy jobs are also bringing to our state manufacturing jobs. Like in Belen, where we'll be building wind towers. For the first time, we are creating manufacturing jobs in the United States. Wind and power and solar are actually the cheapest electricity we can invest in. Our big companies know that, and they're investing in wind and solar. Indeed, I recently met with Chevron representatives, and they told me excitedly about the plans they have to invest in clean energy, to invest in wind and solar. So rather than pass a resolution that doesn't do anything but complain, I invite my Republican colleagues to work with Democrats to pass bills that bring down our energy costs while we invest in America's clean energy future here at home. Help us build on progress we made last Congress so that we can grow the middle class and lower costs for American people. We can achieve both goals when you put people over politics. I reserve.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 4 minutes to my good friend and colleague, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lalota.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's add some honesty to the SALT conversation, Mr. Speaker. I'm from a blue state, and I am willing to concede to my red state colleagues especially that an increase in the SALT cap benefits blue states more than red states. There, I said it. After all, it's the blue states with the highest state income, sales taxes, and property taxes. At 10.9%, my state, New York, has the dubious distinction of having the highest taxes in this great nation of ours. But as bloated and out of control as my state's spending and taxes are, under one-party Democrat rule, it cannot be said truthfully that red states are subsidizing the blue states. The data demonstrates the opposite, actually, that blue states like mine are giving far more to Washington than we get back. And the opposite is true, that many red states get far more from Washington than they give. As you can see from this chart, the home states of many of my Republican colleagues, shown in red, who say SALT is a subsidy to blue states, are in fact the states who get much more from Washington than they give, Mr. Speaker. Here on this chart, you can see that New York gets one of the worst returns on investment of our federal dollars. Blue line back down there. Yet many red states are the top of this list, and their taxpayers are getting much more from Washington than they're giving. Mr. Speaker, states like New York are not asking for a bailout. We're simply asking to break even. Many of my colleagues are correct to say a large part of the problem starts in Albany. Sadly, I live in that reality, and I know better than to rely on Albany Democrats to try and improve the lives of the average New Yorker. But why do you think so many are fleeing for my state, for states like Texas and Florida? It's not just for the weather, Mr. Speaker. Second, I want to address some serious intellectual dishonesty and rewriting of history by my Democrat colleagues. Mr. Speaker, Democrats had complete control of Washington for 2 years, the House, the Senate, and the White House. And yet, they never signed any SALT relief into law, even though they passed several massive omnibus and reconciliation bills. They failed their constituents and mine and embarrassed themselves and are now trying to blame blue state Republicans, even though we are clearly fighting tooth and nail to deliver some sort of relief. When they have majorities like the White House, why didn't Speaker Pelosi and New York's own Leader Schumer take action to deal with this issue? Mr. Speaker, this is a political talking point for Democrats, but a serious policy item for me and my fellow New York Republicans. Restoring the SALT deduction is not just a matter of tax policy for Long Island families. It is a crucial step towards ensuring economic fairness, supporting the middle class, and sustaining vibrant communities. The lack of a meaningful SALT deduction hurts my constituents, and we must address this injustice. Since so many of my Democrat colleagues have been so passionate about this issue, I'm sure they will have no issues, Mr. Speaker, voting to advance this legislation and voting in favor of the rule. I urge all of my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support the combined rule. I yield.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Give me a break. Really. Republicans caused this problem. When Republicans were in complete control, they created the problem that chart just highlighted. Everybody's paying for that. They created a problem where the middle class, I don't use that kind of language, but you know what I would have said, where the middle class really did not benefit because they were prioritizing the rich. And now they're scolding us? You got to be kidding. In 2019, when Democrats took control of the House, what did they do? They passed a fix to the SALT problem. And it ran over, and Mitch McConnell killed it. When we had the Senate, remember, it was 50-50. So we needed 10 Republican votes to get things across. We needed 9 Republican votes. We needed Republican votes to get things over. Republicans were not willing to fix things over there. Our priorities have always been the middle class. Their priorities were the rich, and that's why we have this problem in the first place. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a 2023 Center for American Progress report titled, Biden Tax Proposals Would Correct Inequities Created by Trump Tax Cuts and Raise Additional Revenues.
Without exception.
This report details the massive tax breaks that the Trump tax and Republicans' 2018 tax bill primarily benefited the wealthiest Americans, and we constantly hear them want to make it permanent. We constantly hear them say, oh, those were the greatest things, except for when they need to have a couple of their members get reelected, and we're looking for a repeat of what we saw yesterday. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to my good friend and colleague, the gentleman from New York, Representative Molinaro.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Imagine spending so much time, so much energy, and so much air opposing that which one actually supports. I've sat here for a few moments, and I've listened to my colleague across the aisle suggest that they didn't break it, and therefore they should be under no obligation to fix it. That for years they've been trying to remedy this problem, but it's the other side of the aisle's fault, and therefore we won't take this next step forward. Imagine that's your argument. I wasn't here when the SALT cap was established. I opposed it in local government, mostly because I know that middle-class families in upstate New York are being, I'll use the language, pardon me, screwed by decisions of state government, decisions out of their control. But let's talk about what this bill does. This is a very simple effort to ensure tax fairness for working families. Last week, the House came together and recognized common sense tax relief as a shared priority between both parties. And I was proud to support the bipartisan bill that helped parents and small businesses weather rising costs. But we left low-hanging fruit on the table, a simple incremental success. And right now, married couples are unfairly and arbitrarily punished with a SALT deduction in a way that matches almost no other facet of the tax code. And so let's make one thing clear. We're not talking about the wealthiest of New Yorkers that are being impacted here. I'm talking about families and parents in towns and communities like Vestal and Dryden and Hudson, upstate communities that most don't know but struggle every day, who are barely getting by because they are being slammed by property taxes and state taxes. These are not individuals who chose to be overtaxed. They were forced to by Democrats and one-party rule in the state of New York. Now, these folks are struggling every day to make ends meet, and they're having many difficult choices to make between child care and groceries and their mortgage, all because they get taxed twice on their incomes. This bill doesn't solve the entire problem. My colleague knows it. This bill doesn't undo the damage that we both agree existed. But my colleague is faced with one important question. Will they support an effort to undo this one piece of unfairness? Double the SALT cap for married couples, eliminate the arbitrary marriage penalty, and free up working families' budgets to invest in their kids and their local economy. This isn't about what happened then. It's not about who broke it. It's about whether or not we can find, as we did last week, the commonality to begin to fix it. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Republicans' fix needs a fix. Really, they are proposing, instead of actually fixing the SALT problem, they keep trying to say, oh, it's all right for us to do just a teeny tiny little bit, just as long as we can get reelected, right? Because if they really wanted to fix it, they would have at least, one, taken it up in Raising Committee and had a good debate and brought it to the floor with a robust fix that actually makes a difference, not just for an election year. I might remind everybody again, in the Rules Committee, we had Joe Neguse, a member of the Rules Committee, proposed that this SALT fix actually go for 2 years so that it would be consistent with the other tax cuts that Trump did. They didn't want that. The other thing that the amendment does was strike 20,000 and have 30,000. They didn't want that either. Every single Republican voted against it. Every single Republican voted against having this go for 2 years. Why? Because that wasn't part of the deal. They don't need it after November, I guess. They only need this for November, is that it? Once November goes by, your constituents don't need another year of tax relief with regards to this deduction? Why would you vote against that? I have no idea why they would not let the members on the floor of the House decide whether this bill should go for 2 years. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to my colleague, the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Harris.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, look, this bill is about fairness. I do want to mention, though, the memory is a little short on the other side of the aisle. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, where this was implemented, was passed on reconciliation. It only required a simple majority. And the Democrats, when they passed the Inflation Reduction Act, depended on only a simple majority. They could easily have put their recommended SALT cures into that bill. It absolutely fits in with reconciliation, which are budgetary items. That's what this is. But they chose not to. So one has to ask, why did they choose to spend $1 trillion on expensive green energy projects and not yield tax relief to their own constituents? I can't answer that, only they can. But let's set the record straight. The Democrats had the opportunity to do whatever they wanted to on SALT, complaining about it for years. They could have fixed it. They chose not to, deliberately chose not to in a vehicle that only required a simple majority. So this is about fairness. Mr. Speaker, when we passed that in the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, one of the greatest stimuluses to the American economy ever, we interestingly chose not to inflation index that $10,000. Now, thanks to Bidenflation, it should be around $15,000 now. So our decision is, even just to make it fair for inflation caused by President Biden and his policies, we could have chose to just raise it to $15,000, but no, we did, I think, what was the right thing to do, is to say there is no penalty to a family. Because on this side of the aisle, we actually think the idea of family is pretty good for this country. We don't want to disincentivize it. We decided that we would take and just remove what I will call the marriage penalty from this, I think it's the right decision. But you know this, and one of the gentlemen who supports this mentioned, this goes far beyond blue states. This goes into states where, because of Bidenflation, housing prices have gone up. And Mr. Speaker, I guarantee you those property taxes are going to go up for a variety of reasons. The time to do this is now. It's appropriate, and I fully support the rule.
His time has expired.
I reserve.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
You know, we just have to keep saying it over and over again. How dare you scold us for not fixing a problem that you created, and how dare you scold us? How dare you actually even think about when you don't want to fix the problem? Your fix needs fixing, and let's move on. I was like flabbergasted when I heard my colleague say that, you know, the Trump tax cuts, which benefited the wealthy and the super wealthy and the millionaires and billionaires, that they were the greatest stimulus ever. They were actually not. I'd like to enter into a record the Biden tax proposals would correct inequities created by Trump tax cuts and raise additional revenues, and a chart called with total real revenues 2014, 2018 Brookings Institute.
Without objection.
You know, what these show is that it wasn't the greatest stimulus. Indeed, that with the Trump tax cuts, revenue plummeted from expected. Those Trump tax cuts are the reason we have the deficits, which is what they always usually complain about. Mr. Speaker, I would ask whether my colleague's ready to close. Mr. Speaker, it's clear, Right. Mr. Speaker, it's clear that today's legislative calendar highlights the very distinct differences in priorities and values between Democrats and Republicans. Democrats, we're committed to putting people over politics. We're dedicated to lowering costs for everyday Americans, to raising the middle class, to growing that middle class, and to investing in our communities. On the other hand, Republicans don't have much of an agenda other than chaos and trying to win the next election. The SALT Marriage Penalty Elimination Act is a Band-Aid on a wound that Republicans inflicted on the American people when they passed the Trump tax cuts. It's not the kind of emergency that should be taking up our time when we don't have a budget, when we can't pay our bills in a couple of weeks, when we have Putin possibly winning a war in Ukraine. But here we are, taking that up and taking up a non-binding resolution about President Energy's policies that ignore how much we've invested in clean energy, how many jobs we created in the energy sector, and how we are lowering prices. That's putting people and our planet first. Their non-binding resolution does nothing. Republicans keep taking up our time, doing nothing on this House floor. We should be on the House floor this week talking about funding the government. The American people deserve more than the political stunts and the partisan gridlock that comes out of this wonderful, beautiful people's house. This people's house where last Congress we got so much done. We invested in our infrastructure. We invested in our communities. We saved America from the economic catastrophe that we were facing coming out of that pandemic. We did so much then, and we've done so little now. What contrast. But in the face of chaos and dysfunction, I and everybody in my Democratic caucus remain steadfast in our commitment to progress and prosperity for all Americans. The bills that we will be taking up if this rule passes, they keep defeating their rules. They won't be doing that. A teeny tiny little Band-Aid on a big open wound. This rule is all about politics and not about people. Let's reject the rule and put people over politics. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question and the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time. Today, we've heard plenty of arguments and weak accusations pushing back on a necessary piece of legislation that provides relief for hardworking, middle-class Americans crushed by an economy racked with inflation and gouged by the failed tax and spend policies of state governments like my own state of New York. These aren't the richest of Americans we're talking about here. These are everyday families who just want to achieve the American dream in an economy ravaged by skyrocketing costs in state and local governments that play to the whims of the radical left. Congress has an opportunity today to make a straightforward, reasonable fix that will make an enormous difference in the finances and the futures of these hardworking Americans in states across this great country. And Mr. Speaker, we also have the opportunity to send a powerful message from this chamber today to the Biden administration and to the world that Congress does not endorse and, in fact, condemns the president's decision to bring our nation's LNG exports to a screeching halt. And with that, I strongly urge the passage of this rule. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Nays, Mr. Speaker.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question are postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 1009 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 63, House Resolution 1009. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill H.R. 7176 to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. And 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts and my good friend, pending which time I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this rule and in support of the underlying legislation. House Resolution 1009 provides for consideration of H.R. 7176, which is the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2024. Under a closed rule, with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees, and provides for 1 motion to recommit. Mr. Speaker, since President Biden took office, he has waged a war on American energy independence while supporting policies that have emboldened Vladimir Putin, the Ayatollah of Iran, and the dictator in communist China, Chairman Xi. Don't believe me? Let's go through some of the facts. President Biden greenlit the Nord Stream 2 pipeline to provide Russian gas to Europe at the same time that he blocked the Keystone XL pipeline here at home. He has proposed and enacted rules that have devastated clean coal-fired power plants, while China approves 2 coal power plants a week. He has depleted the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to its lowest levels since 1983 and sent millions of barrels of oil to where? Communist China. And on the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, almost as if he were trolling patriotic Americans and the families of victims of 9/11, he turned around and unfroze on that same day $6 billion in oil sanctions to Iran. Then just days later, the Iranians turned around and helped fund a horrific medieval barbaric attack on our number one ally, the State of Israel. The Biden administration's policies have truly embodied the slogan, America last. But that's not it. You might be thinking there can't be more that he has done to devastate energy production and harm ourselves and our allies. But wait, there's more, and we're going to talk about it right now. Just last month, this administration announced an indefinite pause in new approvals of liquefied natural gas exports. This deeply concerning decision puts American family-sustaining jobs and the security of not only ourselves but our allies and other partners around the globe at risk. In the wake of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine, our European allies have nearly tripled their import of U.S. LNG while significantly reducing their reliance on Russian natural gas. Studies have shown that LNG exports can provide upwards of $73 billion to the U.S. economy by 2040, create an additional 450,000 jobs, and help reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. Yet, Biden and his administration have tried to put a stop to all that. This administration's actions will undoubtedly cause significant disruptions to the United States and global economies. And let me be clear about one thing. The only people who stand to benefit from this decision are people based in Beijing, Tehran, and Moscow. Well, and maybe white affluent suburbs that vote for Joe Biden and they want to feel good about themselves. But other than that, no one else benefits from this decision. That's why if House Republicans are bringing to the floor this week, that's why we're bringing that floor this week, the bipartisan Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act of 2024, which ends the Biden administration's ban on LNG exports and streamlines the permitting process by removing the Department of Energy from the approval process. This week's vote will be very clear. Do you support American workers and American energy, or do you support authoritarian and communist regimes abroad? I urge my colleagues to support this rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, let me say to my Republican friends, enough with the lectures. I just spent the last hour listening to the debate on the previous rule, where the Republicans were basically saying the Democrats had an obligation to fix what the Republicans screwed up to begin with, that we basically have to clean up their mess. And then I just heard the gentleman talk about, our obligation to our allies and as the basis for this crummy piece of legislation that we're now talking about. Really? To get a lecture from Republicans about our obligation to our allies, why they are blocking aid to Ukraine as we speak? The Senate, with a 70-vote margin, passed in a bipartisan way aid to provide essential aid to Ukraine so that Putin will not have a victory, will not invade Ukraine. So when I hear my friend talk about an obligation to our allies, I would urge him to ask his speaker to please let the House work its will to bring this bill to the floor. Let us have a vote. What we're talking about here today is ridiculous. Mr. Speaker, this will be the fourth time this Congress, that language either identical or nearly identical to this bill has been reported out of the Rules Committee. First, it passed as part of Republicans' destructive H.R. 1 energy package. Then Republicans tried to pass it as a standalone bill, but had to pull the rule for the bill from the floor because they didn't have the votes. The third time the bill was put on the floor, but it failed to pass because the MAGA clown show threw a fit after not getting what they wanted. And now here we are again for the fourth time. Now, I don't know if my Republican friends have looked at the calendar recently, but Groundhog Day was actually last week. I mean, maybe they think this is Nick at Night and they want to start airing more reruns. But this is Congress. This is Congress. Congress. And the American people vote for us and they pay us because they expect us to work together to get things done. Now, the only real difference this fourth time around is that Republicans, and you really can't make this stuff up, but Republicans blocked Democratic amendments that were made in order the last two times. The last two times this bill came through the committee, they made two Democratic amendments in order. And now they've been blocked because this is a completely closed rule. And last night I asked my colleagues across the aisle, why? Why did you block two Democratic amendments that were germane, that were made in order, and the previous times we looked at this bill? And nobody could answer. My Republican friends just kind of looked at each other and shrugged. Now, I'm assuming it must have been a directive of the Speaker. Maybe Speaker Johnson decided that he doesn't even want to pretend to care about bipartisanship anymore. And that's why he told Republicans to block Democratic amendments that were made in order in previous rules. So we are dealing with a completely closed rule. And the worst part is that this whole circus is for a garbage LNG bill. You know who's happy about this Republican LNG bill, Mr. Speaker? Big oil CEOs, fossil fuel tycoons. China is thrilled with what my Republican friends are doing today. Wall Street is applauding them. This bill is awful for hardworking American families. It's awful for people who are worried about high energy prices. And it's awful for our climate. The American people are worried about climate change. They say we need action. Now, I don't know if my Republican colleagues got the memo, but climate change is real. And thankfully, President Biden is doing something about it. And Republicans still can't answer another simple question from us. Why do they want to turn LNG into a Wild West that mimics the oil market? For people that are sick of OPEC and Russia fixing the prices that we pay at the pump every day, like I am, just know that this bill makes it easier for that to happen with LNG. Now, Republicans talk a big game on China. Their bill helps China, and it helps other adversaries who rely on American LNG imports. The truth is, this is just another handout to the GOP's best friends. They want to make sure that big energy CEOs and corporations can pad their pockets while raising prices on all of us. Follow the money. Look who contributes to them. And that tells you all you need to know about why we are dealing with this bill today. This entire week is just a masterclass in Republican incompetence. My friend across the aisle tells us routinely how crucial their bills are, how important they are. And then the bills are defeated, not by Democrats, but by Republicans. Republicans just wasted time debating a rule that would bring to the floor a one-year limited fix to the salt problem that they created with their Trump tax scam. They caused the problem. And now we are debating a rule that they didn't even have the votes for last week and is likely to fail on the floor today. Now, last night, they impeached Secretary Mayorkas by one vote. One vote. They had to rush and redo that one before Tom Suozzi was sworn in. And the Rules Committee is supposed to meet on a new FISA bill later today, our third attempt at that this Congress. Maybe this one will pass, who knows. Again, everything we are doing this week is a rerun. Another impeachment vote, the FISA bill, the SALT bill, this LNG bill, all because Republican leadership keeps bringing half-baked ideas to the floor without knowing exactly where their own conference stands. Didn't work the first time, or sometime even the second or third time. Guess we have to do it again. Look at what's going on in this country. My Republican friends are barely hanging on to this majority by their fingernails. You would think, Mr. Speaker, that Republicans would look at the results of last night's election and have a come-to-Jesus moment. The American people are rejecting Republican extremism. They are voting against Republicans' cynical move to tank the bipartisan border deal. I mean, I don't know if you looked at some of the exit polls and some of the commentary about people who were voting yesterday. People are puzzled why my Republican friends made such a big deal about the border crisis, and then you have a bipartisan border deal that is negotiated in the Senate, and then the Speaker of the House says it will never see the light of day, and we don't need any legislation. People are seeing through this cynicism. People are against the sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. What a offensive waste of time that was yesterday. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe MAGA-based donors are impressed by that kind of behavior, but does nothing about anything at the border. It's more grandstanding. People are sick of that. And here's the deal. People actually want Republicans to work with Democrats to get stuff done. What a radical idea. They're coming to Congress that people would try to work together to pass legislation to help improve the lives of the people we represent. But that's not what this is today. That's not what we've been seeing the last several months. You know, I pointed this out the other day, but I think it's worth repeating again. You know, the Rules Committee is kind of the traffic cop of Congress. Almost every major piece of legislation that comes to the floor goes to the Rules Committee. You know, certainly legislation of consequence. And the last time the Rules Committee brought a bill to the House floor that actually became law, that was signed, passed the Senate and signed by the President, was not like 9 months ago. So all this time bringing these messaging bills to the floor, you know, the impeachment of Mayorkas, all this garbage that is being brought to the floor, and none of it becomes law. I mean, like, why are you here? Why are you here? You know, Mr. Speaker, we are here today considering the same old bills over and over and over again because the Republican Party has nothing to offer but chaos, confusion, and disarray. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot to rebut there, but let's just start with the notion that we're here passing the same bill over and over again. Simply not true. We're here for one reason and one reason only, and that's because last month, Biden and the far-left radical Democrats catered to their base and put an indefinite ban on LNG exports. Again, as I said in my opening, this is going to hurt American workers. This is going to hurt our allies and partners around the world. And if you're worried about carbon emissions, it's going to be bad for the environment. And who benefits from this? The people that benefit from this are Putin, the dictator in communist China, Xi, and the Ayatollah in Iran. They're the only three that benefit from this. The loser, again, the American worker and our allies abroad. So if you support dirty Russian and Iranian oil and gas, then go ahead, vote against this bill. But know that your vote supports them. If you support American energy and the American worker, then vote for this bill. That's why we're here today. Now, to talk about this being a handout to Wall Street and big corporations, I tell my colleague across the aisle that early 2000s want their Democratic Party back because last time I checked, we are now the party that supports the people that shower after work, not before. They are the party of Wall Street. We're the party of Main Street. When President Biden took office, you can look at what he did. What he did was detrimental to Main Street, detrimental to American workers, very beneficial to corporate America, very beneficial to Wall Street. When President Biden took office, inflation was at 1.4%. Since then, Prices have risen 17.9%. That includes 28.6% increase in electricity, a 20% increase in food prices, an 18% increase in rent prices. Now, if you factor in inflation, wages have actually fallen 4% since Biden took office. For 26 straight months, inflation has outpaced wage growth. Last October, mortgages rates hit a 23-year high. Today, Americans are spending just about $12,000 more per year just to buy the basics. That's like coming and saying, we're going to take $1,000 out of your paycheck every month just to keep up with Bidenomics. And who does that hurt? It doesn't hurt the executive working at BlackRock that sends money to the Democratic Party. It doesn't hurt the fat cats running corporation. It hurts the supporters, the American workers, the base of the Republican Party. That's who pays the price for this. So to say that we are somehow concerned with Wall Street, that's their party. We're worried about Main Street on this side of the aisle. Now, talking about Republicans not wanting to support our allies abroad, maybe I was asleep last week when the Democrats voted down a clean Israel aid package, because that aid package would have helped our allies abroad. So I'm not sure who my friend is talking about when he's saying that we don't want to help our allies abroad. It's very clear that we are the party that wants to support democracy abroad. But if you look at this, the LNG issue is one of the most beneficial things we can do for our allies in Europe in particular. Despite disaster after disaster on the foreign stage, this could actually help alleviate it. Let's just talk about Biden's disasters on the international stage. Biden's foreign policy has led to, and I'll list it, a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan that killed 13 Americans. And by the way, my friends across the aisle claim they care about women and children. You know who's paying the price for Biden's disaster in Afghanistan right now? All the women that had rights when we were there, and all the children that now have to grow up under a medieval style rule of the Taliban. But then Biden's disaster just didn't stop with Afghanistan. He also emboldened Iran to unleash a proxy network that killed American troops in the Middle East, 3 brave service members lost in Jordan from Iran's aggression, for example. And also, he's had a failure to protect commercial shipping in the Red Sea from ragtag Houthi rebels, which Biden delisted from the terrorist organization list. This shouldn't be surprising, though. Former President Obama's own defense secretary commented that Joe Biden has been wrong on every single foreign policy decision he has ever made. I would submit to you that this LNG export ban is in that list of decisions that Biden has made for foreign policy that's simply wrong. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Pennsylvania just kind of regurgitated a whole bunch of statistics. I'm not going to rebut every single one of them, but you know, he went through a whole litany of things that are wrong with our country. Well, you know what? Here's a novel idea for Republicans. Rather than just complain, maybe actually try to find some solutions. You know, if all the things the gentleman says are problems that we need to deal with, here's a suggestion. Get about the business of passing legislation in a divided Congress to fix them. You know, this is the least productive Congress, I think, in decades, in my lifetime. I don't know. It's you know, I think since the Great Depression. I mean, my friends have done nothing. They've done nothing. They come to the floor and they complain. This is not just a do-nothing Congress. This is a do-nothing Congress over and over and over and over again. I mean, we're doing reruns this week. We've dealt with this legislation. This is the 4th time we're dealing with it. And I predict that we'll probably deal with it a 5th and a 6th and a 7th and 8th time, you know, before the end of the year when hopefully your majority comes to an end. And I don't want to be lectured about jobs from somebody who supported Donald Trump, who when was president had the worst job record since the Great Depression. And I don't want to be lectured about blue-collar workers. I come from an area in Massachusetts where we actually stand proudly with our unions, something that my Republican colleagues fight against every single day in this chamber. So please. And I was just giving some friendly advice to the gentleman based on the results of last night's election, which my Republican friends were predicting a victory. But I'm saying that the reason why you did not win last night is because people think that what you're doing is not the right thing. Your ideas are unpopular, and they're sick of the incompetence and the inaction. They're sick of the complaining and no solutions. You complain about the border. Democrats and Republicans work together in the Senate to come up with a bill. Maybe it's not everything you want, but it was negotiated by some pretty conservative right-wing Republicans. And rather than bringing it to the House floor so we can have a debate and a vote, the Republican Speaker and the leadership says, no, it's not allowed to be considered on the House floor. And again, the gentleman talks about national security. I just, none of us can understand the game that Republicans are playing with Ukraine. I mean, how can you do this to the Ukrainian people? I mean, playing into the hands of Vladimir Putin. I mean, are Republicans cheering a Putin victory against Ukraine? If so, that's sick. I mean, the Senate passed this overwhelmingly in a bipartisan manner, and the Speaker said it's dead on arrival. We can't even consider it here. And I just want to also say, because I think it's important for the record, last night in the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon of Pennsylvania offered an amendment to the rule to make an order, Amendment number 2 to H.R. 7176, offered by Representative Houlihan, which requires the Commission to deny applications with regards to covered foreign countries, including China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran, as well as foreign entities owned by, controlled by, or subject to the jurisdiction or direction of the government of those countries. You know what, Mr. Speaker? It was defeated, 4-9. Mr. Burgess, Mr. Reschenthaler, Ms. Fischbach, Mr. Massey, Mr. Norman, Mr. Roy, Ms. Houchin, Mr. Langworthy, Chairman Cole, all voted no. All voted against making that amendment in order, which would have made sure that none of these countries that I just mentioned would benefit in any way, shape, or form. So sometimes we come to the floor and we debate these issues, and I'm not quite sure, whether we're dealing in reality or an alternative universe. But the bottom line is, if the gentleman cared about the things he just said, why couldn't we make this amendment in order and have an up or down vote on it? Why was this such a radical idea? Why was this such a bad thing to do? I mean, in any event. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, a great colleague, Mr. Ryan.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too tall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. I don't get up very often and speak on much on the floor, to be honest. What I heard in the few minutes here from my colleagues is, as the gentleman from Massachusetts said, the greatest hits, the recurring talking points over and over and over that are completely disconnected from where constituents in my district in the Hudson Valley of New York are on a whole host of issues. People that want us to actually fix problems, and specifically people that want us to stand up for freedom and democracy in the face of rising authoritarian axis around the world. And instead of doing any of that, we're debating these same bills over and over and over. We should be voting right now to stand strong with our democratic, small d democratic allies around the world, from Europe to the Middle East to the Indo-Pacific. I'm not going to read this letter, but as I was walking here, I received a letter from one of my constituents, an 18-year-old young man. I'm not going to say his name and embarrass him without his permission, from Warwick, New York, who I had the incredible honor to nominate to the United States Military Academy at West Point, my alma mater, all of us have been in these weeks giving these nominations to great American young men and women that even in a time of incredible risk and danger around the world are willing to stand up. He said, "I now fully realize why I want to serve my country, why I need to serve my country." How are we going to send our young men and women into uniform, into harm's way, without looking them in the eye and saying, we stand for something. We stand for democracy. We stand for freedom. That's why I signed up and raised my right hand and took the oath as a commissioned officer in the United States Army. But instead of doing that, by ignoring the Senate, the bipartisan Senate bill to provide support to our allies, instead of doing that.
An additional 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Instead of keeping faith with our allies in Ukraine, who against all odds and against all expectations have stood proudly and strongly and continue to do so, instead of doing that, instead of voting to send them the support they need to have our allies back, we're debating this same stuff over and over. And we all know why. At the direction of one former president, for political, selfish reasons, the same person who called my brothers and sisters in arms suckers and losers. He's now the puppet master as Putin gets every single thing he wants. How can I look this young man in the eye and all the people that we're sending to our service academies, to all of our services, when we can't even have a vote? If you don't want to vote for democracy and freedom, fine, but at least be proud enough and brave enough to stand on the floor of the House of Representatives and let your constituents know that. So, Mr. Speaker, I won't use the full balance of the time that the gentleman yielded additional time. I just strongly urge all of my colleagues, not as partisans, not as politicians, but as patriots, demand a vote on this bill and stand and be counted. Stand with our allies in Europe. Stand with our allies in the Middle East and against Iran. Stand with our allies in the Indo-Pacific. That is what we owe the American people. And yield back to my colleague from Massachusetts.
Does the gentleman, do you relinquish the rest of your time? Yeah, you're going to reserve?
Yes.
Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. Again, there's a lot to rebut there. You want to talk about Trump and foreign policy? Let's talk about it. You know, it's not a coincidence that under the Obama administration, you had an aggressive Russia moving into Crimea. And then you have 4 years where Russia does not invade any of their neighbors. Enter Joe Biden and the radical Democrats, and Vladimir Putin senses the weakness of Joe Biden and invades Ukraine. So I'll take President Trump's record on the foreign stage over Joe Biden's record any day of the week. And to suggest that President Trump doesn't care about the military and about advancing American interests abroad, I'd remind the gentleman, maybe he forgot, that it was President Trump who took out Soleimani. It's President Trump who took out al-Baghdadi. It was President Trump that debilitated and destroyed ISIS. And it was President Trump who brought forward the Abraham Accords that actually brought the promise of peace and stability to the Middle East. So, yeah, I'll take President Trump's foreign policy any day of the week, and the Ukrainians probably would too, the Israelis would too, and so would the Taiwanese. Now, the comment about authoritarian regimes and this bill benefiting authoritarian regimes, completely the opposite. If we limit our export of LNGs, the demand for LNGs abroad is not going to go away. That is fantasy land. Our allies will still need liquefied natural gas, but instead of having the benefit of buying it from places like Pennsylvania and Oklahoma, our allies will have to buy it from places like Russia, Tehran, Venezuela, for example. So who are you supporting when you ban the export of LNG? I would submit to you that you're supporting the authoritarian regimes that you proclaim to despise. My friend and colleague, I do consider him a friend, from Massachusetts, made a comment that we're operating under a different set of facts. It's like we're looking at two different fact patterns. And that might be right, but I think we're looking at two different decades. Again, this is no longer 2006. This is a new Democratic Party. This is a Democratic Party made up of radical extremists, leftists, and the Republican Party has also shifted. And in that, there was a comment about union jobs. It's pretty clear that where the Democrats stand on union jobs when literally day number one of the Biden administration, right out of the gate, he cancels the Keystone XL pipeline. With that, you know how many union jobs were lost? Over 60,000 union jobs gone. So the guy that's driving the EV to the yoga class, he might be happy that the Keystone XL pipeline went down, but that's the guy that has the Riding with Biden bumper sticker on his car. The guy that is actually driving to work in a truck, that's the guy that's voting Republican. So different set of facts. I suggest a different decade. It's a new Republican Party, and it's a new Democratic Party for sure. Those union workers are voting Republican. Now, let's talk about what we've done in Congress so far. It's hard to prove a negative, but in some ways, we can talk about the rush to the Green New Deal and us preventing a rush to the Green New Deal. See, if the Democrats were in power right now, we'd be all in on the disastrous policies of the Green New Deal, which does nothing but benefit China. But because we are in the majority, we've been able to stop extreme left positions and ideas. And again, let's go back to the Green New Deal. The path forward for the Green New Deal has been propped up by adversaries like China. And why is that? It's because we rely on China for critical minerals. We need those critical minerals to build everything from an electronic vehicle to a solar panel to windmills. And Biden's administration, by the way, openly admits this. According to his own Interior Secretary, the administration's rush to green policies has further our dependence on China. She said that in a hearing, by the way, in the Appropriations Subcommittee on Interior. And you know what? She's right about that. China accounts for 63% of the world's rare earth mining, 85% of rare earth processing, and 92% of rare earth magnet production. And while Democrats hamper our domestic energy production, China is busy emitting more greenhouse gases than the US, the entire EU, and Japan combined. And they're the ones that are bringing 2 coal-fired power plants online every week, 2 a week. That's China. So it's clear when the White House and congressional Democrats push for the Green New Deal, they're actually absolutely colorblind. What they really are pushing for is a red New Deal that benefits our number one adversary, China. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining?
12 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Speaker, boy, that's a lot to try to wrap my head around listening to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. So this is not just kind of reruns week in terms of legislation, it's reruns week in terms of talking points. You know, the previous president, Mr. Trump, who my Republican friends are so enamored with, let me just remind you of some of what he was all about. Called President Xi brilliant. He said he got love letters from Kim Jong-un of North Korea. And then he said we fell in love. Like, who says that? Says President Orban is one of the strongest leaders in the country. Can't say enough things nice about Vladimir Putin. And, you know, while he was president, Vladimir Putin was planning his invasion of Ukraine. And the other day, Trump says, you know what, if NATO doesn't do what I want, then I don't care whether or not Putin invades them. Like, who says that? You know, Biden has united the world against Putin's aggression in Ukraine. And rather than helping Ukraine stand up to Vladimir Putin, my friends on the other side of the aisle are basically giving him a gift. They're denying essential aid to help the Ukrainian people repel a violent and vicious attack by Vladimir Putin. What is wrong with this place, Mr. Speaker, that this is where we are? I mean, I don't know whether my friend from Pennsylvania supports the Ukrainian people in their struggle to prevent Russia from invading them or not. If he does, then he should join with us and say, let's have a vote. I mean, they're literally down to bullets. Putin is ecstatic. Putin is thrilled that the Republican leadership in this Congress is holding up aid that will prevent Ukraine from being able to repel a Russian invasion. Putin is thrilled. I mean, so please, give me a break. Putin is a thug. He's a dictator. He is trying to recreate an old empire. And the idea that people in this chamber are sitting by and saying, okay, do whatever you want. I never ever thought we would ever get to this point. But here we are. And we're debating a bill for the fourth time that is going nowhere. And my friends are pretending like it's some big deal. It's a nothing burger. And yet we can't bring legislation to the floor to help the Ukrainian people. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my friend across the aisle that when President Trump was naming those world leaders were actually alive. Let's talk about Ukraine aid. I don't know if my friend knows my record, but pretty hard to find somebody that's more hawkish on Russia than me. The difference with my position is I'm consistent. My friends across the aisle are not. It's amazing the same people that are calling for a blank check for Zelensky, saying that it'll take as long as it takes. Those are the same people that are telling our allies in Israel that are under attack every single day from the north, south, and west. They're telling our allies, you need an off-ramp. You need to turn it down. And they're the ones that voted against a clean Israel aid package just that last week. So I'm very proud to be consistent. I don't like Russians in Ukraine, and I also don't like Hamas attacking Israel. I wish that consistency were across the aisle. I think my friends, though, are too beholden to their radical, anti-Israel, far-left radical base. But let's also talk about, if we want to talk about Biden failures, there's more than just foreign policy. Let's talk about the border crisis. Joe Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, I would submit to you, have intentionally left the southern border open. Under President Trump's leadership, America had never had a single month of over 150,000 illegal border crossings. That it never crossed that threshold. Under Joe Biden, do you know what the number is? 34. It's as if it's intentionally leaving the border open. This is an absolute dereliction of duty by Mayorkas and Joe Biden, and it's because they are beholden to their far-left, radical, extremist base. And just how bad is this? Let's be clear. On day number one, this administration put in motion a border agenda which endangers our national security, exacerbates our fentanyl crisis, and puts our communities at risk. You want to talk about more numbers? Every single day, roughly 300 Americans die of fentanyl overdoses. It happens every day. That would be like a commercial airliner once a day going down, and my friends across the aisle not caring about it or saying anything about it. It's amazing the silence on the fentanyl issue. So it didn't have to be this way. Joe Biden could have had remain in Mexico. He could have had catch and release. He could have done numerous executive orders that President Trump did. But Joe Biden and Mayorkas, and again, the extreme radical Democrats, have refused to do anything to secure the border. But here to add more is my good friend from New York. I yield my good friend, Mr. Langworthy, 3 minutes.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for yielding me the time. I rise in strong support of the rule and the underlying legislation, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act. The decision by the Biden administration to halt the export of American LNG will only further cripple our economy by killing good-paying jobs, driving energy costs even higher for hardworking families, and inflicting more pain on American business. We cannot cut off LNG exports, regulate natural gas out of existence, and lock away America's natural resources without inflicting enormous long-term pain on American families and communities. The Department of Energy announced that this, quote, pause on LNG exports allows for the department to assess the impacts of these exports on climate and consumer costs. Yet with this pause in exports, Americans are expected to see gas prices soar, making it more expensive than ever for hardworking families and businesses, big and small, to survive in the Biden economy. A pause in shipping LNG to our closest friends and allies in Europe and Asia and elsewhere further emboldens our greatest adversaries on the world stage. At a time when the president is pushing for more funding for the Ukraine, it's disingenuous that he's turning around and forcing our allies to rely on Russia for natural gas. This pause is incredibly short-sighted, and it undermines everything this country stands for. It's absolutely disgusting that President Biden has chosen to appease the woke mob that runs his party instead of doing what's right for our nation. The American people are sick and tired of the Biden's America Last policies. We must end the Biden administration's all-out war on American energy. The future of our economy depends on it. And for that reason, I strongly support this legislation and the rule before us today, and I urge its adoption. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, what the American people are sick of is all of this. I mean, the disingenuousness of what is being said here, it takes my breath away. I mean, my gentleman talks about the border, and then there's a bipartisan border deal negotiated by conservative Republicans, and because Donald Trump says we'd rather have an election issue than actually do anything, the Speaker decides to pull it. You know, the same with our allies. The idea is that Vladimir Putin has viciously attacked Ukraine, and my Republican friends are standing by and cheering Putin on. I can't believe we are at the point we are at in this Congress. What the American people are sick of is this do-nothing Republican majority, and can't wait, quite frankly, to replace this current regime, as evidenced by the election last night. And let me ask unanimous consent to insert an article from Newsweek entitled, "Chip Roy Furiously Tears into Fellow Republicans." Mr. Roy took to the floor and said, quote, "One thing, I want my Republican colleagues to give me one thing, one, that I can go campaign on and say we did. One, anybody sitting in the complex, if you want to come down to the floor and come explain to me one material, meaningful, significant thing the Republican majority has done," end quote. Frankly, it seems like my fellow colleague on the Rules Committee and I agree on something. Republican majority has been useless, has done nothing. You know, unless you enjoy lurching from crisis to crisis or peddling sham impeachments. I reserve my time.
Without objection. Without objection.
Thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate it. You know, let's just go through, let's refocus this debate on what we're here to discuss, and that's LNG exports, making sure that we're exporting clean, liquefied natural gas from the United States to our allies abroad. Let's talk about LNG export stats. In 2021, Russian gas accounted for more than 40% of the European Union's gas supply, 40%. Today, roughly 10% of the EU's natural gas supply still comes from Russia, a share that could be lowered further with U.S. LNG. In 2022, the U.S. surged more than 800 LNG cargoes to Europe, a 141% increase from 2021. In December 2023, more than 87% of the U.S. LNG exports went to the European Union, the United Kingdom, or Asian markets. U.S. LNG has helped reduce natural gas prices in Europe by over 83% from 2022 levels following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. American LNG has 41% lower life cycle emissions than compressed natural gas from Russia. The Department of Energy estimates that LNG exports could add between $50 to $73 billion, that's billion dollars, to the U.S. economy by 2040, and create between 200,000 and 500,000 jobs, as well as increase downstream industries like manufacturing. The top 5 importers of U.S. LNG are South Korea, Japan, France, the United Kingdom, and Spain. So by standing against LNG exports, you're reversing all this good that's coming from it. You're making our allies more dependent on Russia. You're hurting the environment because you're having our allies burn Russian gas that is 40% dirtier than any LNG that's coming from the United States. And you're standing in the way of American jobs and the American economy by the devastating impact of stopping our LNG exports. But just don't take my word for it. Let's go through some quotes on LNG exports. Let's look at our European allies and what they say. Here's what Eurogas said, and I quote, "If additional U.S. LNG export capacities don't materialize, it could risk increasing and prolonging the global supply imbalance. This would inevitably prolong the period of price volatility in Europe and could lead to price increases with the consequent implications that would have for economic turmoil and social impact," end quote. And again, that's Eurogas. That's our European allies. That's not the Republican Party saying this. All right, let's talk about the Director General for Energy for the European Union. The director said, and I quote, "We do not have the abundance of energy sources in Europe. We need to rely on partners in the United States, and we need to become as resilient as possible within that reality," end quote. Again, what the director of the EU is saying is if they don't have LNG from the United States, they're going to go elsewhere. Where is that elsewhere? That elsewhere is Russia. Let's look at industry. My good friend Toby Rice, the CEO of EQT, has said, and I quote, "These types of executive orders send a chilling effect through the industries and investors," end quote. And again, that's Toby Rice, the CEO of EQT, the largest LNG exporter in the United States. The American Petroleum Institute, American Exploration and Production Council, and other industry leaders have said, quote, "Any action to halt U.S. LNG export approvals would be a major mistake that puts American jobs and allies at risk while undermining," wait for it, "global climate goals," end quote. And let's end with our friends from across the aisle. What are Democrats saying about LNG exports? Well, Secretary of State Antony Blinken says, and I quote, "The U.S. is now the leading supplier of LNG to Europe to help compensate for any gas or oil that is losing as a result of Russia's aggression against Ukraine," unquote. So it would stand to reason that if you want to help Russia and do exactly the opposite of what Blinken is saying, you would stop LNG exports from the United States. All right, let's look at what Secretary Granholm has said. I quote, "I believe U.S. LNG exports can have an important role to play in reducing international consumption of fuels that have greater contribution to greenhouse gas emissions," end quote. That was Secretary Granholm, not exactly a right-winger. So again, if you are against this bill, you're against all these individuals that are speaking up for U.S. LNG exports. But to add more to the conversation, I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from the state of Missouri, 3 minutes to my good friend, Representative Mark Alford.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you to my friend from Pennsylvania. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to support the rule and to address a pressing issue affecting each and every American, our energy security. You see, Mr. Speaker, energy is not a luxury. It is the bedrock of our nation's strength. It heats our homes, it cooks our food, and fuels our travels. And yet our energy independence is threatened as domestic energy producers face unprecedented challenges. The pause on LNG exports permits empowered countries like Russia and Iran and hurts our allies who depend on U.S. energy. And this is precisely why we need this legislation unlocking our Domestic LNG Potential Act. We have witnessed a regulatory assault that has stifled investment. It has spiked energy prices. It has hit families where it hurts the most, in their pocketbooks and purses. Remember, American-produced LNG is cleaner, with 41% lower life cycle emissions than Russian gas. But now, because of a political stunt by the President of the United States, our Strategic Petroleum Reserve is at its lowest level since 1980s. And this just is not an environmental issue. It's an economic and security crisis. The energy sector supports millions of American jobs and has been the engine of our economy. But the current policies risk these jobs and our growth, Madam Speaker. This is not about politics. This is about our very survival as a nation. We must act, and we must act now. We must support policies that bolster American energy, support our American allies, and ensure our American security. By doing so, we uphold the American legacy of resilience and ensure a prosperous future for all American citizens. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves.
No, Madam Speaker, just two quick things. I'd like to correct myself. I said EQT is the largest exporter. They're the largest producer in the United States. And I'd like to inform my friend across the aisle that we have no more speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman,
and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I yield myself the remaining time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, my friend from Pennsylvania talked about his good friend, some CEO of some LNG corporation that he's worried about. You know what? I'm more worried about the consumers in this country who will see their energy costs rise potentially if this bill were ever to become law. And I want to make two quick points, is that this bill is going nowhere because it's written in such a way that it will not get bipartisan support in the House or in the Senate, and certainly will not make it to the President's desk and will not be signed into law. So for the fourth time, I'll say that this bill is going nowhere, and this is a colossal waste of time. The second thing, the point I want to make, is this Congress is doing nothing, not only on energy, but it is doing nothing on everything that matters to the American people. My Republican friends have spent more time electing a speaker and then replacing a speaker and on useless, baseless impeachments than they have on actually legislating. Again, here's a radical idea. You know, we get elected to Congress, we should work together to try to pass legislation that becomes law, that will improve the quality of life of the people we represent. But that is something that is foreign to my friends on the other side of the aisle. Madam Speaker, you know, it has become a familiar pattern by now. We have a looming government shutdown. We have urgent issues at home that require congressional action. We have pressing national security challenges and wars abroad. And Republicans are wasting time on impeachment stunts, silly censures, and MAGA messaging bills. I mean, look, they have us here debating the same bill for the fourth time. We can pass it 4 times or 400 times. It doesn't matter because it's not written in a way that can become law in divided government. My friends won't admit that on the floor, but we all know it is true. Meanwhile, the Senate is sending us bipartisan bills that Speaker Johnson refuses to bring to the floor. You know, the Speaker doesn't seem to think that his job is to solve problems, but rather he thinks his job is to block bipartisan solutions. We had a bipartisan immigration solution. It was blocked. Well, guess what? My Republican friends now own the issue. You are responsible solely now for what's going on the border. You are responsible for the fentanyl crisis in this country. We had a bipartisan bill that was passed in the Senate to help aid our allies in Ukraine and in Israel. And the Republican leadership is blocking it, can't even get a vote. So you are responsible. My friends on the other side are responsible for basically setting the world afire right now, creating all this insecurity, and potentially giving Vladimir Putin, you know, a free pass to go in and to invade Ukraine. I never thought we would be at this point. The bottom line is this: Democrats want to work together with Republicans to get things done. They seem to be able to do that in the Senate. I never thought I'd ever say anything nice about the Senate, but they are working in a bipartisan way. You know, that's why President Biden had us sit down and negotiate a bipartisan border deal. That's why Democrats work with Republicans in the Senate to come up with a bipartisan deal to address our national security challenges. The Speaker of the House says, and I quote, "The House should work its will," end quote. And then the Republicans refuse to bring bipartisan bills up for a vote on the floor because they're afraid of MAGA, they're afraid of Trump, and they're afraid that these bills will pass. And having a campaign issue seems more important than solving a problem. It didn't work for my friends last night. So that this idea that my friends have about not solving problems, that somehow that's good for their election chances, it didn't seem to pan out last night. And what Republicans need to realize is that they control 1/2 of one branch of government, and only barely. They aren't dictators, at least not yet. They have a 2-seat majority in the House, 2 seats, because the American people voted against extremism last night. This bill that we're talking about here today, you know, the info commercials that are being delivered on the floor, they're going nowhere. The reason why my friends keep losing is they keep following the most extreme members of their conference. People don't want the solutions that Marjorie Taylor Greene brings before the Congress. They don't want a deranged former president who has been indicted more times than he's been elected to be calling the shots here. They want leaders that have vision, not petulant children that have nothing to offer but division. You know, Madam Speaker, my Republican friends lost last night for the same reason I believe you will lose in November. You have nothing to offer, nothing at all but division, chaos, and incompetence. And this is just a continuation of that. What is happening here is we are debating trivial issues passionately, but important ones not at all. There are important issues that we need to deal with and to debate and to legislate on right now that affect the people of this country, that affect people all over the world. And we're doing this, bringing back a bill for the fourth time. A bill that we all know is going nowhere because it has been written so poorly and in such a partisan fashion. If my friends you want to be serious about governing, you're going to have to learn to work with us. It is that simple. Take yes for an answer and work with us for the good of the American people. And with that, I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields. The members will be reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
You are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This administration's decision will have long-lasting impacts on the workforce, including union jobs that my Democratic friends across the aisle claim to care about. It will also have long-term lasting impacts on our country's long-term economic growth. That's why House Republicans will pass this legislation, which removes Biden's export regulations that add uncertainty to the market, that curtail production and decrease global price volatility prices at home and abroad. The underlying legislation lowers global emissions, strengthens energy security, and creates thousands of family-sustaining jobs. For those reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question and yes on the rule. I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentleman yields. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays have been requested. Those favoring a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares that the House is in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5375 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5375, a bill to require the strategy for bolstering engagement and cooperation between the United States, Australia, India, and Japan, and to seek to establish a Quad intra-parliamentary working group to facilitate closer cooperation on shared interests and values.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5375. The Chinese Communist Party is a generational threat and is becoming increasingly coercive toward its neighbors and other nations around the world. The Quadrilateral Dialogue, commonly known as the Quad, brings together the United States, Australia, Japan, and India, 4 nations that share democratic principles, respect for the rule of law, and a vision for the free and open Indo-Pacific. In the face of growing CCP aggression, it is more important than ever to foster strong, resilient ties with our Quad partners to combat malign CCP influence and protect democracy in the Indo-Pacific. That's why I support the Strengthening the Quad Act introduced by my colleague from New York, Ranking Member Meeks. This legislation will enhance Quad ties by ensuring regular engagement between the United States Congress and the legislatures of the Quad countries. It also requires the administration to provide Congress with a strategy for bolstering engagement and cooperation with the Quad. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. Together, we can more effectively counter coercion from any nation looking to dismantle democratic values and the rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of my bill, H.R. 5375, strengthening the Quad Act as amended, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in talking about this importance of this very bill, just a few minutes ago before coming to the floor, I had a meeting with the ambassador of Japan, Ambassador Yamada, who talked about the significance and the importance of interparliamentary conversation. And we talked about how today freedom and democracy around the world are under threat. According to the organization of Freedom House, the world has experienced 17 consecutive years of decline in global freedom as a result of war, coups d'etats, attacks on democratic institutions, and the rise of authoritarianism. To stem this illiberal tide, America must lead with our values and harness diplomacy like never before. This is especially important in the Indo-Pacific region, where America's presence, engagement, and alliance system have maintained peace and stability for decades. In fact, the ambassador also talked about how much he appreciated America being in the region and staying there and working collectively together. Today, China's growing global influence and authoritarian model is serving to undermine freedom in the Indo-Pacific and beyond. We need to work with fellow democracies in the region to showcase the heft of open markets and open societies. We need to demonstrate to the region that democracies can deliver real results. Consecutive U.S. administrations have utilized the quadrilateral dialogue with Japan, Australia, and India to enhance our diplomatic and development efforts in the Indo-Pacific. The Trump administration restarted the Quad, and President Biden elevated it to the leaders level, supercharging Quad diplomacy. Today, there is a strong bipartisan consensus. I work very closely with my colleagues on the other side, especially Chairman McCall, that the Quad is integral for a free and open Indo-Pacific. But to ensure the Quad's success and its longevity, we need a clear, long-term plan as well as political and institutional support in all 4 capitals. This is why H.R. 5375 calls on the State Department to develop a Quad strategy that focuses on building democratic coordination in the region for the long term. The strategy and report to Congress will allow successive administrations to chart forward-looking objectives and partner with Congress to best meet them. The bill also establishes a Quad intra-parliamentary working group to facilitate engagement and cooperation among the legislatures of the 4 democracies. Inter-parliamentary engagement will facilitate legislative input and strengthen oversight to enhance the Quad's effectiveness. It will also help to sustain political support and adequate resources for the Quad in all 4 countries. Plain and simple, Mr. Speaker, the world has shrunk, and working collectively together, the 4 countries, with the sharing the values that we have here in the United States, for the long term, is better for the security of all of us, and I believe will make the place that we call the planet Earth a better place, a safer place for all. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to join in supporting this measure, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will point out that the recently approved National Defense Authorization Act indeed pivoted our hard power, our military power, toward the Indo-Pacific. This is an important piece of building our alliances across the Indo-Pacific so that we can have a coherent, coordinated approach toward the CCP. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing. With growing instability in the Indo-Pacific and freedom under threat globally, the Quad is more important than ever for upholding regional rules and helping maintain stability. Regional rules, high values and standards, that's what this is all about. And that's why I'm thankful that we are able to work in a bipartisan manner, collectively together, speaking with one voice in the region and with our Quad partners. I thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I'm also thankful to President Biden for elevating the Quad to the leaders level. In less than 3 years, President Biden has held 5 Quad leaders summits with the leaders of Japan, Australia, and India. In the past 3 years, the Quad has initiated cooperation in a whole host of new areas, from infrastructure development and critical and emerging technologies to maritime issues and climate change. My bill, H.R. 5375, will ensure that the Quad is effective and sustainable, not just for today, not just for tomorrow, but for the long term. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank both President Trump and President Biden for their vision of the importance of the Indo-Pacific. And I again want to thank Ranking Member Meeks for introducing this bill, which was unanimously supported by the Foreign Affairs Committee at our markup. I support its passage and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5375 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without objection.
Mr. Speaker,
for what purpose?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 966.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 966, resolution condemning rape and sexual violence committed by Hamas in its war against Israel.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self, and the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning, each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of House Resolution 966. On October 7th, Israel suffered one of the worst days in its history, as over 1,200 innocent people were slaughtered in cold blood and more than 220 people taken hostage. In the days following the initial attack, Israeli police began gathering evidence of the atrocities committed that day. Since then, eyewitnesses from survivors and captured terrorists have confirmed that Hamas terrorists were ordered and encouraged to commit disgusting acts of sexual violence against Israeli civilians. And these gruesome assaults did not end on October the 7th. The Hamas terrorists that perpetuated this attack dragged innocent men, women, and children away from their families into dark, cold underground tunnels where they were kept hostage in brutal conditions. Only recently has it become clear that what kind of horrors the hostages faced in their captivity. Survivors have described the awful conditions they were kept in and the abuse they suffered underground, including instances of rape and sexual abuse. The UN and other international bodies have glossed over these atrocities and failed to fully condemn Hamas for its rape and sexual assault, despite purporting to stand for human rights. Today, we will unequivocally condemn sexual violence as a weapon of war by Hamas and all other depraved aggressors. I want to thank Congressman Frankel for introducing this resolution, which I am proud to support and which deserves our unanimous support. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 966, condemning rape and sexual violence committed by Hamas in its war against Israel. And I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I was proud to join my dear friend and colleague, Representative Lois Frankel of Florida, one of the strongest champions for the rights of women and girls around the world, in introducing this important bipartisan resolution. I'm also grateful to our colleagues, Representatives Mario Diaz-Balart and Jen Kiggins, for their leadership and commitment to raising awareness of the sexual and gender-based violence committed against Israeli women. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, Hamas terrorists invaded Israel, going house to house, murdering civilians, executing parents in front of their children, and massacring hundreds of young people at a music festival. In addition to the 1,200 people Hamas killed that day, it took an estimated 250 innocent civilians into Gaza, including women and children. Since that day, we have only begun to understand the full scale of the horrific sexual violence that Hamas used as a weapon of war against Israeli women in its attack. Just this morning, I heard firsthand testimonies of witnesses and saw photographs of Israeli women of all ages who were raped, mutilated, brutalized, burned, and killed in horrific and unimaginable ways. Every day, more and more evidence is surfacing of the widespread and deliberate sexual violence that is almost unspeakable in its brutality. This weaponized sexual violence should shock the conscience of the entire world. Despite all the evidence, however, some have minimized or outright denied the fact that Hamas used rape as a weapon of war on October 7th. The collective silence about this heinous sexual violence from groups around the world who purport to stand up for women's rights has been devastating. Groups including UN Women, which took months to issue a statement clearly condemning these despicable acts as evil. We are here today because we cannot and will not allow these horrific crimes to be denied. We must confront the terrible reality of what Hamas did in these attacks and the trauma inflicted on so many women and men. That is why this resolution unequivocally condemns these atrocities, calls on all international bodies to denounce them, and reaffirms that the U.S. House of Representatives stands with these victims just like we stand with all women who are survivors of rape and sexual violence. We remain deeply concerned for the women who are still among the hostages being held by Hamas. There is deep concern that these women are continuing to be sexually abused and may be pregnant. This House and this Congress must continue to do everything we can to get every single one of the remaining hostages released and home to their families. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from North Carolina yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas infiltrated Israel and brutally attacked and murdered thousands of men, women, children, babies, taking 240 hostages, and including those that were so unbelievably innocent. Women were beaten. Women were raped. They were paraded around covered in blood. Some were so brutally raped that their pelvises were broken. They begged for mercy, but none was given. They begged to die, but Hamas would not allow that until they were first dehumanized, beaten, and raped. Hamas celebrated. They celebrated and they took photos and videos of these horrific crimes. Families were forced to watch videos of their loved ones, their daughters, their babies, their wives, their mothers being brutalized, raped, and killed. Babies were decapitated. They were put in ovens. This was not a military operation. Hamas is not a military group. They are not freedom fighters. They are not fighting against oppression. They are nothing more than the face of evil. This vote is not complicated. You can vote to stand against rape, torture, and murder of women. You can vote to stop the innocent from being harmed. You can vote to stand alongside those who committed these horrific, evil crimes, or you can vote to say that it is awful. It is up to the men and women in this chamber. It is a simple choice. Every single member of Congress should acknowledge that these actions are despicable, barbaric, disgusting, and evil. Every single member of Congress should stand on this House floor and vote to condemn these violent acts and show your support for the innocent victims of these terrorists. Every single member of Congress must stand on the right side of history. I stand with Israel. I stand with these women, with these babies, with these mothers. I hope that we all do. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve. Back. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 5 minutes to my dear friend, the chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, the co-chair of the bipartisan Women, Peace, and Security Caucus, and the author of this resolution, Representative Lois Frankel of Florida.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising today not only as a member of this Congress, but as a mother and a grandmother. Mr. Speaker, there are some subjects that are so difficult to talk about, but it is our responsibility to do so. Today we shine a light on something very terrible: sexual violence used as a weapon of law. And today our usually divided House, with the support of our Speaker and the Democratic leaders and my friend Kathy Manning, Mario Diaz-Balart, Jen Kiggins, are presenting with 200, let me repeat that, 200 co-sponsors, both sides of the aisle, from all philosophical bents. A bipartisan resolution condemning sexual violence as a weapon of war and Hamas's despicable acts of rape and sexual violence in its war against Israel. And I want to do a special shout out to my good friend from Florida, Mayor Diaz-Balart, for his exceptional leadership, standing up for Israel and for the girls and women of this world. Mr. Speaker, today we mark 131 days since October 7th, when Hamas terrorists attacked Israel, mercifully killed 1,200 people, tortured and maimed thousands of others, taking 240 hostages. War is never nice, but some actions in war are so awful and so devoid of humanity, they are considered crimes. Hamas terrorist actions on October 7th and continuing are almost too difficult to speak about. Raping, mutilating, burning, and assaulting victims to inflict physical and psychological pain, unleashing trauma that continues to plague a grieving Israel. This is what Raz Cohn, a survivor who witnessed Hamas' brutal rampage, remembers. He said 5 men came out of a van. They captured a woman, ripping off her clothes as they formed a circle around her. One raped her and killed her with a knife. Then he raped her again. He said, I still remember her voice, screams without words, while Hamas just laughed. Raz's story is just one account of the widespread, unimaginable crimes Hamas committed. A well-known Israeli activist and actress, Noah Tisby, put it this way: these rapes were not spontaneous. They were planned. They were calculated. In fact, they were a priority. In their interrogations, captured Hamas terrorists calmly shared their orders to soil the women. They gang raped women to death. They shot them in the head while they were raping them. They stabbed them and shot them while raping them. They raped them next to bodies of those who had already been slaughtered. They sliced off their breasts. First responders found bodies with nails driven inside girls' vaginas. Mr. Speaker, with colleagues, I recently met with the parents of two young women kidnapped by Hamas, 19 and 20-year-old, both musicians, along 20 other young women. They are feared to be held still captive underground in Gaza, where air and food are scarce and abuse is abundant. They've been there 131 days. It's excruciating to imagine the horrors they're experiencing each day and the emotional torture of their families. And we must bring these hostages home now. Shockingly and alarmingly, Hamas' brutal violence has been met with a shrug from many corners in the world. Some even deny it. Sexual violence as a weapon of war has been used throughout history and around the world to terrorize and traumatize victims. But that doesn't make it okay. It must never be normalized. Our resolution makes it clear sexual violence is a crime against humanity. Our resolution condemns all rape and sexual violence as a weapon of war, including those acts committed by Hamas. It calls on all nations to criminalize rape and sexual assault. It calls on all international bodies to condemn Hamas' barbaric actions. It reaffirms our support for an independent investigation of rape and sexual violence committed by Hamas, and reaffirms our commitment to supporting survivors of rape and sexual violence. I urge all our members to join us in supporting this important amendment as a statement of humanity. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Yeah. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Representative Rashida Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All acts of sexual violence are horrific. We should all be fighting to end it here at home and all around the world. So while the resolution on the floor today rightfully denounces any sexual violence by Hamas, I'm disturbed that it completely ignores and erases any sexual violence and abuse committed by the Israeli forces against Palestinians, especially children. War crimes cannot justify more war crimes. We must stand up for everyone's safety and human rights, no matter their faith, no matter their ethnicity. There are numerous well-documented reports of sexual violence, including rape, committed by Israeli forces against Palestinians in their custody. Children detained and stripped to their underwear in public for the world to see. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit for the record a Haaretz article titled, "Settlers and Soldiers Abused Palestinians."
Without objection.
The UN and human rights groups have raised alarms for years, but Congress did nothing, never cared. We all have a responsibility to denounce sexual violence in all forms, regardless of who is responsible. This resolution falls well short of that responsibility, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas is
I
recognized.
reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, my friend, Representative Josh Gottheimer.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Representative Manning for yielding me time for her leadership, and Representative Frankel for her phenomenal leadership on this issue and so many others. And I rise today to urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in supporting a bipartisan resolution which forcefully condemns Hamas's use of rape and sexual violence of weapons of war on and since October 7th. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists invaded Israel and committed horrific and repulsive acts of violence, murder, and torture, including sexual assault, rape, and genital mutilation on babies, children, women, men, and the elderly, including Americans. These deliberate and targeted acts on civilians have been verified through the testimony of first responders, eyewitness accounts, CCTV, pictures, and forensic evidence. If that wasn't enough, Hamas terrorists even recorded their acts using cameras and the phones of their victims and cheered and celebrated as they did it. Then these terrorists proceeded to post these videos online and send them to the families of their victims who they mutilated and murdered. These terrorists didn't even try to cover up their heinous acts because they wanted the world to know what they did. They wanted the world to know what they would think is an acceptable way to treat Jewish people. Since then, they've promised more waves of violence and a second, third, and fourth October 7th. Who would do this? As a member of Congress of the House Intelligence Committee and as someone who has traveled to Israel since October 7th, I've seen these gut-wrenching videos and heard the testimony of survivors of the horrific acts of sexual violence and torture. These stories and images will stay with me forever. You can never forget seeing them. That's why I continue to wear this dog tag around my neck. It symbolizes the hostages that are still being abused and held by Hamas terrorists, including the Americans still kidnapped and all those who were victims on October 7th and experienced the most gruesome acts imaginable. Sexual violence, assault, and rape have no place in our world, and I'm shocked by those who continue to deny that these acts were used by Hamas as weapons of war against innocent civilians on October 7th. But yet there are those who equivocate about Hamas and the horrors they have committed. There should be no equivocation. Any equivocation is despicable. They are designated by the United States of America as foreign terrorist organizations, Hamas. They're terrorists, period. There's no argument to be had. In the past, the biased United Nations and its affiliated organizations have been quick to condemn acts of brutality, sexual violence, and rape around the globe. However, the response from UN Women, whose job is to defend and promote women's rights anywhere and everywhere, was egregiously late. I cannot fathom why an organization that exists for the sole purpose of advancing women's rights would hesitate, even a single second, to condemn the use of rape as a weapon of terror. There is no excuse. And there are those today who try to deny what Hamas did on October 7th. We see people constantly pumping misinformation on social media, including TikTok, which is controlled by the Chinese Communist government. They further spew anti-Semitism, anti-Israel rhetoric, and even denial of the acts of sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas terrorists. Sexual violence is a recognized war crime that must always be condemned. The silence and lies from those who continue to deny acts of sexual violence perpetrated by Hamas terrorists and those who vote against this resolution is unacceptable. To deny the events of October 7th is an insult to the many victims of extreme sexual violence in Israel that day, to those who remain hostage today, including Americans. We must get home. Mr. Speaker, today my colleagues have a chance to recognize the horrific sexual violence from Hamas terrorists on innocent civilians 131 days ago. I urge them all to vote for and help pass this bipartisan resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume for the purpose of closing.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to my colleagues who have spoken out and condemned the brutal sexual violence committed against Israeli women and girls on October 7th. With the passage of this important bipartisan resolution, we send a clear message that rape is wrong. The rape of Israeli women is wrong. The rape of all those brutalized during war is wrong. It must be called out and it must be condemned. The United States stands firmly against gender-based violence and sexual abuse of women by Hamas. Once again, I want to thank Representative Lois Frankel for her extraordinary leadership on this issue, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in support of this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Hamas' barbaric attack on Israel on October 7th can never be forgotten. The brutal torture, murder, and rape of innocents will forever go down as one of the worst terrorist attacks in the world's history. And we, as the United States, must stand against the use of sexual violence in any form as a weapon of war. We must continue to work for the safe return of all remaining hostages. It is essential that Congress stands united to show the world that we will not turn a blind eye while terrorists slaughter, torture, and rape innocents. I strongly support this resolution. I ask all of my colleagues in this House to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Therefore, the question is for the House. Will the House suspend the rules and agree to Resolution 966? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the Chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative.
Here I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Member record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote. The motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 966 will be followed by 5-minute votes on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 1009, adoption of House Resolution 1009, if ordered, previous question on the House Resolution 994, adoption of House Resolution 994, if ordered, and the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3202. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 418, the nays are 0, and 1 has voted present. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is to vote on record previous vote on House Resolution 1009, in which the yeas and nays are recorded. Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 63, House Resolution 1009. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7176, to repeal restrictions on the export and import of natural gas.
Question is on ordering. Previous question on the resolution. Men record their vote by electronic device. 5-minute vote. Two minutes. Minute. change their vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 206. Previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For what purposes, gentlemen, arise?
I would ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded vote is ordered. May record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. members voted? Does anybody wants to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 212, nays are 208. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, unfinished business, the vote on ordering previous question on House Resolution 994, which the yeas and nays are ordered. Clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 61, House Resolution 994. Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 7160, to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to modify the limitation on the amount certain married individuals can deduct for state and local taxes, and providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 987, denouncing the harmful anti-American energy policies of the Biden administration and for other purposes.
Question is on ordering the previous resolution. Question on the resolution. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 209. Previous question is ordered. Question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts
can I ask
recognized.
for a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 195, the nays are 225. The resolution is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20 of the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 3202 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are reported. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 3202, a bill to prohibit any official action to recognize or normalize relations with any government of Syria that is led by Bashar al-Assad and for other purposes.
Question is, will the House suspend the rules, pass the bill as amended? Members record their votes by electronic device. It's a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 389, nays are 32. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The House will be in order. Please, all members, if you have conversations, please take them off the floor. House will be in order.
Five Marines who tragically lost their lives.
The gentlelady will suspend. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Without objection.
I rise today to honor the lives of 5 Marines who tragically lost their lives in a helicopter crash last week. Lance Corporal Donovan Davis of Olathe, Kansas, Sergeant Alec Langan of Chandler, Arizona, Captain Benjamin Moulton of Emmett, Ohio, Captain Jack Casey of Dover, New Hampshire, and my constituent, Captain Miguel Nava of Comstock Park, Michigan. I ask my colleagues to join me in a moment of silence to recognize these heroes and their service. We are holding their families and their fellow service members close in our thoughts and prayers at this devastating time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
House will be in order. Please carry your conversations off the floor. Please carry conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Kansas arise?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to...
Gentlelady, suspend. Please carry conversations off the floor. Without objection, lady, continue.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to take just a moment to acknowledge the heartbreak that so many people in the Kansas City metro area, Kansas and Missouri, are feeling right now. I'm positive that more eloquent words will be spoken in the future, and we will have many conversations about this. But today we had a tragedy occur that I would like for us to just take a moment of silence to honor the victims and families of those who are suffering right now.
Manuel should say something. Please, Manuel.
This was supposed to be one of the great celebrations. We won the Super Bowl and probably had 1 million or so people in the parade. And the great tragedy that has befallen all of us over and over again, a shooter has ruined the lives of many people who attended and those who represent them. Amen.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about the CBYX program and to thank Linus Wallner, a current participant and intern in my office. As the chair of the Bipartisan German-American Caucus and a congressman for the 15th District of Pennsylvania, a state with a history of German heritage, I've supported the CBYX program for many years. Established in 1983, the Congress Bundesstaat Youth Exchange Program celebrates its 40th exchange cohort this year and is jointly funded by the U.S. Congress and the German Congress. Every year, this unique program offers 75 young Germans and 75 young Americans the opportunity to study, work, and volunteer in Germany and the United States. The participants fully immerse themselves into the other culture, attending university, interning, and living with host families all across USA and Germany. Linus was first place with the welcoming host family of Patricia Vasquez in Las Vegas, Nevada, where he worked in the hospitality industry while studying political science at Southern Nevada University. Now he's living with a host family in Burke, Virginia, and experiences everyday working life within my office. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize the importance of cultural exchange programs. The American-German friendships don't stop after participants like Linus return to Germany, to his hometown of Hennekamp. The cultural exchange continues. American friends will visit Germany, Linus will visit the United States, and he'll continue to share his experiences in the United States with his family, neighbors, and co-workers in Germany. It is through citizen diplomacy that we expand cultural knowledge across the globe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Valentine's Day. The day began to honor St. Valentine. Some believe that he was a priest who married Romans in love to defy an emperor's ban. Others believe he helped Christians escape brutal Roman prisons. Either way, the spread of Christianity helped February 14th become St. Valentine's Day in the 5th century. Europeans associated the day with love because it coincided with the mating of some season for some birds in Europe. My favorite poet, English poet Geoffrey Chaucer, first wrote about St. Valentine's Day as a celebration of love in 1375. And in 1415, the Duke of Orleans wrote the first Valentine to his wife while in prison in the Tower of London. Today, at least 30 countries celebrate Valentine's Day, and an estimated 145 million Valentine's Day cards will be sent out. So if you have a busy day, if you've been busy,
I encourage all my colleagues to pick up some chocolates and flowers before you head home tonight. And with that, I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The world is in a conflict we did not choose of dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. The anniversary of the invasion of Ukraine by war criminal Putin is near. Over 400,000 deaths and 10,000 were murdered in the 2014 Putin invasion. It has been over 100 days since the murderous invasion of Israel by Iran puppet Hamas, slaughtering 1,200 Israelis with 200 hostages, including Americans. Former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo exposed, quote, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and Venezuela represent a new axis of evil regimes that is pushing a dangerous model for the world, end of quote. Together, we must work together to stop mass murder. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terror moves from Afghanistan safe haven to America. We do not need new border laws. We need to enforce existing laws. Biden shamefully opens borders for dictators as more 9/11 attacks across America are imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address the very serious national security and global stability crisis that we face, preventing a global war in Eastern Europe and in the Middle East. There is now a bipartisan bill that should be brought to a vote to prevent what we all know could happen, because it's happened before. It was 1938 when Hitler took Austria. A policy of appeasement was pursued. A year later, Hitler invaded Poland. Appeasement didn't work. In fact, appeasement cost American taxpayers the equivalent of $4 trillion. Over 400,000 soldiers were killed and 6 million Jews murdered. We may not get this bipartisan national security and global stability bill because of the dangerous ideology of appeasement. Unless folks are compromised, it is appeasement, encouraging Putin to do whatever he wants, which are the actual words of the former president, and something that many in this chamber believe is shocking. We cannot appease Putin as others did with Hitler. We must push Putin back and get him out of Eastern Europe now. We have to pass this bill, and when the Speaker brings it to the floor, we will.
For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Sit and address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to commemorate Career Technical and Education Month. In the construction industry, I spent for over 40 years talking to young people in Georgia's 12th District about the benefits of working in a skilled trade. As we all know, a four-year degree is not the right fit for everyone, and oftentimes our skilled and technical jobs are among the most in demand and high-paying in the workforce. With 9 million unfilled jobs throughout our nation, it is imperative that we bridge the gap between the business and education communities, ensuring our students are equipped with the skills necessary to compete in this modern economy. The number one issue I hear about from business owners is the need for a quality workforce, and career and technical programs offer young people an effective path to filling in-demand jobs. This Career and Technical Education Month, we affirm that the American dream is attainable and it's different for everyone. And I am thankful for the educators and community leaders who remain committed to the success of America's future workforce. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, America's Great Lakes constitute the largest body of fresh water on Earth. Water is life. I rise to highlight the importance of legislation to reauthorize the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative introduced last week. As co-chair of the Congressional Great Lakes Task Force and a senior member of the House Appropriations Committee, funding the GLRI is among my highest priorities. The district I represent traces much of the southern rim of Lake Erie's westernmost watershed, the largest in the entire Great Lakes. Our citizens know how important protecting our Great Lakes is for today and the tomorrows to come. The GLRI provides instrumental funding to meet enormous unmet environmental needs for our region and the millions of people who depend on the Great Lakes for their drinking water, livelihoods, and leisure. In 2020, the Great Lakes contributed $3.1 trillion to our economy, 25.8 million jobs, and $1.3 trillion in wages. Analysis shows that every GLRI dollar spent produces $3.35 in economic activity, which demonstrates a clear return on investment. Supporting GLRI benefits the quality of these precious lakes, the adjoining communities, and the people who depend on them for the sustenance of life. Supporting the Great Lakes Initiative is just common sense. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank Dr. Swati Kulkarni for her time serving as the Consul General of India. Dr. Kulkarni, who has initially aspired to pursue a career in medicine, made a pivotal shift to foreign service. Her journey included work in diverse locations like Oman, South Africa, and the United Kingdom. Understanding the responsibility of representing a country with a flourishing economic profile and a population constituting 1/5 of the world, she realized the importance of looking beyond her own community. Throughout her time as Consul General, Dr. Kulkarni conducted a series of more than 150 meetings with elected officials across the southern United States. This extensive outreach included interactions with 7 governors, over 20 mayors, and more than 20 congressional leaders. Her efforts were aimed at building alliances and fostering connections that extended beyond regional and cultural boundaries. As a testament to her dedication, Swati Kulkarni was honored with flowers and a plaque commemorating her impactful contributions, marking a momentous occasion in her diplomatic journey. Thank you for your important diplomatic work, Dr. Kulkarni. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentlelady from Hawaii seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Thursday, I flew to Maui to be with our Lahaina Ohana as we mark the 6-month anniversary of the fires. And then on Sunday, our hearts were full and our eyes were misty with pride as we watched our Lunas do the coin toss at the Super Bowl. Just yesterday, Maui police confirmed the identity of the 101st victim, Mr. Paul Kaspersky. He was 76 years old. It's a stark reminder of the pain and loss that our people feel and the roller coaster of emotions our community experiences every single day. According to a preliminary study of Maui's fire survivors released last week, 55% of people surveyed are exhibiting signs of depression. Survivors also report higher than average rates of low self-esteem and suicidal ideation. Our people are hurting. The reality is we can clear debris, we can rebuild our schools and reopen roads, but healing the pain and the trauma you can't see but people feel, that is much harder, which is why we need to hold wellness fairs, meet people where they're at. We need to make sure that the work of our federal public health officers are supported so that they can be there for survivors and frontline workers. There is a mental health crisis ravaging our people now. All of us need to be there for them, and we must do everything we can to provide all of our survivors and disaster responders with the mental health care and support they need now. Mahalo, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday, Special Counsel Robert Hur released a scathing report as part of a Department of Justice investigation into President Biden's mishandling of classified documents. Despite evidence of President Biden's willful retention and disclosure of classified documents to his biographer, Special Counsel Hur report recommended that no criminal charges be brought against former President. He recommended that no criminal charges be brought forward against President Biden. This was in part because the special counsel determined that President Biden's memory had such, and I'm quoting, significant limitations that it would not be possible to convince a jury that President Biden held a mental state of willfulness that a serious felony requires. It's time for the White House to release the full recordings of President Biden's interview with the special counsel and for the American people to hear what was said in these meetings, where the president was determined to be too incompetent to stand trial. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
For what purposes does the gentlelady from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address Congress for a minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just learned that Congress is being sent home early yet again this week because the Speaker doesn't have the votes to pass the bills he scheduled for this week. This keeps happening because members of House leadership are unwilling to do the hard work of negotiating legislation that's supported by the majority of Congress, much less the majority of the Senate or the American people. It's bad enough that they're wasting time and taxpayer dollars to have Congress spinning its wheels with failed bills and stupid stunts like impeaching cabinet members for policy disputes. But the Speaker is blocking real legislation to solve real problems, like passing the overdue budget, or immigration reform, or passing common sense gun safety bills. Early yesterday morning, the Senate passed a comprehensive national security package with a vote of 70 to 29, including strong bipartisan support. If Speaker Johnson would put that bill on the House floor, it'll pass with strong bipartisan support here, too. The bill provides urgently needed humanitarian relief as well as support for Ukraine, our allies, and our national security. Instead of taking the day off, the Speaker needs to put that bill on the floor. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to be able to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to encourage the support for the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative Act of 2024. Having grown up on the shores of Lake Erie, I know that the Great Lakes are an irreplaceable resource and an invaluable economic driver for not only Ohio, but for our entire country. They provide clean drinking water for 48 million Americans, support more than 1.5 million jobs, and generates over $62 billion every year for our economy. That's why I'm proud to be leading the reauthorization of the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative alongside my colleagues on the bipartisan Great Lakes Task Force. The GLRI provides funding to federal agencies, the Great Lakes states, local communities, and businesses to restore the Great Lakes ecosystem and the economic health of the Great Lakes region. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for a minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reflect on the life and legacy of beloved Queens community leader Cecilia Gentili. Cecilia was a beacon of hope for so many communities in my district. She was only 26 when she fled Argentina to seek asylum in the United States. She arrived in New York City in 2003 and lived her truth as a trans woman. She was finally granted asylum in 2012 as well, and she devoted much of her life to uplifting our trans and undocumented community in Queens. Most recently, Cecilia shined in her artistic pursuits as an author, playwright, and actress. Cecilia was a leader in the fight for HIV/AIDS healthcare and founded a free healthcare clinic in New York City. At the state level, she championed the Gender Expression Non-Discrimination Act, GENDA, which was signed into law into 2019. And today, Cecilia would have also wanted to continue to uplift her advocacy against the dangers of proposals like COSA, and would allow states to cut off access to life-saving online resources for online trans youth like healthcare information. Our community will continue to remember Cecilia as an unwavering leader in the fight for equality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address House 1 minute and rise to end my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking out today about an issue that's been going on in the northern part of my district in Northern California. They're touting it, of course, as one of the biggest dam removal projects in American history, but also is turning out to be one of the biggest environmental disasters in American history. You can see right here the plume. This is the Klamath River, and this is one of the tributaries that feeds into it. This dark muck that is coming down is a result of what they've done to tear down dams or cut loose the material at the bottom of them under the drain. This is a tributary coming in with winter water on that. It's kind of greenish and such. But so you see, it's two different diverging bodies of water that is turning into muck and unbelievable mess there, killing wildlife, killing fish. The Klamath River project used to make 70,000 households worth of clean electricity and good paying jobs that were very important to Siskiyou County. Now, the project indeed is an assault on the people who live there in the basin that are opposed to this, but outsiders are coming in to tear this out. At a time when the U.S. seems to be trying to electrify everything, automobiles and stoves and leaf blowers and everything else, they're taking out clean hydroelectric power. The chromium levels in this material, the pollutants in there, is unbelievable. There's a lot more to this story, but keep watching on what's going on with this Klamath River system and the environmental disaster that's becoming. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to address the House and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Lawrence Allen Swoop II as the Champion of the Week for Ohio's 13th Congressional District. Swoop, as he is widely known, is a Christian hip-hop gospel artist who was born and raised in Akron, Ohio, and he is a shining example as to why our community is the birthplace of champions. Swoop released his first extended play record, or EP, in 2010 called Applause Volume 1. And has since released multiple studio albums that have made an impact on the Christian and gospel music charts, including his 2014 album Cinema, which peaked at #1 on the U.S. Gospel chart and was number 55 on the U.S. Billboard 200. Last week, Swoop won the 2024 Grammy Award for Best Contemporary Christian Music Performance Song as a producer on the song Your Power. The son of Lawrence Allen Swoop I and the late Pastor Diana Lynn Swoop of Arlington Church of God in Akron, Swoop has continued the mission of the church and dedicated his life work to spreading the Lord's message and bringing people together through his music and faith. Congratulations once again to Swoop for this incredible accomplishment. Ohio's 13th Congressional District is proud of you, and we all wish you many more years of success in your endeavors. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker very much. This is Black History Month. This is a moment to recount the journey of African Americans in America. I rise today to speak about H.R. 40, the Commission to Study Slavery and Develop Reparation Proposals, introduced by John Conyers almost 40 years ago. I was honored and privileged on his retirement for him giving to me the honor of carrying this legislation. For many in this body, one would wonder, why do we need to retrace that history of slavery? It is an amazing and powerful history. It is an amazing history of unselfishness, but at the same time, the dividing of families, the blocking of learning to read, the violence of the whole condition of slavery. Again, it is a time in America's history that we must review and understand. As a member of the United States Congress, I've introduced this legislation and look forward to its passage by executive order. At the same time, I want my colleagues to come join me to walk the Emancipation Trail, which I've introduced and it has passed in this House. And that is a trail that slaves took in 1865 after General Granger came and indicated the slaves west of the Mississippi were free. That trail has not yet been finalized, but Mr. Speaker, this will be a major part
Thank you. The gentlelady's
of
time has
America's
expired.
history.
For what purpose
Join me
does the
in
gentlelady
supporting
from
the
Maine seek
Emancipation Trail.
recognition? Without objection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since December 18th, 2023,
My home state of Maine has endured a barrage of devastating storms, causing severe flooding, power outages, and millions of dollars in damages. The sheer destruction that these storms have done on our working waterfronts is astonishing. More frequent, intense storms, floods, and rising sea levels mean our communities will continue to be faced with the kind of devastation we've seen in Maine over the past few weeks. At the same time, our working waterfronts are rapidly disappearing nationwide due to heavy development pressure. When fishermen must grapple with the loss of wharves, processing facilities, and other essential infrastructure, in addition to navigating the challenge of climate change, it threatens the very survival of our communities. My and Congressman Whitman's bipartisan Keep America's Waterfronts Working Act will help reverse a worrying trend of shrinking waterfronts while simultaneously protecting jobs and preserving the character of our coastal communities. Congress must act to protect our working waterfronts and the more than 30,000 Mainers and 2.3 million Americans who rely on marine-related industries for their livelihoods. This is bigger than any of us.
The gentlelady's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate America's credit unions during National Credit Union Education Month. Credit unions play a crucial role in improving the financial well-being of households and local businesses across America, offering working people affordable financial services for acquiring a home, investing in their child's education, and providing accessible lending options that help build generational wealth. Credit unions are legally owned by the people who use their services, meaning that when you deposit money into a credit union, you're not just a customer, you're a part owner. This makes credit unions all the more responsive and accountable to the communities they serve. This not-for-profit cooperative structure also ensures that earnings are paid back to members in the form of higher savings rates and lower loan rates, not to private investors. Rhode Island boasts 18 credit unions that serve 480,000 Rhode Island residents, nearly half of our state's population. And during my time as state treasurer, I worked with our credit unions in our state to help promote financial empowerment and stability for all Rhode Islanders. I look forward to continuing to support this credit union model in Congress, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Oregon seek recognition?
And extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight a growing public health problem in this country. It's estimated that nearly 7 million Americans are suffering from a gambling addiction. And while it may not be as visible, it can be just as harmful as any other addiction. About 90% of gambling addicts reported having one or more mental health disorders, as well as increased dependence on alcohol and other substances. Problem gambling can also cause deep financial and emotional harm to families when the gambler takes on debt to pay for their addiction or manipulates loved ones to get what they want. Clearly, this is a serious problem that must be addressed. It's why I've introduced the Gambling Addiction Recovery, Investment, and Treatment, or GRIT Act, last legislation that would utilize current revenues to devote funding toward gambling addiction research and treatment. My bill would give state health agencies and nonprofits the resources they need to study this kind of addiction and get more people into recovery. This is a common sense solution that would improve mental health and well-being for countless families across America. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the GRIT Act, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, with a heavy heart, I rise to honor the memory of Dr. Dolly Patel Skeet, who left this world way too early on January 29, 2024, at the age of 49. Dolly's journey from an injured leg at 11 to becoming an All-American runner at the United States Air Force Academy in the class of 1996 truly embodies the essence of the American dream. As an orthopedic surgeon, wife, and mother of 3, Dolly shattered stereotypes, radiating positivity. From running cross-country to deploying to Afghanistan, she illuminated the lives of those around her. Dolly leaves a legacy challenging us to live life fearlessly, uplift others, and relentlessly pursue our dreams. May her story inspire generations to come. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege to be on the House floor this evening, this Valentine's Day, collecting my thoughts and remembering a bit of history. We had quite the whirlwind year last year in Michigan and in this country. As I think about the fall, we were preparing to appropriate fiscal year 2024's authorizations, and of course we kind of stalemated, and we're still in a continuing resolution of funding the government. And at the same time, we were also witnessing our United Auto Workers Union set forth a record strike effort targeting all of the big three for what they dubbed as record profits, meaning a record contract. And that was just in many respects a whirlwind time period. And then to add to it, our beloved ally in the Middle East, the only democratic nation in the Middle East, Israel, was attacked. And so members of Congress and residents in Michigan and people across this country, our heads were certainly spinning in many respects. And for those of us tied to the auto industry, we were looking at the strike that took place, and we were being reminded of a little bit of history. We were being reminded why the UAW at that moment was saying we have record profits in the auto industry, but now we are looking for a record contract. Because 15 years ago, the UAW made major concessions. They made major concessions during a strategic effort led by the Obama administration, carried over from the Bush administration. The Bush administration said, we are going to leave this to the next administration for how we make decisions impacting the auto industry. See, 15 years ago, we were in the wake of a Lehman Brothers crash. We saw our economy spinning out of control, unemployment shooting up in ways that we hadn't experienced as a country since the Great Depression. We had a pressure on our insurance industry, our housing sector. We had a foreclosure crisis. And then we had the unbelievable challenges that were facing our auto industry. Troubled Asset Relief Program was passed through this very chamber at a time when I was on the campaign trail. I was working to elect the next president of the United States of America in this very chamber under the leadership of then Speaker Pelosi, passed the Troubled Asset Relief Program to stabilize our financial sector that had gotten in trouble due to lack of regulation, to stabilize the insurance industry, to stabilize the housing sector, and then some emergency relief dollars for the auto industry, which President Bush gave in a temporary fashion, and then said very famously, whoever is elected president will inherit the ability to make the decisions. And we know in this country we used to have a longer transition process. Presidents would get elected in November and then be sworn in March. Now it's you get elected in November and you're sworn in January. And I had the very sincere privilege of working on President Obama's campaign. I was in the policy operation for the vice presidential nominee, now President Biden, then vice presidential nominee Joe Biden. President Obama won that election. We were in Grant Park. And then the next day, the transition began, the presidential transition team in the year 2008, which is kind of an interesting moment because the internet wasn't as populated with its vast amounts of information it has today. So as a young 20-something-year-old, I was working on this transition and hearing about people looking to go into the administration and really having very little understanding of what that meant. But what I knew is that as a daughter of Oakland County, Michigan, as a family member of former Chrysler engineer who worked on some of the original designs for Jeep, as a granddaughter of a Ford UAW member, I couldn't help but take the time during lunch breaks or breaks in the schedule while working on that transition operation for President Obama to look at the Detroit Free Press, to pause and to try and get a sense of what was going on back home, because it was head spinning. From September 08 to January 2009, we were absolutely in a pressure cooker moment. You have a brand new president, a whole new administration, including 8 years of the Bush administration, a Iraq war that many Americans disagreed with, and some true injustices that were taking place back home in my home state. And I couldn't help but humbly think, maybe I should go home to Michigan and try and help these automakers, try and help these auto workers. See, in Michigan, we were, in many respects, the example of what was taking place in this Great Recession. It was a capital G Great Recession, capital R. Major challenge for us, not just for sale signs in front of people's homes, massive foreclosures, people wondering if they were going to have their job in the auto industry. Absolutely unprecedented economic whirlwind taking place. And to shine some light on this, what happened to our big three automakers, General Motors, Chrysler, Ford, is that we call them the big three. We all know that. The big three had 71% of market share for the auto industry in 1998, and it dropped to 47% in just 2008, in 10 years. And we saw a dramatic decrease in car sales. We saw a shoring up of capital. This was pre-Affordable Care Act, large responsibilities for healthcare obligations and the right obligation to workers who had paid their entire life for that benefit. But we faced the very stark reality that these companies were not going to survive, and with it, millions of jobs. And so, as it became apparent that President Obama was going to put in place a senior counselor in the Department of the Treasury under these emergency authorities to manage the auto rescue, I had the opportunity while working on that transition operation to introduce myself to that individual. His name is Steve Ratner. And he was in need of a chief of staff. He received a recommendation to interview me, and it was such a frenetic time. It was a several-minute interview. I was hired. I was brought in as a political appointee. We were set up in temporary office space in the U.S. Department of the Treasury, which is right next to the White House on East Executive Way over there. And Steve Ratner and myself and some individuals from the National Economic Council and the Council of Economic Advisors, people like Brian Deese and Alan Kruger and Austin Goolsbee and Gene Sperling and Deanna Farrell and, of course, Larry Summers, who was leading the NEC, created a makeshift team. And we realized we needed to hire up a team, by the way, but it was a kind of makeshift team to make a series of rapid recommendations to the President of the United States about what to do with General Motors and Chrysler, because they were running out of money. They were staring liquidation in the face. It was 15 years ago this month, my friends. 15 years ago this February. Now, as a kid from Michigan, to be in a room in the United States government and to hear the words GM and bankruptcy in a sentence was almost inconceivable. It was unfathomable. It was nerve-wracking. It was hair-spiking. It was stressful. And because of the good faith efforts to ensure the ethical standards of the administration, President Obama had put into place some rules of the road. You couldn't hire people directly out of the auto industry to help run the auto rescue, because it's a conflict of interest. And so we were talking to various candidates, various individuals of talent, and then a name popped up, Ron Bloom. Ron Bloom, who had been working alongside the leadership, the national leadership of the United Steelworkers, with a Harvard MBA, a laborer's heart, a laborer's mindset, and he joined as Steve Ratner's deputy. We also brought on board a man named Harry Wilson from New York, who had a deep background in restructuring and financials. He was so talented, he retired by the age of 40. Matt Feldman, who was a bankruptcy lawyer. So much of this is captured in a book that Mr. Ratner wrote called Overhaul. But so much is still to be remembered from this time period that books and photos couldn't capture. I've been a part of a lot of incredible history since arriving to Congress in 2019. I've worked on things that I couldn't even imagine I'd have the ability not only to work on, but to get done. A renegotiated trade deal, USMCA, a CHIPS and Science bill, my first bill signed into law, the Building Blocks of STEM Act, within my first year in Congress in 2019, forming the first Woman in STEM caucus, running the Democratic Manufacturing Working Group alongside our assistant leader, Jim Clyburn, who, although he is a longtime representative from South Carolina, he has an appreciation and an affiliation for his colleagues from Michigan, sharing in the spirit of what doing good manufacturing policy means for this nation. See, at the time we were doing the auto rescue, none of this was assured. None of this was guaranteed. This was new policy. It was taxpayer money that came from TARP, the Troubled Asset Relief Program. It was a temporary ownership structure in General Motors and Chrysler. Ford had made some very good decisions a year and change prior, year and a half prior. They weren't in need of a rescue. And at the time, when we were putting together these series of recommendations, which ended up becoming a managed industrial bankruptcy and an ownership structure of General Motors and Chrysler without controlling the day-to-day management of the companies, we were hearing from stakeholders. We were hearing from interested parties. We were hearing from constituents. And much of this is documented. This is not new information. You know, we had interested buyers in General Motors from the Middle East. We looked at some of Chrysler's ownership structure and their previous federal investment that they had received. We were hearing from very concerned mayors and municipal leaders, primarily across the Midwest, mayors from automotive communities who knew that these factories were the lifeblood of the economic existence of that very town. What was going to happen? Suppliers wondering if they were going to get paid for work that they had done on the front end, expecting as the system goes in the supply chain, the automotive supply chain with receivables and payment structures. We had the Canadians at the table, equally concerned, again, about a potential liquidation of General Motors and Chrysler and the jobs that would come with it. So, of course, not only did our United Auto Workers come to the table, but also the Canadian counterpart of their auto workers union came to the table alongside the Canadian government. The Australians were calling. General Motors might go bankrupt. Now, we were in a unique moment because we had allocated dollars through TARP to say we can make this investment. The president was able to do this alongside his cabinet and alongside our Treasury Secretary, Timothy Geithner. GM's stock price went to zero. Chrysler became co-owned by Fiat and the UAW. The United States government didn't want to control the day-to-day management of these companies. Car sales were in the gutter. How do you incentivize people to buy cars when our economy is spinning out of control, when people are losing their lifetime retirement in a stock market that was crashing? So we also made a series of decisions to say that we're not going to leave behind the small businesses. We're not going to leave behind the supply chain that is being challenged and squeezed, that's also experiencing bankruptcies and liquidations and mergers. We created a supplier support program that just provided assurance, similar to what we did in a bipartisan way during another economically and more recent time with COVID-19, just providing assurances through allocated dollars. In the case of COVID-19, the Fed had stepped in, largely not drawn down on, but money that came from the CARES Act to stabilize our industrial sector. And during some of these interesting and stressful times 15 years ago, while working as a staff member of the auto rescue team, during very long days and oftentimes sleepless nights, overnights at the Department of the Treasury, I had instructed those who controlled the switchboards at the White House and at the Treasury Department to take the calls from concerned Michiganders, from concerned Midwesterners, and just wire them through to my office. Because these people were scared, they were worried, and they saw themselves losing everything that they've ever worked for. And so in these long and trying and stressful days, and we'd walk into the office, and every day the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, the New York Times, I think the Financial Times was also there, laid out on the front desk for all to see, and every single day, the work that we were doing was on the front fold of these newspapers. Do not forget, because this was unprecedented economic action. I also want to mention that this wasn't just done in a partisan vacuum. See, when we walked into the halls of Treasury, weeks after President Obama, in a very momentous and celebratory way, was sworn in as the 44th President of the United States of America, while his cabinet appointees were just getting confirmed, we didn't have as much partisan discord around confirmations. There were individuals like Neil Kashkari and Jim Lambright and several others who had had appointments and posts in the Bush administration at the Department of Treasury. And all this financial crisis with Hank Paulson as the Treasury Secretary under Bush, very well documented. But there were individuals who were working under Bush who stayed on for continuity purposes to explain why things were written a certain way or procedures were happening as TARP was being administered, to work alongside us. Members of the team that we put together under Steve Ratner and Ron Bloom. They weren't partisan. They weren't political appointments. Steve, Ron, and I were the only White House appointees on that initial auto rescue. This was the best of our country that stepped forward through long and sleepless and tireless nights, working in Excel, managing a host of stakeholders, sending memos and recommendations to the White House and the President of the United States himself. There were deadlines. They had been put into place by the previous administration. Interestingly, foreign automakers who have a presence here in the United States of America. I'm personally a Big Three girl coming from Detroit, and encourage all to look at the benefits and prospects of what the UAW brings with their best-in-class workforce. So proud of our UAW workers, particularly my Region 1 workers back home in Michigan. The foreign automakers came to us and said, you cannot let these companies go bankrupt. You cannot let them fail. Why would competitors say that in such a moment? Because of the supply chain, because of the disruption, because of the ricochets. Car sales were 8, 9 million. Today they're back up to 17, 18, 19. We never thought we would see million. We never thought we would see those numbers. And all along the way, as these phone calls were coming into our office, and as I would carve out the time on Friday nights to return those calls, grown men breaking down in tears, frustrated by what was happening to our country, what was happening to what they had spent their lives working towards. Amazing small businesses that contributed so much to our auto industry. And one in particular was an individual who owned a small tool and die shop, a third-tier supplier. And he made the point to call me a couple of times because he was one of the ones who wanted the assurance that he was going to get paid on his receivable, his 36 months life cycle. And I talked to this individual a couple of times, and then one time he said, "Do you think I could come visit you in the Treasury Department? Could I come meet with you?" And the perspective I've always taken into public service is absolutely inclusive and open government. And plus, we were meeting with everybody at that time because everyone was wondering what was going to happen. Again, this wasn't guaranteed. It wasn't going to be a guaranteed success, and there were tough things that were happening, like dealerships closing. Why? Because GM had 7 times the dealerships of Toyota. They were winding down 2 nameplates, which, by the way, when they wound down Oldsmobile years prior to this auto rescue period, it was a $2 billion endeavor. So my supplier asked to come visit. I said, absolutely. We've got some talented young people on this team, and we'd be happy to meet with you, and I'll take your meeting. Well, of course, the Treasury Department, as being part of the White House campus, is a Secret Service monitored building. So you have to make sure they get all the proper information and they get in the system, and then Secret Service has to call you the day of the meeting like they did the day my supplier was there and say, hey, your appointment's here, please come get him and escort him. And I walked up those hallways, those marble checkered floors, the beautiful framed dollar bills and $2 bills and some of the monies that are in the Treasury Department. And who am I, right? But just a humble Michigander trying to do right by my state, do right by the people I love, people I didn't even know who were relying on this industry to succeed, to keep going, the industrial heartbeat of America. And I get up to that Secret Service desk and they're chuckling a little bit. They're laughing a little bit. And they said, Haley, here's, your appointment's here. Well, there was the supplier, this wonderful man standing there holding 12 pounds of metal because he drove from Michigan to show us what he made, to show us what he was doing and how he was contributing. And of course, I believe Clay Calhoun or Brian Osias or Sadiq Malik, some of these individuals, I said, come on, we're coming in for the meeting. They said, Haley, what meeting are you bringing us to? I said, this is someone who wants to know if his government has his back. That's the type of work that we bring into Congress now. All the meetings we take, all the constituent requests, all of this and that we're working on here that's impacting and shaping the everyday lives of so many. We don't need to focus today, 15 years on, exclusively on the hardship of the Great Recession and the economic tailspin that came about at the beginning of this century. In fact, today I think we can look back and feel very proud that bipartisan action, nonpartisan action, a commitment and a willingness to government and to govern successfully did succeed for the American people. I think we can look out and see that this century has been full of unique and unprecedented and defined by the moment challenges. There's a small business in Birmingham, Michigan that sells linens, and I was talking to the shop owner. And I said, how are you doing? He said, it's been exhausting. I opened my business in 2000. We had 9/11. We had a Great Recession. We've had COVID-19. But see, through every single one of these global curveballs that get thrown at us, particularly those of us as Michiganders, we have known how to rise to the challenge. We've known how to be resilient. Mr. Speaker, I believe you remember these headlines. Who is going to shut out the lights in Detroit? They were singing our swan song. You know, we had a city on the brink, a city that felt like it was ripping at the seams. And then we doubled down. We collectively reinvested. And we said, we have a new story to tell. Hence the story of the American worker. So today, nearly 15 years on, is the UAW negotiated this historic contract, and I believe there's more to come. Plants that had closed, tiered structure for payment. We can see an industry that's ushering in the moonshot of this century. The new mobility technologies being innovated in southeastern Michigan through so many suppliers and larger manufacturers and even down to the smaller businesses. The innovation, the manufacturing, the technology that's just seethes through the place that I call home, Auburn Hills. It's a community in Oakland County, Michigan. Look around, we've got the largest robot in the world, headquartered in Auburn Hills. It's absolutely remarkable. You look out at the new product lineups that the men and women who are making these cars are rolling off the line. And you better not look while they're driving because you might swerve a bit. Because they'll capture your eyes, they capture your attention. There's so much R&D going into every vehicle. Some say it's $1 billion. Into every car, $1 billion of R&D, that quality, that testing, the safety, the emissions. Michigan is home to the place that put the world on wheels. And here we still stand as an envy for the world. I am so proud of what was accomplished in the Biden administration, the Obama administration, now carried forward into the Biden administration, we can say that. But what was that was accomplished in the Obama administration during this unique and trying time, the Main Street effort of the economic agenda, the manufacturers, the communities that were relying on it, and a government that made money on that investment. They were repaid in full. GM re-entered the stock market. We were a part of that. We called that Auto Team 2.0. Ron Bloom was the president's senior counselor for manufacturing policy. People like Alan Fu and Kelly Morrell and Greg Kalin. We were making recommendations that actually have carried forward throughout all of the administration since. The National Network for Manufacturing Innovation. Research efforts from upstate New York to Youngstown, Ohio, all the way out to California. We've got one in Michigan. It's called LIFT. They're doing lightweight metals and workforce development and new standards and chemicals and testing for the DoD. Folks, we're competing because we made a commitment to our industrial base. And we're not over here in the United States of America saying, well, we're going to have state-owned enterprises. That was not the goal in the auto rescue. The goal was public-private partnership. I meet with these manufacturers every week. It's the effort of sanity in this job. Real people doing real work. They don't care what your ideology is or what your affiliation is politically. They're producing product off the line and getting it somewhere on time, whether it's in Michigan or Canada or over to Europe. And they're meeting every roadblock that gets thrown at them. It's absolutely remarkable. And it happens in the place that I call home. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to do a brief time check.
The gentlelady has 26 minutes to talk about automotive and how crucial it is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know he agrees with this sentiment. And that's the thing. We can say bipartisan in this chamber. We can absolutely say bipartisan. But let's actually just talk about the things that bring us together. Let's talk about a manufacturing economy. Let's talk about real industrial strategies. What we did with chips in science, $52 billion. And by the way, in those very auto rescue meetings with Steve Ratner and Ron Bloom and Larry Summers and President Obama, we talked about these very weaknesses with semiconductors. We knew then we needed to do something. COVID hit, there was a chip shortage, a chips crisis. Of course, I slammed my fist down on the table so hard I nearly bruised it. When we didn't have a CARES Act, when we didn't have a Rescue Act, when we didn't have a plan for the industrial sector of this country, of which we as lawmakers then came up with, not just about being a first world nation, but about being an innovative nation. Public-private partnerships work. We don't will for another great recession and another action like what we had to take with the auto rescue. But we can look back and say that the government acted alongside the workers of this country. We can look even now, a year and change on, since the passage of the CHIPS Act, a large-scale investment saying that we are actually going to make chips in this country. Again, we're going to do it with union work, by the way. We're going to do it in places like Michigan, and I guess I have to say Ohio here. We innovated the chip, and then it was shipped overseas. Incentive structures, beating us at our own game, low labor costs. And then what? We're over-reliant on unfriendly markets, on high shipping costs, on energy demands. So the government, with the CHIPS Act, $52 billion allocated. Not all of it has been nearly spent or begun to be spent, and we're so proud of the CHIPS team hard at work at the Department of Commerce, resembling, I believe, what took place under the auto rescue, because these are very hard-working individuals doing big things, long hours, long days. And that $52 billion begat $200 billion of private sector contribution without even it being required. That legislation paid for itself within a quarter. So now, we, 15 years on, is from the auto rescue and as lawmakers, we ask ourselves, what's next? Because it wasn't just chips, it's not just semiconductors that we need to bring back here to the United States of America. Critical minerals, critical materials. You know, our environmentalists who are talking about permitting reform to achieve the energy revolution of the quarter 21st century that the Inflation Reduction Act is helping to usher in. And yes, we'll beat the game at this. We'll renovate, we'll do big things, and we'll succeed. And we'll lower carbon emissions as a result. And the auto industry stepped up. We saw that day arrive where environmental groups and the auto industry said, we want this bill. We want the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, the next phase must turn to the industrial policy model that had been adopted under CHIPS for minerals, for materials, for quantum, for AI, all these exciting and great things. A strategic vision for this nation. President Biden will be in this very chamber in less than a month's time, delivering his State of the Union address. delivering that strategic vision built and building off of the successes that we have achieved in many bipartisan ways: infrastructure, CHIPS, veterans assistance and benefits. Where are we going, and how will we continue to be a beacon for this world? I believe it exists in the place that I humbly and dutifully call home, in southeastern Michigan, in Oakland County, Michigan, home to Automation Alley, home to Chrysler's now namesake, Stellantis, home to countless men and women of the UAW and of building trades unions, those who are putting the pipes in the ground for hydrogen to succeed, just as we're looking at battery electric vehicles. Be optimistic, my friends, and be proud. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair lays before a House of Communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Following my reappointment to the Committee on Ways and Means, I hereby resign from the Committee on Oversight and Accountability, effective immediately. It has been an honor to serve on the Oversight Committee since I joined the House in 2017, and I am grateful to the Democratic Caucus and the House for the privilege of being nominated and elected to the committee. Signed sincerely, Jimmy Gomez, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, members will cover a variety of topics, as will I, particularly what the Biden administration's war on American energy. I'm going to make a very, very clear point on what is going on with the Biden administration's foreign policy while he limits and restricts what American exports can do with respect to liquefied natural gas, thus making it harder for our allies to have the energy needs that they need, forcing them to turn to Russia, where Russia can make revenue, make money in which to wage war in Ukraine. I mean, if every American could actually understand what's going on, U.S., we're not allowed to export LNG to our allies overseas. And at which point, Russia can then continue to sell to desperate nations these energy needs, at which they take that revenue and then wage war in Ukraine. And then now constantly pushing to be able to, spend more U.S. tax dollars to go to Ukraine. Wouldn't a more productive way is to make strong energy policy, to limit what Russia can do overseas, be in a better position to help Ukraine, which I'm very supportive of. So we're going to make this point. We'll talk about the impeachment of DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, China's poor treatment of the Uyghurs, and President Biden for being unfit for office. As we talk about these important topics and House Republicans' legislative efforts this week, I want to take a moment to share the story and honor the memory of Tamir Adar. Tamir was a 38-year-old father of 2 who was killed defending his home and loved ones from Hamas on the morning of October 7th. His body was mercilessly abducted to Gaza by terrorists and remains there today. Tamir was part of the kibbutz's emergency response squad on the morning of October 7th. He bravely left his home at 6:30 in the morning while warning his wife and 2 children to shelter in place. He died protecting a neighborhood where he had lived his entire life and ensuring that his family would survive. I stand here today to demand that Hamas return Tamir's body to Israel immediately, along with every single one of the 133 remaining hostages. Hamas continues to violate every norm in international humanitarian law, subjecting its hostages to horrific conditions without access to medical care from the International Red Cross. This cannot continue. Israel has proven its willingness to pause the fighting for hostages to be returned home. Unsurprisingly, it was Hamas who broke the first hostage deal, just as it broke a ceasefire that was in place before October 7th. Now is time for the United States to stand with Israel as it seeks to destroy Hamas, free its citizens, and return the bodies of the fallen back to where they belong. The U.S. must also put pressure on Qatar and other regional partners with ties to Hamas to increase their own leverage on this terrorist group to immediately free all those it is holding captive. It's time to bring Tamir's body home, and it's my sincerest thoughts and prayers with his family as they mourn his loss. With that, I will yield now at this time as many minutes as my distinguished colleague from the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania for the first remarks of the evening.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, the impeachment of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas followed a year-long investigation into his failure to enforce the law and keep Americans safe. Even as the border crisis has grown worse each month, with more than 300,000 illegal immigrants entering our nation in December alone, Secretary Mayorkas has done nothing to secure our points of entry. These crossings represent a failure of President Biden's catch and release program that has allowed illegal immigrants to live in the United States for up to a year before even receiving an immigration hearing. Instead of utilizing the Remain in Mexico policies that have proven effective, the Biden administration has opened our doors and opened our border, effectively making every state a border state and every city a border city. We cannot afford to wait any longer. It is time to resume construction of a border wall. It is time to give Border Patrol agents the tools that they need. And it is time to once again secure our southern border. This impeachment was a vote for law and order in our communities and a vote to restore the rule of law at our southern border. This vote was the constitutional duty of every member of Congress to impeach a member of the cabinet who has failed to uphold his constitutional obligation. I thank the gentleman for holding this special order tonight, and Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Thank you to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Appreciate his remarks. And now we'll yield time to the gentleman from the great state of Tennessee. In the sign we will conquer, brother, as well, for as many minutes as he may consume. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my brother for allowing me to speak tonight. Mr. Speaker, the American people, they're not as blind and they're not as stupid as this administration and mainstream media makes them out to be. Everyone in this world can see that this president is not well. The Justice Department, they've recently released the report by Special Counsel Robert Hur, and in that report was some very damning notes that were made. Facts, I guess I should say, that were stated. And the president wasn't charged in the case of mishandled documents, but they couldn't rush to judgment fast enough against President Trump in a similar situation. But the report said it would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him. By then, a former president, well into his 80s, of a serious felony that requires a state of mental willfulness. That was the quote. Let me read that again. It would be difficult to convince a jury that they should convict him. By then, a former president, well into his 80s, of a serious felony that requires a state of mental illness. This wasn't my friends on Newsmax or OAN or Fox. This was the prosecutor, the special counsel, Robert Hur. President Biden's own Justice Department knows that he's not in any condition to run this country, as do our enemies and our friends abroad. the whole world knows that he's not in condition to run this country. I've said this for a long time that this would happen. I said when everything goes down the drain for him and he is having to take the stand, they will use his mental condition as an excuse, and they will kick this can not down the road, but off a cliff. If he's not fit to be prosecuted, Mr. Speaker, he definitely, he is not fit to be the Commander-in-Chief. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time in Oak.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. We will stay with that same wonderful state in bringing up another gentleman from Tennessee as well, and I yield to him as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Moore. Mr. Speaker, it's been 279 days since House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. Since then, there have been more than 1.4 million additional illegal immigrant encounters at our southern border. That number doesn't include encounters from January 1st through today, but we have every reason to believe those numbers will be more of the same, more of what we've come to expect month after month. In fact, December marked 33 straight months in which the total number of illegal immigrant encounters surpassed even the highest month under President Trump. And just a few days ago, we learned encounters for fiscal year 2024 have already surpassed 1 million, which, as everyone in this chamber knows, began on October 1st of last year. That's about 100,000 more than Border Patrol experienced during the same period last year. House Republicans continue to believe that the White House could act today to curb the unprecedented flow of illegal immigrants crossing our nation's borders. President Biden knows there are multiple executive actions at his disposal to tackle this issue. He knows because he signed more than 90 executive orders in his first 100 days in office just on immigration. President Biden created the crisis intentionally at the southern border. It is the policy of his administration to allow these illegals to come into our country. We have laws on the books right now that the administration continues to usurp or refuse to enforce. The House-passed Secure the Border Act of 2023 would put a stop to that. It would force the administration to end its unconstitutional large-scale catch-and-release operation. It would require construction of the border wall to restart and increase the number of Border Patrol agents and also provide bonus pay. H.R. 2 would also strengthen and streamline our existing asylum process. And this one is critical. It would finally put a stop to the flagrant abuse of executive immigration authority taking place under the Biden administration. There have been more than 8.3 million illegal crossings nationwide and more than 7 million crossings of our southern border alone since President Biden took office. We know also of at least 1.7 million gotaways. And we know there are tens of thousands of people we don't know who are on parole, and we know where they are, and we have no way of tracking their locations. The Secure the Border Act of 2023, the House-passed common sense measure, is the strongest border security bill we've seen in a long while, and yet it has been sitting on Leader Schumer's desk in the Senate for almost 9 months. It deserves serious consideration so that we may begin to slow the flow of illegal immigration by forcing President Biden and his administration to follow the law and gain control of our southern border. With that, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Tennessee. I will now yield as many minutes as he may consume to the gentleman from Texas to, I don't want to presume, but hopefully talking about what's going on at the border. I think that part of the confusion, and I get a lot of this from constituents, is the difference between an immigration reform and border security. And it is something that it's being lost right now in the dialogue in our country about the acute nature of the issue. We have absolute immigration reform that both parties need to come together on and figure out a path forward. Many things associated with that. But addressing border security is the acute issue that is allowing fentanyl to become ubiquitous in every one of our communities. So if you are not talking about the border, I apologize for leading you that direction, but you have been an incredibly sound voice on that, and I appreciate the guidance that I've had as a member from Utah, not dealing with it as closely as you, but it is affecting all of us. And I yield so much time as you may consume.
Thank you to my friend from Utah. I appreciate it. And tonight, I'm going to talk about the fitness of our president. There you go. A sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. These were the words used by Special Counsel Robert Hur to describe Joe Biden, the president of the world's greatest and most powerful nation. They're also the justification for why no criminal charges are being pursued for Joe Biden's willful mishandling of classified documents. Just so that we're clear, the Justice Department is going to let Biden off the hook because he is old and now has a bad memory, and yet continue its aggressive persecution of Donald J. Trump because he is, 2 years younger and still mentally with it? Most of those in this country will agree with me when I say, as we say in Texas, that dog won't hunt. The left screams that no one is above the law. I guess they mean no one but Democrat families like the Bidens and the Clintons. Americans are fed up with the double standard of justice repeatedly displayed by our nation's top law enforcement authority at the Department of Justice. We are witnessing blatant government weaponization, and it is despicable and must not be tolerated. If Joe Biden's mental capacity is too diminished to stand before a jury, as the opposition has made Donald Trump do numerous times, then he is clearly unfit to serve as our commander-in-chief. America is a global superpower, the strongest, most capable country in world history. Nearly 250 years' worth of blood, sweat, and tears were the cost of this historic status. But today, our adversaries are watching our leader fail miserably at home and abroad. While our enemies are hard at work exploiting this president's numerous weaknesses, the entire world is taking note as Biden turns the United States into an international laughingstock. Mr. Speaker, leadership is everything. As Alexander the Great once said, it's not an army of lions led by a sheep that I fear. It is an army of sheep led by a lion. The American people deserve better from our highest office. And for the sake of our nation's survival, we need a mentally sound president that we can rely on. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. Appreciate it. Excellent. Thank you. And look forward to hearing from my good friend and colleague from just a little bit north of here in the Commonwealth, Pennsylvania. Mr. Muser, please. And yield you as much time as you may consume.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my good friend, the Vice Chair of our conference, for his leadership on these important issues. Mr. Speaker, Mark Twain once said that loyalty to the country always, loyalty to the government when it is deserved. From Joe Biden's self-induced crisis at our southern border to the repeated assault on American energy to foreign policy blunders, this administration's policies have been a disaster for our country. It seems every decision coming from this White House, from a national security standpoint and an economic standpoint, make the United States weaker and more vulnerable, both here and abroad. Even the latest LNG export pause is of great concern to our European Union allies who stopped purchasing natural gas from Russia because as they invaded the Ukraine and are now counting on the United States. They are rattled by this White House's so-called pause. The whole country now knows that we, the United States of America, are allowing a record number of potential threats into our country at our southern border, including deadly drugs,
terrorists, human trafficking, and crime, on top of the nearly 10 million persons here illegally who have crossed the border under Joe Biden's watch. 361 individuals were on the terror watch list. How many were there under the previous administration? Under the Trump administration over a 4-year period? 11. So why has there been a 3,000% increase in terrorists crossings our border? Is it because our enemies know that this is a good time to take advantage of the United States of America? But the threats aren't just coming from Central or South America, or the Middle East for that matter. The threats are coming from all over the world. Customs and Border Patrol Protection says they've encountered illegal immigrants from 120 different countries, which is deeply troubling given the geopolitical conflicts created around the world in the last 3 years. Even 60 Minutes expressed concern that 37,000 Chinese nationals crossed our border illegally last year, 50 times more than the previous 2 years. And what does the Biden White House propose to solve the crisis? A symbolism of a policy well over substance, really a do-nothing, politically motivated bill that fails to include re-implementation of the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policy. Per the Customs and Border Patrol, this is the most crucial piece to solving the border catastrophe. If we don't require illegal migrants to claim asylum in the first safe country they enter, we will simply never solve this crisis. This is why we're not favorable to the Senate bill, because they will just keep on coming illegally. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to say, the Biden administration really doesn't seem to care about protecting the interests of the United States. They made that clear by failing to enforce the laws that exist, which the Trump White House used to secure the border, the laws that already exist. From an economic standpoint, the Biden White House made a surprising and inexplicable decision to pause American LNG exports. This misguided policy failure will only drive our allies, as stated, into the arms of our adversaries, supporting Russia's economy. This White House can be counted on for one thing, and that is to blame others for the crises they create. You know, Harry Truman was known for his saying, which sat atop his desk, "The buck stops here." The name placard sitting in this Oval Office should be "Pass the buck." That's why Republicans are taking decisive action to hold the Biden administration accountable. We impeached Secretary Mayorkas just yesterday for his failure to enforce our border laws and for the blatant dereliction of duty and violation of his oath of office that has created grave dangers for our country. And tomorrow, we will pass the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act to repeal the ill-conceived, ideologically guided restrictions on the export and import of natural gas. Republicans, Mr. Speaker, will continue to fight for American energy, American national security, the American economy, and the American people, because this administration simply will not. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I saw an interview this weekend from Secretary Mayorkas, actually, when he talked about there's almost an admission that Remain in Mexico policy is effective. And many on the left will say it is an effective way to control our border. It doesn't feel like there's debate on that. What he said was, well, it could be challenged in the courts. Folks, every single executive action can be challenged in the courts. That is unfortunately where we are at in our nation right now, in this ping-ponging situation from one administration to the other. Yes, Remain in Mexico policy may be challenged in a court situation, or somebody could run a lawsuit against this, and it could find its way to various levels within our judicial system, but it works. We saw that. We have evidence of that from the Trump and Pence administration on working with Mexico in a partnership to limit the amount of cartel activity that exists and that is killing people, that is trafficking people, that is creating a fentanyl crisis in every single community in this country. So yes, it might actually be challenged in the courts, but implement it. We know that it works, and we'll work through it. And if there was leadership, Democrats will admit that it's been effective. Well, take the leadership to tell Congress we should pass this into law. If you don't like every aspect of H.R. 2, there's one really important aspect of H.R. 2 that if we could agree on, we could pass legislatively, which you keep calling for. Even Secretary Mayorkas said, well, Congress needs to fix the problem. Okay? Well, encourage Democrats to vote in favor of a Remain in Mexico policy. It's got data. We've got data to show that it works. And this is what is the frustration is right in front of us, what we can do to fix some of the most acute issues at our border. It's beyond me that we can't look at a good policy, take data, and be able to re-implement it. And we'll continue to sound the alarm on this and call out the nature of why the Biden administration is so inept at doing this. And I assume that my good colleague here and friend from the great state of New York will highlight some of this as well as he gives his remarks. And sir, I offer you as much time as you may consume.
Thank you very much to the gentleman from Utah for yielding me the time. And Mr. Speaker, President Biden is the first president in history to flat out refuse to take a cognitive health test. Given all of his memory issues frequently and clearly displayed in his public remarks, the least that he could do is prove to the American people that he is fit to serve as the leader of the free world and take a cognitive health and acuity test as part of his annual physical. Now, let's just give you a few examples of the president's recent memory issues. On February 8th, President Biden publicly confused the president of Egypt with the president of Mexico when he was discussing Israel aid in a press conference in a very embarrassing moment. At a recent public event, he recalled talking to President of France, François Mitterrand, at a G7 meeting in 2021. Well, here's the only problem. Mitterrand died in 1996. A week ago, as President Biden was urging Congress to pass foreign aid, he appeared to forget the name of the terror group Hamas. Well, they were responsible for the egregious murders in terrorist rampage of the October 7th attacks on one of our greatest allies in the world, Israel. Similarly, in June 2023, President Biden said that President Putin was clearly losing the war in Iraq. Clearly, the president was stuck in his time in the Senate, not Ukraine. These are scary mixed signals that you send around the world when those clips go viral. And one of the most painful examples, while giving remarks at the White House, he publicly asked if the late Congresswoman Jackie Walorski was in attendance only a month after she was tragically killed in a car wreck. The DOJ's issued a damning report based on their interview with President Biden, saying that he presented a, quote, a sympathetic, well-meaning, elderly man with a poor memory, unquote, who, quote, did not remember when he was vice president or when his son Beau died. I could sit here all night and list example after example of the president's mental decline that's been on display for the American people, but I'm not going to do that to my colleagues. It's simple. The President of the United States must be able to portray strength on the world stage. He must be able to lead our nation through whatever challenges that the future holds. I'm discouraged by what I've seen from the president recently, and honestly sad that his handlers have convinced him that he should run for another 4-year term. We know that President Biden is not the one steering the ship in the White House right now. This is not about personal attacks or political agendas. It's about the integrity of our democracy and the stability and the strength of our nation. We owe it to the American people to ensure that their leader is capable of fulfilling the duties of the office with competence and the utmost clarity. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from New York. appreciate his remarks and his passion for his constituents. I've seen it in numerous ways. I now will yield so much time as the gentleman may consume to my friend and colleague from Texas, and appreciate your willingness to share your remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on a very heavy subject. And with me, I have images of a very disturbing and graphic nature. I want to show the violent, horrific reality of abortion. And this should shock every American. What would you do if you found the dead bodies of 5 babies inside a cardboard box? Would you call the police? Would you throw the box out? Or would you let it be taken away to a medical waste incinerator and forget you ever found it? This is not a hypothetical. This is exactly what happened right here in this city, just 3 miles from this House chamber. On March 25th, 2022, Laurel Handy and Teresa Bukovac found these children in a box labeled medical waste outside the Washington Surgery Clinic abortion facility. They suspected it contained human remains, and the medical waste services truck driver agreed to give it to them for a proper burial. What they found inside scarred them, the bodies of 5 late-term aborted children. Experts attest that these babies were between 26 and 32 weeks development when they were aborted. They had lungs, beating hearts, fully formed fingers and toes, eyelids that would open and close. These children could feel pain. As these images show, their bodies were disfigured, crushed, chemically burned. One baby girl bore wounds, a deep laceration to the back of her neck that likely indicates an illegal partial birth abortion. Another baby girl had the marks of a D&E abortion, dilation and evacuation, in which the abortionist dismembers the baby limb by limb and crushes its skull to remove it from the womb. This occurred nearly 2 years ago. Yet shamefully, neither the Department of Justice, nor the D.C. Metropolitan Police, nor the D.C. Medical Examiner did anything. No autopsies were done, no investigations were opened, and the entire case of the DC-5 was swept under the rug. Something is very sick in our society. When a baby at 30 weeks in utero is wanted, a doctor will do anything to save its life. But when a baby is unwanted, the abortionist takes its life. When a mother miscarries, we mourn with her for the loss of her unborn child. But when she gets an abortion, we are told there's nothing to mourn, there's nothing to see, these aren't human beings, these aren't real babies, they are only medical waste. Move along. Don't be bothered. Don't open the cardboard box. Lauren and Teresa opened the box. They recognized the dignity and inherent value of all human life, even babies still in the womb. 5 days after discovering the box, Lauren was arrested on charges of protesting outside an abortion clinic. Today, she is still detained and could face 11 years in prison. What has gone wrong in our country that a woman who found these babies is imprisoned, while the man who killed them, notorious late-term abortionist Dr. Santangelo, goes free? The District of Columbia allows abortion up to including the moment of birth. In other words, in this city, a baby's right to life depends on which side of the birth canal it is on. Location, mere geography, is the difference between legal abortion and murder. One pro-abortion surgeon became pro-life the instant he witnessed the abortion of a 19-week-old baby. He wrote, "It has happened. You cannot reason with me now, for what can language do against the truth of what I saw?" These are second and third trimester babies. What can any pro-abortion argument say against these images? The DC-5 were children, human beings with distinct DNA weeks from birth before their lives were brutally and barbarically snuffed out. The DOJ must immediately investigate the likely violation of the partial birth abortion ban. I demand the DC medical examiner allow an autopsy, and I stand with my House colleagues in calling for Congress to investigate. Justice for the DC-5 demands no less. And I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas for his remarks. I will now yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Wisconsin. Thank you for your willingness to share your thoughts. Appreciate it.
I'd like to address something that happened in this chamber earlier this week, something that we haven't seen in over a century in this country, and that is the impeachment of a cabinet member. Impeached was Secretary Mayorkas, Homeland Security, for ignoring his duties, and by ignoring his duties, creating a situation which I think is the biggest crisis in this country in my lifetime. And that, of course, concerns his inability to address the huge problems at the border. I will remind the American public that only 4 years ago, during the final year of the prior administration, the number of people being let in this country at the southern border bounced back and forth between about 6,000 and 25,000. A good estimate of the number of people who came here in the last month is 37,000. So it's gone up by a factor of about 18 to 1. Not only have this many people crossed the border, think about that. I guess 370,000. But in addition to this many people crossing the border, we have, because of the around the world, it's known the United States is not enforcing our border. We have people dying in the Pacific Ocean trying to get around the wall over there. We have people dehydrating in the Arizona desert. We have people drowning in the Rio Grande, all horrific instances in of itself, because of the inability to address people coming across our border. I have been told by law enforcement that the price of fentanyl in this country is as low as it's ever been, a matter of law of supply and demand. We have 108,000 Americans die of illegal drug overdoses every year. Twice as many people as died in 12 years in Vietnam. We have, through our negligence, created wildly wealthy drug cartels, wealthier than ever. I've been at the border at least 8 times, and every time I hear the Border Patrol is under the impression that the Mexican drug cartels, which are currently corrupting the Mexican government, the Mexican drug cartels are making more money selling drugs than they are, more money allowing people across the border than they even are selling drugs. A complete disaster, along with this 300,000+ people who are let in every month, are 8,000 to 10,000 unaccompanied minors. I mean, there was a time where people in this body used to care a little bit about breaking up families, but 8,000 to 10,000 unaccompanied minors. There was a time where we checked with DNA tests to see whether these minors were related in any way to perhaps aunts or uncles who claimed they were related. We've stopped that policy. The New York Times said that at one time, and I think this number is a little bit high, but they had lost 83,000 unaccompanied minors in this country. I personally think it's more like 50 or 60,000. But in any event, can you imagine losing track of 50 or 60,000 unaccompanied minors? As the result of the negligence taking place at the border, we have all of these disasters, and I would argue creating a situation in which I think in the final year, well over 2 million new people left in the United States, some of which are suspected terrorists from all over the world. It will take the United States perhaps decades to recover. Again, so many of them, we are incapable of doing a background check. We're capable of a background check on crimes committed in the United States, crimes committed in Canada, but that's about it. You get anecdotal evidence of crimes, including sexual assault, being committed by people when you talk to local district attorneys. Again, the Biden administration doesn't care, and I think the reason the Biden administration doesn't care, and the reason Secretary Mayorkas doesn't care, where they could so easily go back to a stay in Mexico policy or wait in Mexico policy pending an asylum hearing, is because they want to change America. President Obama said he wanted to fundamentally change America, and that's what you're going to get when you have people from all around the globe coming here. We want to point out that this is hardly the time in which it's necessary or cruel to turn people around. In the last 4 years, we have had more people sworn in as legal new citizens than any 4-year period in the last 100 years at least. So it's not like we're being mean or overly strident. People are coming here all the time and find ways to become citizens completely legally. The only reason for this, allowing this deluge of people in here, is if you do want to fundamentally change America, invite people who do not understand the background of freedom, of limited government that is necessary of our new citizens to keep the republic which our forefathers gave us. So in any event, I'd like to thank this body for impeaching Secretary Mayorkas. I urge the Senate to take up that impeachment because it is mandatory that the people of this body, and by this body I mean both the House and Senate, do whatever we can to send the message that ignoring the crisis at our border can no longer be tolerated.
Thank you to the gentleman from Wisconsin. Appreciate his focus on this very, very important issue. And I'll now yield so much time as he may consume to my good friend and colleague from the great state of California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore from Utah, for leading us once again on this important time to get the message out in front of the American people that wish to pay attention. So just following up a little bit on what Mr. Grothman was talking about on the border and the horrific illegal immigration and how many are coming into this country is just overwhelming. I had an experience here last week in Tucson, myself and Mr. Rep. Tom Tiffany from Minnesota. We both, after a border tour, had attempted to stop in at a illegal immigrant, well, they call them migrants. That's a euphemism. They say migrants. It drives me crazy listening to that. An intake area that had been a Ramada motel there, run under the guise of a group called Casa Elitas. And so it's run not with a whole lot of daylight on how they operate there. Again, we have many NGOs, non-government organizations that are making a lot of money and are incentivized to move a lot of illegal immigrants into this country and place them where have you. You know, the busloads going here and there and everywhere. Plane rides. My understanding is there's been approximately 5,000 plane rides, plane fulls, since the start of the Biden administration on moving people around the country. And so we attempted to meet with people there and see, it was quiet. They weren't intaking anybody at the time. And they would not see us. They would not see us. Even we had our IDs, 2 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, to sit down with somebody and see what they're doing and at least give us a few minutes on an overview. They refused to do that.
They basically kept us at the outside of the parking lot and called the sheriff's office in case we decided to try and go knock on the door and talk to somebody in charge. It was amazing that the people that are in charge of the U.S. House, those that are elected to make expenditures, taxpayer expenditures, taxpayer appropriations, were shut out of being able to ask questions about how tax dollars are being used of the intake of these illegal immigrants in Tucson. So, folks, obviously we have a giant problem. The numbers are horrendous. Mr. Grossman was talking about the fentanyl. And what's interesting about that, so much fentanyl coming in this country, so negatively affecting and taking lives, that so much is coming in. He talked about the market pricing. The price is so low, the price of actually buying it is really low now because there's so much of it. Price and demand. When a high volume comes in, they have to cut their prices. It's such a high volume now, the price of it is getting dirt cheap. They're talking like. So it's just another example of the Biden administration working against the people, working against American values. There's no reason it needs to be this way. Say, the Republicans aren't passing a law in Congress, no bills. Biden has the tools. He could do 8 executive orders that were perfectly legal, perfectly constitutional, remain in Mexico policy, several others he could do without even passing a bill. But there's plenty of laws to already enforce that they aren't doing. Yes, we added H.R. 2 to that to help define better asylum, because asylum is being abused, and other good aspects, beefing up the personnel at the border, finishing the fence. They don't want to do any of that. That's all double talk. So that's a bit of my experience at the border just again the other day here. Another thing that President Biden has caused unnecessarily harm to our country is our energy policy, or lack of. The core of so much of our problems on costs of inflation, high prices of everything, is it starts at the cost of energy. Whether it's electricity that's generated, they're tearing out hydroelectric dams in my district that has green renewable power. Electricity generated by nuclear power. We need to do a lot more on that. And so far, for years and years, that's been held down by permitting and the inability for government to move on that. But also, natural gas, a very important component, or heating homes as well as operating electricity generation. And so Biden has stepped forward to make it almost impossible to explore for oil and gas in this country. And also a recent decision to slash all pending and future liquefied natural gas export permits. And this is important because where we've been exporting this to Europe, for example, to Germany or others, instead of them relying on Russian gas coming in on that big pipeline, we could be helping because we have such an abundance. So the Biden administration, another wrong-headed approach on energy, harming Americans, harming our allies around the world. He systematically destroyed key energy initiatives, canceling the Keystone Pipeline, shutting down already authorized oil and gas programs in like the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge, a really tiny part of a $1.3 million acre refuge in Alaska. It's been approved. They're shutting it down. The high prices of everything start with the cost of energy. Americans suffer from high price of food, transportation, everything else because energy costs way more than it needs to. We lay that at President Biden's feet, and we have the ability to be energy independent like we were under President Trump, an energy exporter and helping our allies. Yet what we have is a ban on being an exporter and a ban on new exploration to make us energy independent. Biden administration is way out of whack on this, and we need to do something. The American people need to let them hear about it. The American people need to make themselves heard on that as we try here in this time here in Congress and this speeches like this tonight to do so. So I appreciate the time. I appreciate Mr. Moore leading us on this to talk about these important topics of energy independence and controlling our border, two of the most important components we'd have to a more orderly society in this country. Thank you for the time.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. I agree. Horrible energy policy, horrible immigration and border policy, mental incompetency. I mean, these are all great Valentine's messages today. Thank you to many of my colleagues for their willingness to come and share their thoughts and talk about these important issues. I will now offer the podium to the distinguished and very good friend and colleague from the great state of Arkansas, where it's hard to pick your favorite member of the Arkansas delegation. So I won't do that now. But he'd be in my top 4. Mr. Frenchill, thank you. And I yield you so much time as you may consume.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Utah. And just for those 2 people that are listening at home, there are only 4 members of the Arkansas delegation. So that was an easy comment from my good friend from Utah, who's doing an outstanding job helping lead our conference and lead our conference messaging on this House floor and in our home districts as we draw a distinction between what House Republicans would be doing if we were able to be guiding the executive branch or have both houses here in Congress and the failures of the Biden administration. So I thank my friend from Utah. And I want to address a couple of issues I think that are key, that are confronting the American people and that we're touching on this week in the House. Mr. Speaker, the United States went from importing liquefied natural gas just 15 years ago to now being the world's largest exporter. That's a powerful testament to America's technological advance and our ability to harness this clean, abundant, affordable source of baseload power for our own use and for the ability to export it. President Biden's recent decision to halt the exploration of American liquefied natural gas is not in the interest of the American worker, the American economy, our allies' national security, or the globe's goal of a clean energy transition. This is just another President Joe Biden poor decision in a long line of other failed energy policies since he took office in January 2021. As noted by my good friend from California, shutting down on day one the Keystone XL pipeline, denying new permits, discouraging new drilling, discouraging new pipelines, and coercing banks and securities firms across this country to discourage badly needed loans and capital investments in the energy industry by way of environmental social governance, so-called ESG policies. These reckless decisions have weakened our global leadership and weakened America's energy independence. And while President Biden's nanny state regulators consider going full California on the whole nation by banning your gas stove, Republicans support an all-the-above approach to our energy needs and our long-run energy transition. Republicans believe that we need to tap into Americans' abundance of natural resources that are crucial to enhancing our own energy security and our own energy independence. The United States stands ready to export more LNG to Europe, but pipelines and other needed infrastructure are not adequate in this country in order to advance more assistance in the short run. In my view, Mr. Speaker, upstream and downstream infrastructure investments in natural gas are not stranded assets, which is typically the argument made by the opposition. According to a recent U.S. Energy Information Administration International Energy Outlook, by 2050, global energy use will increase nearly 50% compared to today. Now, let that sink in. 50% greater than today in just 25 years. And although the primary energy consumption sources of renewables is expected to grow from 15% today to 27% by 2050, still 80% of consumption will need to come from coal, oil, natural gas, and nuclear. Clearly, based on global power demands and despite new renewable sources, this globe, this nation needs decades of liquefied natural gas access and natural gas in our reserves. We need to invest and create that infrastructure leading to our own development and crucial export development, which will, if we export, add $73 billion, it's estimated, to our U.S. economy over the next 15 years, bolstering energy trade, stimulating domestic production, while assisting friends and allies abroad. Increasing U.S. liquefied natural gas export will benefit our allies, as I note, in Europe and in Asia by adding the U.S. as a reliable source of energy on the global market, offsetting the risk that's being dominated by one supplier, like in the case of Germany being completely dependent on natural gas from Russia at the time of Russia's invasion to Ukraine, or countries being caught in a supply crisis due to war in the Persian Gulf, or war or shipping challenges in the Red Sea. Just last year, Mr. Speaker, about 13% of Europe's natural gas went through the Red Sea, that now is impacted by the Houthis in Yemen attacking shipping of all flag vessels trying to go up the Red Sea through the Suez Canal to service Europe. We have natural gas fields across our nation in Pennsylvania, New York, that rival, may even be more abundant than those in the Middle East. Yet we will never see, in my view, Mr. Speaker, a new pipeline built from Pennsylvania over to the East Coast ports under this administration or under future Democratic leadership. And I don't think we'll see new jobs or development of New York's massive abundant natural gas in the Marcellus Shale under Democratic governors. Again, these kinds of policy officials and Biden officials have doubled down, tripled down on policies that not only raise costs for everyday American families, but do nothing in the long run to impact the climate. Likewise, aid to American technology exports, the Biden administration should work to ensure that international financial institutions like the World Bank or the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development will finance natural gas projects and nuclear power as a part of the energy transition. Right now, they're very reluctant to do that. And in the case of the EBRD, will not finance nuclear. Now think about that. And certainly won't finance natural gas. The EBRD has been insisting on financing renewable green energy projects only to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, and yet ignores an all-of-the-above energy strategy. International financial institutions like the EBRD should finance beyond nuclear and include sources of energy like liquefied natural gas to improve access and diversification, particularly in Europe, their energy backbone, their energy sources. It's in their best interest to do that. Energy policy is a long-term investment in the needs of the globe's future, both at home and abroad. And as more and more countries grow and develop and their people become wealthier and their incomes rise, their energy consumption will increase as well. We cannot wait and have nothing to offer, and certainly cannot impose the Biden administration's energy policies on the world and expect a good outcome, or rising wages or incomes. We should be investing in all of our energy options, like oil, nuclear, renewables, and natural gas, not only our ability to export and remain energy dominant worldwide, but to benefit the entire economy of the globe. President Biden's mistakes and failed policies today will lead us to not having the energy capacity that we need for tomorrow, and he will be making the transition to a clean energy future even harder and more costly for our families. Mr. Speaker, this week the Senate completed work on funding for military assistance for Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel, all critical partner countries to the United States. Each a nation where we have a national security interest in seeing their security needs met, benefiting our economy, benefiting our jobs, benefiting our global reach across the globe. And as Americans, this should feel very natural to us that we partner with other nations to help a nation fight for freedom. Why? Well, Mr. Speaker, as Americans, we are all versed in our own founding, our own struggles with the American Revolution. We recall the lack of food, the lack of pay, the lack of socks and shoes, the misery of the winter at Valley Forge. Every school child in this nation knows about Washington on his knees at Valley Forge. What we must remember is that we did not win our independence alone. From 1775 to 1781, the United States would not have seen victory at Yorktown, ending the American Revolution in victory were it not for allied nations making a bet on the grit, on the tenacity of colonial Americans taking on the world's largest navy and the world's largest army. France, the bankers in Amsterdam, the Spanish, all opposed Great Britain's empire and backed General Washington's struggling ragtag army. 80% of the muskets and uniforms worn by the colonial army were supplied by France. The French and the Dutch supplied loans and cash. Spanish gunpowder and the French Navy were critical to our victory. Without this help and the other nations, we would not have had the resources to win the American Revolution or become the independent, democratic, dynamic country 250 years later. As Americans, we understand that sense of partnership that it takes when you're fighting for freedom. And this week, once again, I traveled across the Atlantic to meet with President Zelensky in Ukraine, joining a CODEL led by Mike Turner, the chairman of our Intelligence Committee, to assess what is Europe doing? What's the Ukraine strategy? How are American investments audited and protected and transparent? What are our options there to make sure that Putin is not successful in Ukraine? Well, I'll read something on their internet, Mr. Speaker. Let's go investigate it for ourselves. Let's look at Zelensky and his generals in the eye. Let's look at American advisors in Germany and in Poland in the eye and ask them, should Putin be allowed to win in Ukraine? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is clearly no. Along with dozens of allied nations, the United States should continue to back the freedom-fighting, freedom-loving Ukrainians to ensure that Vladimir Putin knows he's not going to stay in Ukraine. Let me be clear, he will be denied that opportunity. Now, Mr. Speaker, in polling, the American people are clear. They do not want Putin victorious in Ukraine. It's bad for Europe, the sovereignty of Ukraine, and for the world. May I ask the Speaker how much time remains?
20 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. So let me be clear that we need to complete our work effectively on this House and find that sense of partnership, that we find the right funding, the right balance of auditing and talent necessary to back the Ukrainian success in defeating Putin. And with that, I yield back to my friend from Utah.
Thank you to the gentleman from Arkansas. May I inquire how much time we have left? We're done?
The gentleman's time has
expired. Thank you very much, and I'll yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to join in the celebration of Black History Month and to honor the profound contributions of Black Americans in my hometown of Pacoima, California, and the broader San Fernando Valley. Following World War II, as redlining policies segregated communities of color in Los Angeles and across the country, Pacoima became the center of African American life in the Valley as Black Americans led a cultural resurgence through the creation of dozens and dozens of churches, schools, and successful small businesses. Today, we take a moment to recount that rich and extensive history as we honor men of faith, women who always lend a helping hand, a group of young trailblazing ball players, and a historian who has chronicled these incredible stories. By celebrating Black History Month in the Northeast San Fernando Valley, we honor not only the struggles, but also the triumphs that have made our community the diverse and resilient tapestry it is today. Today, I rise to honor the Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church for Black History Month because a beacon of faith and a community service located in Pacoima. Established in 1942, Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church holds the distinction of being the first African American church founded in the San Fernando Valley. In the face of racial adversity, the Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church has flourished, growing from its humble beginnings with 6 families in 1942 to a congregation of around 500 African American members in the 1950s and 60s. It is my privilege to honor the indomitable spirit of Reverend T.G. Pledger, whose visionary leadership paved the way for an extraordinary legacy beyond the walls of Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church. He was the founder and the first pastor of Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church. Born in Alabama, Reverend Pledger later moved to Los Angeles and was instrumental in the church's early days. In 1942, Reverend Pledger and his wife came to the San Fernando Valley from Torrance, California. Pledger got a job at the Polsom Packing Company and bought a house next to the plant. After moving to the San Fernando Valley, Reverend Pledger had an encounter that inspired him to establish a church there. A young man relayed to him the struggles to find a place of worship in the area. Many of the African American residents had to travel to Pasadena or other communities to find a church. In 1942, Reverend Pledger began Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church on the corner of Ralston Avenue and Pinney Street at a former dance hall known as Laurel Hall. By 1945, Reverend Pledger and the original congregations finished construction of the first African American church in the San Fernando Valley on the corner of Norris Avenue and Pinney Street. As the population increased and the need of a larger facility was evident, Reverend Pledger rebuilt Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church in 1958. Reverend Pledger was an influential voice during the fair housing movement, which led to the establishment of the Pleasureville Senior Centers VIA, a testament to his enduring dedication to uplifting the lives of our seniors and families in Pacoima. The successful realization of this housing project stands as a shining example of Reverend Pledger and his congregation's commitment to compassion, service, and the betterment of our community. Pleasureville Senior Center sits adjacent to Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church along Van Nuys Boulevard. After Reverend Pledger, there came Reverend D.D. Chapman, served as pastor for 31 years, emphasizing the church's evolving role in a changing community. Reverend Chapman began his service to Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church in 1987 and played a crucial role in obtaining government funding for the Pleasureville Senior Citizens VIA. Under Reverend Chapman's leadership, a 16,000 square foot community room was completed called the Great Room. The Great Room was host to various after-school programming, job training classes, and food and clothing distributions. His tireless efforts in revitalizing the Baptist Ministers Association, founding numerous churches, and advocating for the community on various platforms reflects a profound commitment to the holistic well-being of those he served. Although Reverend Chapman passed away in 2019, his impact continues to resonate in the hearts of the people and the enduring mission of the Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church. The Reverend Jeffrey Martin continues the church's legacy of service and inclusivity to this day. During the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, Reverend Martin was on the forefront in ensuring families had the resources they needed. They opened the doors of the Greater Room and hosted unhoused residents in their winter shelter, which holds a capacity of 138 individuals each night. We applaud the Mother Church of the San Fernando Valley Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church and its congregation for its 82 years of service, resilience, and dedication to fostering unity in our community. The impact of their outreach programs, particularly in addressing homelessness, is a testament to the church's commitment and making a positive difference in the lives of others. May the Greater Community Missionary Baptist Church continue to be a shining example of faith, compassion, and community service for many years to come. I rise today to pay tribute to a distinguished individual whose life has been defined by service, leadership, and an unwavering commitment to justice. Deacon Robert Wynn, known affectionately as Bob, is a deacon of inspiration, a founder of the African American Leadership Organization, AALO, and a lifelong advocate for racial, economic, and social justice in Southern California and the San Fernando Valley. Bob Wynn was born in Birmingham, Alabama, a city steeped in the tumultuous history of the civil rights movement. Inspired by the indomitable spirit of Martin Luther King Jr., Bob's journey of activism began with a profound commitment to equality, and his dedication was not merely words, it was action. A distinguished veteran, Bob served in the United States Army with honor and distinction. His sacrifice and service laid the foundation for a lifetime dedicated to uplifting and empowering his community. After his military service, Bob pursued higher education, earning a degree in business administration from the University of Maryland. In the pivotal year of 1965, Bob walked alongside Congressman John Lewis across the Edmund Pettus Bridge on Bloody Sunday. This historic march for voting rights left an indelible mark on Bob's soul, shaping his commitment to justice and equality. His participation in such a seminal moment in the civil rights movement is a testament to his courage and dedication. For over 5 decades, Bob Wynn has served as a church deacon in the San Fernando Valley. His spiritual leadership has been a source of guidance and support for countless individuals. His commitment to faith has translated into action as he actively serves on numerous committees and commissions, leaving an enduring impact on the communities he has touched. Bob's vision for a more just society extends beyond the walls of the church. As the president and CEO of the African American Leadership Organization, he has been instrumental in fostering leadership advocacy and empowerment within the African American community. His tireless efforts have paved the way for progress in the San Fernando Valley, Antelope Valley, and the greater Los Angeles area. Bob's community involvement spans a multitude of organizations, each reflective of his dedication to justice. As chair of the board of the directors of El Proyecto del Barrio, Bob has played a crucial role in addressing community health and social services. His leadership on the San Fernando Valley NAACP Executive Board and as chair of the Political Action Committee showcases the commitment to shaping policy for the betterment of all. He has also contributed to creating safe spaces with opportunities for young children and families to thrive through his role on the San Fernando Valley Boys and Girls Club Resources Board and the Mission City Community Network Black Infant Health Program. Bob's service has also extended to the labor movement as the former director of community services for the United Food and Commercial Workers International Local 770. Bob's influence reaches statewide in California, having served on the state's commission on the Department of Corrections, where he contributed to shaping the policies that impact our criminal justice system. One of Deacon Bob Wynn's most important titles included being a husband and a father. He and his wife, Minnie, have been married for more than 40 years and are the parents of 6 wonderful children. I honor Deacon Robert Wynn, a living legend whose life has been a testament to service and empowerment. His journey from Birmingham to the San Fernando Valley has left an unforgettable mark on the fabric of our nation, and his legacy will inspire for generations to come. I rise to recognize an extraordinary individual whose dedication to community empowerment and career development for youth of color has left a memorable mark on countless lives. Janet Lavender, a resident of North Hollywood and the founder of the not-for-profit organization Well Suited, embodies the spirit of service, resilience, and compassion. In 1997, Ms. Lavender took a bold step by founding Well Suited, an organization dedicated to providing college and career readiness support to young adults and teens. Her journey reflects a commitment to lifting others, inspired by her own experiences. A veteran, a business administration graduate of the University of Maryland, and a lifelong advocate for justice. Ms. Lavender's story is one of triumph over adversity. In 2013, she created Youth and a Passion, a remote curriculum powered by the world's leading learning management system, Canvas. This innovative program enables students to participate in an intensive course that helps them identify careers that are right for them. It provides essential information on educational paths, scholarships, internships, and extracurricular activities required to pursue their inspirations. Hundreds of students have since enrolled, customizing their college and career paths under Ms. Lavender's guidance. Janet Lavender's commitment to equity extends beyond education. In 2021, when the enactment of AB 101 made ethnic studies a required course for high school students in California, Ms. Lavender integrated ethnic studies into the Well Suited curriculum. This reflects her dedication to a holistic approach to education that embraces diversity and inclusion. Beyond education, Ms. Lavender recognizes the importance of presentation and confidence in professional life. She experienced homelessness in the 1990s and understands the significance of proper attire during job interviews. Her organization not only provides clothing to those transitioning from welfare to work, but also offers an opportunity for the public to shop at their store, supporting the organization's mission. Well Suited's impact is exemplified by stories like that of Kate Fagan, a Weingart Center resident who found not only clothing, but confidence and empowerment through the services provided to her. I salute Janet Lavender for her exceptional leadership, vision, and unwavering dedication to the well-being and success of the youth and communities. Her legacy embodied in the work of Well Suited stands as a testament to the transformative power of education, mentorship, community support, and love. Mr. Speaker, I rise with an immense respect and gratitude to honor an outstanding individual whose lifetime of service and activism has been ingrained in the community. Patricia Pat Austin, Executive Director of the Inter-Community Council's Alicia Broaddus Duncan Multipurpose Center in Pacoima, stands as a testament to the transformative power of dedication, compassion, and community leadership for our seniors. Pat Austin's journey of service and activism began in the 1960s and 70s when she emerged as a formidable civil rights and community activist. A trailblazer in the fight against segregation, Pat led a movement to desegregate lunch counters. Her unwavering commitment to the justice laid the foundation for a lifetime dedicated to uplifting those around her. A distinguished scholar, Pat earned her bachelor's degree from Marshall University and pursued additional coursework at the University of Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. Armed with education and a profound sense of justice, she dedicated her life to creating positive change. Currently serving as the Executive Director of Alicia Broaddus Duncan Multipurpose Center, Pat Austin has become a beacon of hope for older adults in the Northeast San Fernando Valley. Her work at the Senior Center goes beyond the conventional understanding of a director's role. She provides not only essential services, but also a warm and caring environment that fosters a sense of community and belonging. In the face of the COVID-19 pandemic, when isolation became a formidable challenge for seniors, Pat took extraordinary measures to ensure that no one felt alone. She kept her line open, inviting individuals to call and share their stories, providing a lifeline for emotional support during those trying times. From updates on their lives to stories about monthly observances like Women's History Month, Pat made a difference by being a compassionate ear for all. At the Alicia Broadus Duncan Multipurpose Center, Pat Austin's leadership extends far beyond the administrative realm. She is deeply involved in providing emergency food and services for older adults, addressing their immediate needs and ensuring their well-being, daily meals, transportation, activities, social interaction, day trips are just a few aspects of the comprehensive support that seniors receive under Pat's compassionate guidance. Each year, the Broadus Senior Center hosts the annual interregional cotillion to raise funds for continued programming and activities taking place at the Pacoima Center for Seniors, in addition to nutritional meal services to emergency support services. Under Pat's leadership, the cotillion brings thousands of dollars for vital programs that seniors need and is a night of dancing, music, and great food. Pat also plays a crucial role in connecting seniors to local and state resources. She's become a lifeline for those who may face challenges in accessing essential services, bridging the gap between the community and the resources that can enhance their quality of life. Pat's legacy is a testament to the impact that one individual can have on a community. Her dedication to the principles of justice, equality, and community service serves as an inspiration for generations to come. As we honor Pat, today let us recognize not only her achievements, but the enduring spirit of compassion that defines her character. I extend my deepest gratitude to Patricia Pat Austin for her decades of selfless service, activism, and leadership. Her contributions to the well-being of our community are immeasurable, and her legacy will continue to inspire us all for many, many years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor and recognize a remarkable individual who has made significant contributions to preserving African American history and enriching our understanding of our shared past. Crystal Jackson, born and raised in Pacoima, California, has dedicated her life to telling of stories that often go unheard. Crystal Jackson is not only an author, filmmaker, and historian, but a trailblazer whose unique stories about an often overlooked but rich cultural African American history have captivated audiences in the San Fernando Valley and beyond. Her impressive body of work reflects her unwavering commitment to shedding light on the untold stories that have shaped our nation. In 2019, Crystal released her critically acclaimed history book, The Entrance, Pacoima's Story. Over 676 pages, she meticulously traces the 1,500 years of Pacoima, one of Los Angeles' oldest towns. Through 5 years of research and countless interviews with current and former residents, Crystal has brought to life the rich tapestry of Pacoima's history, ensuring that the stories of its people are preserved for generations to come. Beyond her work as an author, Crystal has made a significant contributions as a filmmaker. She has written several motion picture screenplays and directed the award-winning film Pacoima Stories, Land of Dreams, which is nominated for Best Feature Documentary at the Pan-African American Film Festival. Through her films, Crystal has brought attention to the dreams, struggles, and triumphs of the community she calls home. In 2022, Crystal released her first biographical fiction book, Not Colored, a historical novel based on the life of the first woman to work in the LAPD's detective unit, who happened to be Black. This work not only explores historical milestones, but also challenges and prevailing narratives, offering a fresh perspective on the experiences of underrepresented individuals. In addition to her creative endeavors, Crystal is a dedicated community leader. She serves on the Advisory Council for the Getty Conservation Institute and the City of Los Angeles' Office of Historic Preservation. Crystal is also a special consultant for the UCLA History and Geography Project, working to incorporate local history into LAUSD curriculum. She also serves on the board of directors at both the Center for Advanced Learning Charter School and the Museum of the San Fernando Valley. As the president of the Pacoima Historical Society, Crystal has become a driving force within her community, utilizing her extensive social media following to amplify the importance of preserving and celebrating African American history. I commend Crystal Jackson for her outstanding contributions to African American history, her dedication to preserving untold stories, and her unwavering commitment to community service. Through her words and films, Crystal continues to inspire us all to appreciate the diverse and complex history that shapes our nation. I rise to honor and celebrate a momentous achievement in the history of American sports, the remarkable journey of the North Valley Broncos. The North Valley Broncos were the first all-black baseball team from the San Fernando Valley to play in the Little League World Series. In the 1950s, faced with the refusal of the Pacoima Little League to accept their black boys, 4 determined fathers took matters into their own hands. They leased a vacant lot of land near Hanson Dam for $1 a month and formed the North Valley Broncos. In the early years, they faced many hardships, including playing on an uneven field that was infested with gophers and old baseball equipment. On their away games, the team found themselves sleeping on gymnasium floors while other teams enjoyed more comfortable accommodations. Despite facing incredible circumstances, the boys forged lasting memories as they bonded through late-night pillow fights and midnight kitchen raids. In 1965, the North Valley Broncos' hard work and determination finally paid off. Led by the Little League sluggers Ricky Chapman and future USC legend Anthony Davis, the Broncos traveled to New Bedford, Massachusetts, where they won 2 games in the Little League World Series. The Broncos' success paved the way for future generations, ensuring the door would remain open for those seeking lasting progress and inclusivity. In 2023, the City of Los Angeles dedicated the intersection of Dronfield Avenue and Osborne Street in Pacoima as North Valley Broncos Little League Team Square. The intersection is across from Handsome Dam Park, where the team once practiced. Thank you to North Valley Broncos for their courage, resilience, and groundbreaking achievements. Their legacy lives on in the hearts of those they inspired and across the sports fields of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Does the gentleman have a motion?
I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes resoundingly have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.